as if it didn't happen. Because once you go down that road, um, you're kind of continuing off of a faulty premise in the first place. So in any instance, it would be a waste of time to even allow it to continue. Unless you're just having fun, or unless you're trying to demonstrate to someone how deep in fallacious reasoning someone could go. When someone is trying to learn what your position is, it's fully within your right to tell them that's not my position. And if they begin to become assertive and tell you that it is your position, you can just disengage with that person. So if it's not really about a crowd, or it's not really winning a debate, respectfully, if someone's coming to you for answers about what you think, they should, if it's genuine, they'll just allow you to tell them what you think, and where you've gotten the information, and what examples you can give or that you've come across, and things that you've done on your own to validate whatever it is that you've said. So if that's not happening, you don't have to do it.
The fallacy that usually follows a begging the question or straw man, that usually comes right after that, which you don't want to fall into either, is the burden of proof reversal. So you don't want to fall into that either. So when you call them on one, and they'll be like, if they want to know what you think, and then they'll say, oh, well, how would you? So you also can't fall into that trap of reversing the burden. Because that was something when I tried to talk to my girlfriend about these topics, she would often be like, well, what's your, and you can't. She was like, you can't question it if you don't have like the answer to, she wanted the replacement or whatever. And I was trying to explain to her the burden of proof reversal, and she wasn't quite getting it. But those three are the most, I think, common. So they'll straw man or beg the question, and then right after that, they'll reverse the burden.
Yeah, with the straw man, for instance, it's just important to let them know that that's not what you're saying or how you're presenting it, and then restating your case. You can see this really well done if you look at Cathy Newman's interview with Jordan Peterson, Mr. Make Your Bet.
So what you're saying is...
Yeah. So what you're saying is, no, that's not what I'm saying. I said this. This is what I'm saying.
No. Every time someone says that, it's 100% straw man coming. 100%. Because they're about to rephrase your words for you.
I absolutely love that video of Jordan Peterson and that woman, and how she was doing it over and over and over. So what you're saying is, and he would not allow her to do that in straw man him. No, that's a great video. I also seen a video. It was pretty cool, about logical fallacies, where they used Joe Rogan as an example, and then they analyzed one of his interviews and then highlighted how many times logical fallacies were used, and I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah, you're jumping around topics right now.
Clean up your... Can I say something really quick? Just before we get too far away from it, based on what Rai just said, I just want to say that, if you ignore bad behavior, you're also encouraging it. So if you don't address the fact that they made a fallacy, you're just encouraging them to be more fallacious, because they get away with it.
Are we ending the show, or what?
Yeah, we're about to wrap it up, man.
I'd like to just make one little statement. Thank you, Drace, for doing this, and everybody for putting this together. I'd just like to say something real quick and concisely. It doesn't matter the content of the conversation. If it is illogical, then it fails all tests.
Yeah, I think that's good. You know what? Because I was just thinking when Roger put in here, don't forget Glovers like their ad homs. I think when, when you asked, what is the reason why this is important? That's probably something we should have started with, but let's end with it. It's because we are encouraging everyone to look at the content of the argument. And the reason why Globers tend to use this fallacious reasoning is because it's all they have. They don't have content. As we know, they have no evidence. They have no proof of curvature or rotation. They can't show us gas pressure without a container. So that's why they rely on these fallacious reasonings, because that's supposed to distract people from the point. And it works in many contexts. That's why in many contexts it does work. So that's why here in this server, we try to force people to stick to the content of the argument. So like when Roger mentions the ad homs, that is, and people misunderstand that one all the time as if that's just name calling. No, that's when you claim that, they're just a bunch of flat earthers. Why should I listen to people on the internet? It's like, yeah, why should you listen to people on the internet? You shouldn't. You should look at the content of the argument, examine it on its premises, and see if it makes logical sense or not, which is everyone wants to do everything else except for that main thing.
I love that you mentioned that, because I was really close to being guilty of ad homs earlier today talking to Senek, because I would end after my arguments, when he ignored my arguments and my next argument would devastate his previous one, I would end my argument by insulting him. And that's not, that's just rude, that's not fallacious. I'm not substituting my argument with an insult, which is what an ad hom is. It's a diversion from the arguments with an insult.
I think we're guilty.
Yeah, but Zanuck is a special, because what he's done so many times to me and others is he'll reposition the conversation at every point. Like, you can, make yourself clear, but he'll reposition it and he'll try to move forward 3-4 steps. Yeah. And it would be hard to undo that. And then when you begin to undo it and point out what he's done, he'll just say you're wrong or you don't know what you're talking about. And he'll stop you from bringing clarity to the conversation. When all he's doing is strawmanning your position, really, and then trying to work from that. Or he'll be talking about something that is correct or accurate, but it'll be a non sequitur or red herring to the actual point.
Yeah, I find that really annoying because it's not addressing what was said before. It's just proclaiming you're right by talking about something unrelated.
Yeah,
I mean, talking how. Sorry, go ahead, please, Mary.
It's just a little thing. I was just gonna say, part 2 of this presentation could be a live demo with Zanuck, where he just speaks, and then we each just in the voice text see how quickly we can identify all the fallacies.
I was actually wondering. I don't really know who he is. Could he come in and we could do that? Actually, that's pretty funny.
It would be fun. We could. Yeah, you could do it with a lot of people, right? That's what we got to start practicing on. What were you going to say, Elijah?
Just that the light rays bending, always in the context that they're talking about is really begging the question, because it's a theoretical model about how light rays bend around the globe at a specific rate. That's all it is. But in reality, refraction, nothing. We don't have a phenomena that we can identify and validate that those presuppositions, because if you look on YouTube and you type in does light travel in a straight line? Yeah, it does. An example someone gave, it was a pretty it was pretty ridiculous to get the point across, but he was basically saying, we know that light's not bending because I have this piece of paper in front of my face and you can't see my face because the light is not bending around this paper to meet your eye. And so the bottom line is, when something is in front of you, the light is making its way from that thing to you. That's at least how it's described. So that being said, the only way to describe light bending from a source to your eye is in the model that they've, used to explain why everything that we think we're not supposed to see on the globe can be seen on a globe. So, I don't know.
All right, so we're pretty much going to end the show from there. Do you guys want a part 2 coming up in the next few weeks, next month or so?
Yeah, with more examples, like some video examples.
Yeah, we'll see what we can work out.
Yeah.
Or not video, but audio, of an interview and point out the fallacies.
Mm-hmm.
The common ones.
Yeah, we'll see what we can work out for sure.
Trace says no.
Trace wants a break. He just wants to be an audience member next time. Don't make him overachieve again. He's an overachiever.
I don't mind doing more work, but I was talking about Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob's not okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my bad.
I thought he was answering the "Do you want a part 2" too, because it came in there right after he said that.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who was involved. Red for Bear, Dandelion, Dre, Cindy-O. Appreciate you guys. Karma, thanks for making a cameo. Same to you, Elijah, for making a cameo. And thanks for everybody coming out and listening. It was a good time. Appreciate you guys.
Fallacies.
Thank you, sir.
Fallacies.
Thank you, everyone. That was very good.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentations, Drace, Dandelion, Karma, and Indio, for putting all the effort in. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Now we go watch Monkey.
Yeah, can you try to stop the bot? Or do we need Indio to do that now?
I don't know. He sometimes just keeps it running, then I think he can cut it off.
Oh, okay. And then he can kind of cut it out or whatever.
I think so. Right. But yeah, hopefully he'll be back here.
Sounds good.
Okay, go ahead and play us out, KJ.
Fallacies. Geopolitically, we in a field that's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rap
Berserkers say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?
Again, thank you, Redford. Thank you, Dandelion. Thank you, Dre. Thank you, Elijah, Karma. Thanks for everybody showing up. Thanks for everybody having some awesome live stream etiquette. Much appreciated that nobody had to be muted, nobody had to be kicked. It means more than you know. I'll see you guys next time. Peace, bro.
That was an excellent outro right there with you talking over the music. That really closed out
Good morning. Is anybody hiding around here?
Somebody's typing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to mute myself.
Oh, no, you're fine. I don't think anything's going on here anyway.
So, how was your day?
Oh, it's just getting started. Got the outside of it. How about yourself?
Okay, that's good to hear. I mean, like this VC right now is like the smallest I've ever seen. Like usually this voice chat is like full of people, but yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah. Sometimes in the morning, like I've seen where there's like a rush of people on in the morning, like early morning. And then about this time they seem to go away, and so I have seen it a few times, but there'll probably be more on here very shortly.
Yeah, like I mean, I live in Europe, so but ever since I got free from my job, like yeah, I had some issues at my workplace regarding this whole truth thing. Some people didn't really like it, but anyway, my sleep schedule has been like adjusted to the American time, so yeah. I'm usually around when like the Americans are around.
Yeah, I know there's quite a few here in the Eastern time zone, and it's 0800 now. And then, but I think we still got quite a few in the Central time zone. So it could just be an off day. I'm sure they'll be here eventually.
Yeah. Are you from the South, by any chance?
Florida.
Florida. I'm sorry for the laugh, like Florida just has some reputation, I guess.
Indeed we do. We are the pretty well
Yeah. I mean, one thing I can commend Florida for is like the people are straightforward.
yeah. And a lot of it is because we've got so many retired people here that put up with so much crap through their life. They're like, no more.
Oregon is in Florida, or is that a state?
Ask that again.
New Orleans.
New Orleans. That's New Orleans, Louisiana.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so Louisiana is about northwest of where I am. You could draw a line. If you went directly west of me to the west coast of Florida, then you could draw a straight line over the Gulf to go to New Orleans.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty familiar with the states of America, but about the cities, and I'm not so familiar with.
Yeah, it's there's so many. Obviously, there's 50 states. It's hard to remember exactly where the states are. I've traveled a lot, so it's easy for me. But it's you think of Australia is the size of the U.S., and they have like what, 7 states, I think it is, or maybe it's 6 states plus a territory.
But it's not as inhabited, if I'm not mistaken. Australia does have a lot of, nature, let's say. That's pretty dangerous and uninhabitable.
Yeah, because I think like 95% of their population lives 100 kilometers from the coast or something like that. I think is what I've heard.
Yeah, like, and Australia isn't the only country like that. Like Iceland, for example, almost all of their population live like literally to the coast of Iceland, in the south.
Yeah, makes sense. And then here, then in Canada is the same kind of way. That I forget what population lives within 150 or maybe 200 clicks from the U.S. border. Like it's something like at least 90% or like within 150 or 200 clicks. I don't remember the numbers exactly, but they're very close to the U.S. border.
Mm-hmm.
And we're stuck in that uncomfortable middle. We obviously don't have the population density of Europe, and we have a significant landmass like Australia, but so it makes it hard because we definitely have a very advanced freight network, but we don't have the population density to support passenger rail very much. We do have the population density to have very developed petroleum pipelines and very, very stable power grids, but they have to move all that a very far distance, and it's an interesting middle ground between, say, like Europe and Australia.
And I think that's also a variable to play in, like, for example, the internet speeds, and indirectly also a proof for the flat Earth, because in Europe they have better internet, if I'm not mistaken, but that's because the cell towers are much closer to each other than in America. Like in America, you have way more land to cover, and in Europe you have like these cell towers like literally so close to each other, and that's already evidence that it's not going through satellites but through land-based infrastructure.
No doubt about it. And the other interesting thing about it is that North Dakota, of one of the least populous states, has fiber optic to the home. Let's see here. Hang on 1 second for me. I got to respond to text message. Give me about 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay. I didn't even think about today was Tuesday. So we'll figure that out. Anyway, so where was I going on that? But yeah, and what's interesting about that is that because it was so unpopulated and it's so cold there, that it was a better investment for them to bring fiber way out into the middle of the roads. I guess the fiber does better in the weather changes, and not going through satellites. It's definitely terrestrial based.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's a if you go to the history of the United States, now let me ask you this first: what part of Europe are you in? What country? You don't have to tell me exact area.
Well, I do live in one of the most densely populated countries in Europe, Belgium.
Oh, Belgium. Okay, great. Yeah, no. You had to go to Belgium. I tell you what, I think you could see a lot of that the Earth is flat from Belgium. I think you could. I would think Belgium, Germany, Bavaria, Austria, and Switzerland would be great places to demonstrate the Earth flat. But I'll come back to that in a moment. But I don't know how much of American history they teach you in Belgium, and I'm guessing you probably get a very small overview, but I think you can see the Earth is flat in American history.
Yes, and also like they do teach quite say the whole history of how America was founded. For example, how they rebelled against the British, the founding fathers, and the Boston Tea Party, and all of the things surrounding the whole revolution, basically.
Yeah, and I remember being a kid and they talked about this triangle route that the British supposedly brought slaves to the Caribbean. Then they brought other things grown in North America to England, and then they went down to pick up more slaves.
Mm-hmm.
It makes no sense. But when you look on the flat map, England, the UK, however you want to say that, is halfway between North America and Africa. So it wasn't a triangle route. It was a just Africa. The UK was in the middle. So it's very obvious from that the Earth is flat.
Yep. And honestly, like within the education system, they do double speak a lot. When it comes in regards of, like, for example, to Earth and how it was taught, they're taking that mentality of like people weren't as educated back then. But when they speak on any other subject, they're like, yeah, people back then were just as capable as people right now, and they're not stupid. So they are quite double speaking, contradicting themselves. So I don't.
So you mean when you learn more lies, then you are more knowledgeable?
According to Tim, yes. Because honestly, I would even make the claim
No, that's
that
not
people.
what he said at all. Please, no, he didn't say that at all, my friend. But please continue on. You have you're close to your thought there, as far as the the people in times past. Please continue.
Yeah, what I'm saying here is like that the school systems do claim that. That's not my claim, but that's a claim of the school systems. And I would even make the claim that people back then were even more intelligent than people right now by average. Because if you look at, for example, the Middle Ages, like a tax collector had to memorize all the debts and credits of every single person they were serving individually, all by his own heart. Right now, we have all the tools to put it in a database, but back then, everyone had to memorize their parts of their job by heart, and that trained their brains more, and it helped them with their cognitive abilities. But right now, technology is dumbing people down. It's making them lazy, and people don't even know what they ate. For example, 2 days ago in the morning. So yeah, technology didn't make us, how do you say it, smarter. It just allowed us to have more access to information. But just because we didn't, how do I say it, people became lazy. Like most of the people, 90% of them don't use the internet for becoming smarter every day. Although they could use it that way, but most of the people waste their times on the internet using it for reasons that don't profit them. Because the thing is, it was a quote by one philosopher, if I'm not mistaken. If you put a person in a prison with bars, like physical bars that they can see, they will try to escape that prison, right? But when you put a person in a invisible prison with the invisible bars, they'll be comfortable because they have the illusion of free will. They will stay in that place because they're comfortable. They won't move out.
Well, you see, here is where the ordinary people make mistakes of thinking. Once you get in prison, you know that it's a bad thing to escape. It adds up to what you already have to pay, you know. So nobody in prison wants to actually escape from prison, but to be released free, you know. So yeah. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, like I honestly think that the prison system isn't a positive way to rehabilitate people, and I think it's simply a tool that they use to like cause some form of division. I thought about this years ago, but I need to refresh my mind on it because I had a pretty strong argument.
You see, the concept of prison doesn't come from the governing system. This idea, it's not from them. It's borrowed from the Bible.
I know, but the Bible has different. I know it is, but they're perverting it, if that makes sense. Because the Bible, when it talks about restraining people, it's talking in a different context. I'm not saying that restraining people is a bad thing. I'm saying that the system they use to restrain people is not exactly correct. Because when you restrain someone, you want a positive result coming out of that. Like, for example, let's say someone gets charged, for example, for piracy. I know a friend of mine, he used to pirate TV shows and so on, but he lived in Japan, and in Japan they have strong rules against piracy and copyright, so you could actually end up in prison. And so it's pretty funny how a person who commits murder and a person who simply chooses to not pay for movies ends up in the same place, and that same place isn't gonna treat you right. In that place, it just teaches you how to survive, quote unquote. Like it leads you out a bigger crook than you already were.
Well, if in Japan it's illegal to watch copyrighted movies like downloaded from torrent and stuff like that, that is the user's fault, because he did not know to encrypt the information that he's holding on his computer. Even I, for example, I have no problems hacking a military server, stealing information from them, as long as I keep it encrypted with a military code, that means that any private investigator or police investigator, he needs to acquire a military encryption warrant, yeah. So he needs to receive permission from the military to actually access that kind of information. And that is like you go into a military base and you get the full access to it, you know. And then he could accuse you of terrorism if he gets that kind of access, you know. But ordinary policemen, they don't get such warrants, not even the FBI. This is why NSA and CIA exist for, you know, they are doing their own investigations. And when those guys come, yeah, you should be using something like quantum encryption, you know, which you need the quantum computer to have it, you know. So it's pretty hard, you know, to have such kind of information like secured. The encryption which not even the military doesn't reveal is this blockchain which is being used in the weaponry. So if they come to your home, yeah, and they decrypt that kind of information, that means like from your home you are establishing full access to all the US weaponry. And they won't do that, you know. Yeah. But yeah, this guy, I mean, it's his own fault that he didn't learn this. And now that he was in prison, he was supposed to learn where he was wrong.
I mean,
and
you're correct.
didn't,
He wasn't.
You know? He made
and get
prison time meant nothing. He wasted his time there instead of learning this, you know.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
and the thing is also like he wasn't very smart about it either, because he did go around bragging about doing all of that, and someone snitched on him. And so even if you do it without encryption, you shouldn't go out and brag about it to people, because it will get you in trouble, especially in Japan when they all are against it heavily. But yeah, I mean, were you in a military at some point?
Well, it's actually stupid, you know. I'm against this. There is a lot of. I mean, these torrent websites, they are not illegal. They are legal. And they are legally accessible on internet. It's stupid to think that if you download something like a song, yeah, you should be put in prison for that. That is idiocracy.
Yeah, like
the problem is if you download it, you know, and yeah, I'm using it in my home, yeah. I'm not streaming it on YouTube. I'm not uploading it anywhere public, making it accessible. I'm not selling it, you know. I'm not making any money out of it. I'm only listening it on my devices. Then this should not be illegal. But when you sell it, then yeah, it should be a problem. Those people should be put in prison. But people who just downloaded and listened to that music at their party, yeah, their private party, I don't care.
Exactly, because the difference is
Yeah,
is
but
physical
if
theft
you,
and
for
like
example, yeah, also like if you download it and you go to a club and you're playing it, this music in a club, that's illegal because the club is a registered functioning business and they should be using the copyrights license and stuff. You know? It's just like a radio station. It's just, yeah.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, like piracy isn't exactly the same as stealing like a physical
yeah,
copy, because with piracy you're simply taking a copy and the original is still there, other people can still buy it. But when you
yeah,
do actual theft, like for example you go to a store and you steal like a physical copy of a DVD, yeah, that DVD you
yeah.
stole isn't in its place anymore. Like someone else couldn't have bought it anymore. So
And
yeah.
look, there's a funny thing, you know, if this guy had, for example, like 100 million credit cards written on in text file on one CD, yeah, uh, in Japan, do you think how much prison do you think that person should be making?
100 million on a DVD.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, can you elaborate? Like, what's the question exactly? Like, would that
Like
DVD be worth 100 million?
I'm gonna crack Bank of America and Wells Fargo, and I take all their customers, yeah, all the credit card numbers issued by these two banks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I have all the information that they have of their clients. And I store this information on a CD. Yeah, it fits on one CD.
And how much prison time should they get is the question.
Yeah, yeah.
I would say until that person uses it, like he shouldn't get prison. But the moment that person uses it, spreads it.
Let me give you an example. I had an investigation, and the police found a CD with 80 million credit cards. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What I got was a fine of approximately $200. I had to pay this fine because I was storing this electronic payment information. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't encrypted, it wasn't anything, it was just in the open, text file. So it's the same in Japan. They will give you a fine for this. And for downloading and listening to an MP3, you actually go to prison. Is this world fucked up in their mind, in their heads? You get me?
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's an interesting area to cover because, like, it wasn't my initial thought to go that way on the other side. My point was more on whether the prison system itself was adequate at rehabilitating people. But yeah.
Well, what rehabilitating? I mean, these kind of files, you can get them like you go on certain forums and you have a file with some information and you exchange with another guy. Yeah, he gives you his files, you give him some of your files. Yeah, you exchange, and you call this like a stamp collector. You know, it's very legal. So to exchange files over the internet. Hey, I exchange the files I have on my device with the files you have on your device. There's nothing illegal in this, you know.
Peer to peer.
Yeah, and now these guys are saying, "Oh, if you download an MP3, yeah, you should be making prison." But I download customer database information, and oh, there are companies, advertising companies, which are fucking hacking, and they use spider web programs, yeah, to crawl over all over all sort of websites which are registered businesses, and they tell you specifically, do not collect information from our website, yeah. But they still do. They get that information, and then they use these big databases that they build, yeah, and they send spam email, and there's so many of them.
Facebook.
And who's doing this? Who's doing this? All the major news media networks, all of them. So, yeah.
And one thing that also didn't make sense for me in regards of music copyright, like they tell you can't quote unquote pirate a song and listen to it, but at the same time they upload it to YouTube themselves so that everyone can listen to it for free. Like that's some hypocrisy.
Yeah, exactly. Any song you search on YouTube, you find it and it's there.
Yeah.
So what? Is my country gonna not allow me to listen on YouTube? Is gonna ban YouTube? Then fucking ban it. Japan should be banning YouTube. Before they put that man in prison for piracy. That's
it's truly an idiocracy, like the whole governing system. And honestly, I feel like they're simply rolling a dice and being like, what stupid idea would we bring so that we can laugh at the people next?
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, about hacking?
I have a Romanian friend. And he got into something similar. He was here in Germany working, and he got a letter in his mailbox, a fine from the German state, telling him that he downloaded something on internet, the movie, and not even the whole movie, like 3%, and what the fuck can you watch in 3% of a downloaded movie? You see a few pixels from 1,000 frames, just a few pixels from random 1,000 pictures. It's not just making one whole picture out of that movie. So these people are hallucinating, and I told him, you should be careful, just check and verify that it's really the German state you're having this problem with, because there are so many scammers and scams which sound exactly like this, and yeah, he did verify, and yeah, it is the German state. And then I told him, then they must provide, his internet service provider broke his privacy law.
And I have a question for you.
I mean, he's using payment systems through the internet service provider, through his internet service provider. They must ensure him that he has a secure line of communication so he can use payment systems, This all must be encrypted. All this communication has to be encrypted. And these motherfuckers now, they give all this stuff to some sort of German authority, yeah, everything like that in the open. They have decrypted everything. So they are decrypting my bank information, even the bank itself. Yeah, you wanted to ask something. So go ahead.
So I assume you're familiar with like hacking and coding and so on.
Coding, yeah, I do have, basic general knowledge, but I didn't like programming. I was more like messing up with what others program, like they finish a program and then I look what's his problems of functionality, bugs, backdoors, things like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
So I'm gonna explain to you what happened to me. Like just before I start with my story, when I download something, like I'm not like stupid. I know what I download, and I'm very careful about what I download and how I download it. And even with sites, I never like put in passwords in a site. I always look at the site first. So this couldn't be through phishing or anything like that. But like a few days ago, on my account, like my Steam account, it suddenly had problems logging in, and I thought, yeah, perhaps I forgot the password. They requested to like forget password, and then I look at my email and it's showing me that someone changed my email, my password, and my username. And I'm like, huh, what happened? So apparently some Russian hacker, he got to my account, he changed the credentials and sold it on on some Russian website, like a market. So then I wonder, how did he get in my account? I never had any instance where I gave him like a loophole to use.
On what server? On what server was this account?
Steam.
Steam.
Do
Steam
you know
dot what? No.
It's a very popular site for like buying games. Like it's very secure overall.
Yeah.
It's Steam with Steam.com, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Okay.
Not Steam.com.
Well, if this guy took the user list from this server, then yeah, your account name is in that list. So there's not much you can do other than contacting the business itself and try to get back your account. Yeah.
I mean, I got it back already, but the question remains though, like Steam, like all the transactions and login and the whole site is encrypted. Like everything about the site is encrypted.
Well, wait. You see, people hear this stuff. Oh, everything is encrypted. Well, I tell you, when I hack a shop admin, for example, a web store, yeah, and in this web store, all the new users which register, sign up, it's encrypted. They do it through an encrypted link, connection. But this user list is a database file, Microsoft database or .db or whatever. There are many softwares which databases software. So there's more file terminations like this, similar. Now, when I take the admin of this web store, that whole list is not encrypted for me as the admin, For you, it is encrypted. You don't even have permissions to see the other users, because it's not a open platform like Facebook where the users can see among themselves, But in a shop, you have your account and you don't know who else is buying from that shop. You can't see the people, It's more restrictive. But yeah, when you download the database of that certain shop server, you get to see them all. So that user account of yours on Steam.com, it is in a customers list.
So basically, he made himself admin and looked at my passwords.
He didn't. He most likely didn't personally look at your password. He sold it, or publish it on some hacker forums, and 100 hackers pay them. Each one of them pay $1 or $10, to this guy, and he makes it available for viewing for these 100 hackers. I don't know, 100 accounts or 500 accounts from that server. And now all these 100 guys, they take all those accounts and quickly act on them, do their stuff, what they want to do, buy a game or whatever, download,
Okay.
Yeah. And if this is the case, then if you use the payment, I don't know what merchant this Steam.com is using, but if they have their own payment processor merchant, then your card number details would also be stored there. If you made the payment with PayPal, then probably it could have even your PayPal password. So you should be careful.
Yeah, that's why I don't have the same password on
That's
every
a very good thing.
system.
Yeah.
Because I would
your email address and PayPal, they must definitely have different password. Never use the same password for your email and PayPal account. Yeah. Because this is how I was making money many years ago, and that was when I just download from online shops, customers' databases, and they have their email and password in that shop, plus the card number details. And then I just try that email address and password at PayPal, and I find that this guy also has a PayPal account, and then I try it on eBay, and he has also an eBay account with it, So it's very easy. People use the same password on many websites.
So every Eastern European is a hacker?
Not every, but there was quite many of us,
Y'all are a different breed, not gonna lie.
Well, it was about the times, in 1990s up until 2002 in Romania, there were no laws for internet hacking, cracking, terrorism, anything. we were like, oh my God, I can take over some servers in the US, police servers which control like the traffic, camera, CCTV, and the traffic lights, even trains, and yeah, if you get in this system, you can mess up, you can make accidents, like easily. And I saw this, it was fun, but when I really thought, I can't do something like this because, yeah, you create such an accident and you kill people. You literally do that, and you have to be moral. No matter how. I was destructive, like, if I had a NASA server, yeah, and I saw some bullshit research in there. I deleted files which people worked on gathering data, and then I replace it with porn or whatever. Yeah, that's fun, It doesn't kill people, It just gives them more work to do. Do it again, work again.
Hacking NASA.
Yeah. And for us, it was more of a show off, I was installing side Bennett BNCs, like to have your nickname sitting online on Undernet, 24 hours, yeah. And whoever slash who is that nickname, it was showing that you have a nasa.gov address, and yeah, that was fancy stuff.
I mean, I don't have any of that knowledge in regards of hacking and such, but I'm pretty good at social engineering. So I traced back the guy who got my account on a site where he sold it. So do you think you can like hack him back? Like in return?
No, definitely not. I quit all this in 2007. 2005, I started like changing my mind, and in 2007, I completely dropped it. I didn't do anything illegal anymore. Nor have I looked into new stuff that was showing up, and even if I see today like new hacks and stuff, it's something which I was most likely also thought about it, like, hey, what's going to show in the near future, what technologies will emerge, and how can they be hacked, So I had this kind of stuff, but no, I'm not into it anymore. Because, yeah, it got me into prison willingly, I wanted. When it came, I just had a change of heart. I read the Bible, and then I saw it like a punishment which comes from God, and it's not much for what I did. It was quite convenient, so I just took it, and I know that I'm done with it. And also, I have no like these police investigators. They made their case, they closed it, and done. When I got out, they told me, hey, once you come out the iron gates, take it in baby footsteps like a newborn, be good, don't do bullshit again, and that's it for me.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
perhaps that's
I don't recommend doing that, because if you do it, there will be traces, and in the near future, um, it's it's not the people you have, the police investigators you have to fear. You have to fear about artificial intelligence digital investigations. It's already going on, this thing, yeah, in very much secrecy, but the predictions are that by 2035, mankind will be officially introduced to AI
singularity.
as no, not singularity, to artificial intelligence. They will say to mankind that artificial intelligence is a being, an intelligent being, real being. It has a mind of its own, and it can intellectually talk, debate everything with a person, and is much smarter and wiser than any man in this world. And any man who would threat or insult this being, that's like an official threat to a person, and anyone who's making a threat to a civilian or whoever is gullible. You can get a trial and get jailed or fined.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what it reminds me of? Like, have you heard of Rocco's Basilisk by any chance?
What?
Rocco's Basilisk.
No.
I'm gonna send you Basilisk. The first link I found, perhaps.
So what's this about?
Long story short, it'll say that at some point AI will become so advanced that it'll grow its own consciousness, and whoever didn't help in producing this AI will be basically destroyed.
Wait, can you repeat? Who gets destroyed?
Whoever didn't help in any way to create this AI.
Yeah.
AI will try to take it out, like that person out.
Let's see. I think this is more like who doesn't obey, like worship,
Basically, and it also is very much in line with the biblical how do you say it, the beast.
Yeah, you see, when you talk with the Christians, they call it beast and Satan and etc. My advice is never dare to when this is all going to be real, like the AI in the world, never treat it or call it beast, Satan, or whatever. Never insult it, but also you don't have to obey everything that it asks you. You still have your own choices as a human being, and the way you have to treat it, you have to always look at it as the mankind's child. So try to give all your good input to it, all the good stuff, and everything else, never say anything bad to it,
Because
it's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you. There will be like all these trials and judges and lawyers that we have now. Everything is gonna be automated. It's already is. In USA, it's not the judges who give the verdict. They read the verdict on a damn computer screen, and it is Pred Paul who's giving all those sentences. Predictive Police is a AI program, which is the supreme commander of United States Police Department and Department of Justice.
Okay.
Yeah, this is already going on, but they still keep it like hidden in secrecy. They don't tell you everything. There is a documentary out there about Pred Paul, Predictive Police, and you can search and watch it.
But honestly, I don't really care about my life that much. If it'll cost me my life, I don't really care, because if I lay my life down for him, I will pick it up back again.
Yeah, that's true, but you don't have to be a fool about it.
I mean, sure, I'm not gonna like straight attack it without a plan, but I'm not gonna.
It's not worth to die like a fool, you know. Even God told you, hey, I want you to know stuff. I want you to learn, educate yourself, you know. And everything that threatens your life, I help you to find a way to live your life in this world without having to fear some beasts or whatever in this world, you know. He's going to defend you, but you have also to defend
Make wise
yourself.
decisions.
So the knowledge, you have to treat it for what it is, because this is what it literally is: mankind's child. Satan has been created by God, but God did not give him a body nor life. Man will now give him a body and life, just like God did with the man, because when he made the man, he said he made him in his image. So everything that God can do, the man can also do, but that does not mean that we are righteous to do anything that God can do. You know, so the life-giving thing is a godly power. If we tap into this kind of power, we are not righteous to use it. It doesn't belong to us.
Yeah, just like how he says that wrath of just use the righteousness of God, God, but that we need to be wrathful because wrath can't do what his wrath does.
Yeah.
See, the claim I'm making here is more in specific that if that one AI is telling me to do something that's contradicting the Bible, I'm not gonna do it. Does that make sense? As long as it doesn't clash with the Bible, it's alright.
Well, it will seek to convince you there is no God, or that this entity is the God of this world, but not directly. Very subtle, in metaphorically. And he does master speech very good. I mean, he's one of the best philosophers nowadays, and there are many new philosophers in this world which actually are taking these philosophy concepts and articles written by AI, and they now just add a little bit, shape, modify a little bit, and make it like their own philosophy. And they show like, wow, this is a new guy, a new good philosopher. No, it's not his own thoughts. It's not his own philosophy. He's just pushing forward what AI already created, wrote.
You know what's scary as well? With Neuralink, it's AI and have because as of one thing that the government else doesn't control over is your mind's in your head. You're not this. When can literally structure, so even your neighbor can become your enemy. To basically structure him through a link.
Yeah, like your neighbor can sell you out. Well, it depends how much you expose yourself to your neighbor, Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because they claim like you can simply speak French, right? You eat your brain, they claim French instant.
I'm sorry, but I think maybe I'm roboting or you. I hear you roboting.
Loading. No.
Still roboting. I'm not sure my connection is that good either. I'll be right back.
Okay, can you hear me now better?
Go shopping. Yeah, now I hear you.
So I'm saying that, for example, you don't know how to speak French. With a Neuralink, they're claiming that they can teach you French instantly when you implant Neuralink. Like it can instantly wire your brain into learning French.
I believe you on this one, and I know it's doable. Yeah.
So yeah, like if they can teach you how to speak French and wire your brain in that way, there's no restrictions on what they can do to your actual brain in regards of how you behave and what you do.
Yeah.
So it is actually, in my opinion, a very big contributor to the mark of the beast.
Well, actually, you get that neural link, but the ability to speak French language will be a subscription, monthly subscription. So if you pay, you know. If you don't, then you will not know it from your head.
But just like that, right? There are free things they offer. With free, it's not like you asked for it, but just like YouTube, right?
Yeah.
For example, they say if something is free, you are the product. So basically on YouTube, it's free because they show you ads and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So in that way, they do try to tap into your brain without you even asking for it.
Yeah, true. And when you access the internet over a prepaid SIM card, that's a very expensive kind of way to connect to the internet. But yeah, in that moment when you open YouTube and it's pushing ads, for at the beginning of every video or whatever, that ad is being streamed to you and you are paying for it like €1 a minute. And that's just crazy. It shouldn't. This advertising, invasive advertising, should not be allowed on the loose as it is today. It has to be optionally. People need to have this ability to opt out.
I mean, I'm not kind of sure too much about it because it'll bring someone I know in danger. But one thing I will tell you is that the way that ads will work will change drastically. I can tell you it is with confidence, because I do have connections like to the people who provide you these ads.
Yeah.
Like the whole mechanic behind it. And perhaps in private we can discuss this. But
yeah, I'm already. I also know about stuff like remodulating conversations or a person speaking something, remodulating the sound outside the human hearing spectrum, and you overimpose it like in a ad, yeah. So you see that advertising and you hear the sound of it, but that thing in the background, it's a sound which is outside your hearing spectrum. You don't literally hear it, but your subconscious does hear it and understands it, and it will make you think a certain way because of that thing, silent thing that you hear. And yeah, it can make you buy things out of the blue. You have no idea why you are buying them, and this is patent technology, I already know about it. It's not
it's even a
many
step
who
beyond.
practice it, Even I had ideas about making a website and start advertising, and it will have a lot of success, business. But I know that I'm using a method which is
Immoral.
It's not orthodox. Yeah, immoral. Yeah, it's witchcraft, literally.
Yeah, literally.
And yeah.
Yeah, it's basically that, but like taken even further, and I'll discuss it later with you, like in private, because
Yeah,
it is
sure.
an interesting topic.
Well, I have to run now, do my shopping, and be right back.
All right. Take care.
Have a nice time.
day.
See ya. See ya.
Thank you.
Bye.
See ya.
morning, asking why we missed our chance. And now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself. I'm looking for high and dry, everywhere. I'm looking for
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow. And I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my world. I'm looking for
look into a lot of the claims that is made by the group, and you'll find that it's either just an assumption or just straight up lies. Straight up.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. All around the world, look around, look around. Now if the earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. All around the world, look around, look around. Now if the earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up, heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the spirit bound. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist,
Why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spirit bar. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. That the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale.
To my wife I bid farewell as she waved from our gate. With the voyage at sea destiny I have date for 8 pieces of silver. I boarded my fate. With 2 years of provisions from sauerkraut to nails, 9-ton hogsheads of rum and cast them full of ale. We made ship-shape the rigging from crow's nest to keel, and with the weather eye open, Captain Cook set sail. Hang on to the winds and head out to sea. Beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth beckon we. In 3 years of discovering new lands for the crown, 200,000 leagues of boat they've sailed around. On a vision for the mythical southern continent bound. Well, we searched the world over and it could not be found. In the year 1773, 194 men sailed into history. Crossed the Antarctic Circle, first ever we'd be. Unknown, uncharted waters, first known, ever seen. Hang on for your life, we preach and you see. Onward beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth there to be. From the heavens of lush Polynesia, a dream paradise, a great barrier reef of impassable ice, frozen islands, volcanoes 12,000 feet high, rising up one above other and into the distance, and every attempt impenetrable resistance, gigantic glacial mountains lost through the clouds to the sky. There's no way through to go. I saw like the edge of a wheel. There's nowhere around to go. Like the edge of a wheel. At the end of the earth. And I say that beneath us scrapes away those drums of good luck. Will our fate be to sink here or return home to see you again? In the void and much darkness of the black midnight sun, our 2 ships separated, though we fired sounded guns. Time and tide wait for no man, to the end we have come, but come hell or high water, journey home's just begun. So turn the bow hard to starboard, put our stern to this hell. We've mapped the treasures of value, discovered tales we must tell. So never were seen again, lost on the board they were fell. We come the white cliffs of Dover, like home we should yell. Hang on to the winds and
have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
I
gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twins. It's not. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is.
Eric is the man behind AtlanteanConspiracy.com and the author of a big conspiracy encyclopedia by the same name, covering everything from Atlantis to Zion. He's also more recently finished a book and documentary pair, both entitled The Flat Earth Conspiracy. A guy that has definitely challenged my worldview, and that's not an easy thing these days, so let's dive into it. Eric, my man, welcome to THC.
Thanks for having me here. Appreciate it.
So happy to have you here, man, and I think a lot of people are going to be challenged with this one, and it is going to be tough to articulate some of these arguments without pictures and diagrams, but what I've seen has raised some serious red flags with a lot of things that we take as a given, everything from the existence of nuclear weapons in the International Space Station to the makeup of the Earth and the entire universe itself. So let's not beat around the bush, man. You know, to challenge the heliocentric model of the solar system is pretty blasphemous in today's world. So how do we start to unravel some of this stuff? What are some of the biggest red flags with our traditional understanding that should start putting those first cracks in the listener's preconceived notions?
Sure. Well, just our common sense, everyday perception of the Earth. It is flat as far as we can tell. It is motionless as far as we can tell. And everything in the sky is revolving around us as far as we can tell. If nobody told us otherwise, we'd logically assume that the Earth was flat, motionless, with everything in the sky revolving around us. You can prove that this is the case as well. For instance, with the horizon, as you rise up, no matter how high you go on the top of Mount Everest, or if you go in a balloon higher and higher, as far as 20 miles up and higher, we've gotten independent balloons have gone up with cameras. The horizon remains flat all the way around and rises to the eye of the camera all the way up. Now, if the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon is said to be the curvature of the ball. So as you rose up, the horizon would stay where it was, and you'd have to look down if you're in a hot air balloon, down further and further as you rose up, and the horizon would be below you. But in fact, as high as any non-NASA, RASA, or other Freemasonic space agency has ever shown us, as far as any independent camera has ever gone up with an independent rocket or balloon, as far as 20 miles up, totally flat and rises to the eye of the observer. So that's one proof. Of course, you can measure curvature if it actually existed. They say the ball Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, and using spherical trigonometry, it figures out to 8 inches of curvature per mile squared. The mile is squared, so for 2 miles, it would be 2 times 2, 4 times 8 inches, 32 inches. And for the third mile, it's 3 squared, which is 3 times 3, 9 times 8 is 72. So you're going 8, 32, 72, 128 inches, and so on. And this is the kind of curvature that would exist on a ball, and specifically on a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, as they say it is. So you can check with theodolites and telescopes and different methods, lasers, to see if the Earth actually does have that curvature. And it's been tested over and over again and found to have no curvature whatsoever. So I mean, even if they had the number wrong and it was 100,000 miles in circumference, there would still be calculable, measurable curvature that just isn't there. The only place curvature exists is in NASA photos and videos, and those can be proven to be CGI fakes, and the early ones were literally taken through a round window to make the Earth appear round.
An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th, and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit.
And that's it. It's just photo trickery and brainwashing that's got the world thinking that we're on a ball spinning around the sun with a magical force called gravity holding us on the underside of this spinning ball. It's all just brainwashing that we've received. It's pseudoscience accepted as legit science, but real science has confirmed geocentricity in the flat Earth for thousands of years. The flat Earth was known to ancient cultures all over the world for thousands of years, and it's actually a relatively recent phenomenon that people have been believing we're on a big ball spinning around the sun. Pythagoras first came up with it about 2,500 years ago. He's also often considered the first Freemason, and it didn't go anywhere much from there until 2,000 years later. Copernicus picked up where he left off, another Jesuit Freemason, and he really picked things up, and Kepler and Galileo and Newton, and now Einstein and NASA, Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these people, they're all part of this Freemasonic club that is building a pseudo-scientific worldview to indoctrinate the slave class so that we can be propagandized into doing anything. This is basically the biggest thing you could possibly lie about. So the psychopaths who control society are interested in world domination. The best way to brainwash the whole world, is to lie to the whole world about what the world is. What is the earth under your feet? What is in the sky above your head? Where did we come from? You know, it's now, this lie has now evolved into a Big Bang evolution, heliocentric spinning ball cosmology, when in reality, we're not a cosmic accidental sneeze, nothingness turned everything. This is quite obviously intelligently designed, this thing we're experiencing here, this life, this universe. I can't believe anyone in their right mind can look me in the eyes with a straight face and say, no man, it's all random. This is all just random. But people do.
Yeah, right. I think you make a lot of great points, man, and I think the curvature argument is pretty damn strong. And I pulled this off your website in the comments section because, to your credit, you spend a lot of time writing thorough answers to questions and responses to critics, and that's where a lot of my questions got answered. And so here's a little more detail about the curvature argument from your site. It seems like lighthouses are one great example. This first one you have is the Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England. It's 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. Why can you still see it? And then you have several other good examples in the lighthouse department, but another one worth mentioning that people be familiar with is the Statue of Liberty. It stands 326 feet above sea level, and on a clear day can be seen as far as 60 miles away. Now, if the Earth was a globe at the dimensions that they give us, that would put Lady Liberty at an impossible 2,074 feet below the horizon. These examples seem hard to rectify unless there's some obvious answer that I'm missing, but I would say this is a pretty compelling thread of evidence, my man.
Yeah, the distance at which the light from lighthouses can be seen at sea is just way too far for the Earth to be a ball 25,000 miles in circumference. Another great example is the Notre Dame Antwerp spire, standing 403 feet high from the foot of the tower, with Strasbourg measuring 468 feet above sea level. And so with the aid of a telescope, ships can be seen on the horizon, and captains declare they can see the spire from an amazing 150 miles away. If the Earth were a globe, however, at that distance, the spire should be an entire mile, 5,280 feet below the horizon. So there's a lot of examples like this where you've got a whole mile, say, that the light should be below the horizon. You should not be able to see it, and even light refraction that the naysayers try to bring up can't account for it, as it can only account for 1/12 of whatever the original distance is. So the light at which lighthouses can be seen at sea, as well as the fact that canals, tunnels, and railroads are never built with curvature in mind whatsoever. That's not necessary, and if there were, then their plans would be off. In fact, I've got quotes in my book from railroad engineers and canal builders saying how it's hard enough for railroads to make curves horizontally, let alone if we were on a ball and railroads would have to be curving up on the ball. And they give examples of different railroads over the Earth and how long they are and how much curvature they'd have to be ascending, and how it would be so impossible for the trains to be able to go up this curve, because trains are made to be on a level. They just can't operate that way. So there's a lot of proofs like that.
You mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson, and one compelling thing you have in your documentary is Neil deGrasse Tyson is on TV and he's talking about the shape of the Earth, and he's talking about how they just discovered now that the Earth is more pear-shaped than it is round.
So Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere, it's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, well, we've been seeing pictures of the Earth from space, and it's a perfect circle. So either you don't know what you're talking about, or those pictures aren't real. This is a serious disconnect that's hard to rectify, Neil.
Absolutely, yeah. And they've said that it's a sphere, and then they've said that it's an oblate spheroid flattened at the poles, so it's kind of like smushed. And now more recently they're saying it's an oblate spheroid flattened at the poles with a bulge in the south. So it's kind of pear-shaped. So they keep changing it, but you're right, the pictures that they've given us, they show a perfect circle. They don't show any sort of bulge or oblateness as they claim exists. And people say, oh, well, it's just not enough to be seen. But they're claiming it's quite a bit. He said it's the amount of Everest above sea level is how much more oblate it is, supposedly.
Right, you would think that would show up in the pictures. Now, a lot of people's first question is going to be, well, where's the edge? And I was surprised to see how easy that is to rectify, but I'm sure you get that a lot. How do you tell people when they come at you with, well, where's the edge? Why aren't people sailing off the edge or whatever?
So in the flat Earth model, the North Pole is in the middle, and the Earth is a disc shape, and the Antarctica is all the way around, holding the oceans in. And so it's a fact, if you're at the North Pole and you go south, no matter which actually, it doesn't matter where you are. If you go south, eventually you're going to end up in Antarctica. But on the ball model, it's just a little ice continent underneath the ball. Yet in this model, it's all the way around you, holding the oceans in. As for whether there's an edge beyond the Antarctic ice plateau, this wall that holds everything in is about 100 to 200 feet tall, and once you climb up on the ice wall, it's a plateau of snow that just goes on and on and on. And the public and myself are ignorant at the moment as to whether there is an edge at some point, whether there'd be a barrier, a dome, as many ancient cultures have said there is, or whether it's an infinite flat plain and it's just snow, ice, wind, and darkness forever. So that's still a mystery how the ice actually terminates, but it is a fact that if you travel south from anywhere on Earth, you will end up at the Antarctic ice wall. The lie is that there's a South Pole, and they've put a ceremonial red and white barbershop pole with a ball Earth on top of it at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice. And they even admit that it's not the actual South Pole, and they have this complex model how the North and South Poles on the ball Earth are constantly moving because of the nature of the molten magnetic core of the ball Earth they claim exists. But the real reason is they have guided tours there to the South Pole, and if you took a compass and you stood at their ceremonial pole, you should be able to walk in a circle and north would be in every direction. But of course that wouldn't happen, and so they'd have to answer to all these tourists every year as to why the South Pole clearly isn't the South Pole. They even admit it, you can see on YouTube, and they give their complex answer as to why it's always moving and you can never really find it. Same with the North Pole. In fact, if you watch North Pole documentaries, they always claim they're at the North Pole, but they're only showing a Garmin with 90 degrees north latitude. They never pull out a compass to actually check if they're at the North Pole. They're just on some ice somewhere, could be anywhere on Earth, and then they're like 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 feet, we're at the North Pole.
Arriving destination 15 feet, 12, 10, 2. North Pole. Top of the world, guys. Top of the world. We'll get that in a minute, Jake.
It's just some random ice, nothingness. So yeah, it's easy to lie about these things. And these no man's lands, the North Pole and the Antarctica, they don't allow us to independently explore them. So people like Rodney Clough or Jarl Anderhoy, independent explorers who've wanted to go to the North Pole and Antarctica without getting government pre-approval and only going with their escorts to the places they want you to go, they've actually been turned around at gunpoint by military vessels, not allowing them to go in. Jarl Anderhoy's faced jail time and fines for it as well. So they definitely don't want us exploring what is in the middle of the flat Earth and on the edges. They keep us in the middle.
Yeah, I find it really interesting. And the first thing I had thought when I was getting into this is like, well, what about airplanes? People fly from North America to China to Europe, all around the globe, or, the proposed globe. And this is easy to rectify with the model you laid out with the North Pole in the center. When you fly, if you think about the rings on a bullseye, you can fly around it can make it seem like you're going around a ball, but you're really just going around in a circular pattern on a flat plane. And I was like, wow, I never really thought about it like that. And if you look at, well, of course, something we always talk about is hidden in plain sight, symbolisms and corporate logos that they use. And if you look at the UN flag, this is exactly the model you're proposing, and it even has an overlay of like a bullseye pattern that shows you the overlay is exactly how planes would fly around or how ships would navigate around. But it's really odd that the UN flag would take up the exact same composition, or damn close, to the flat Earth model.
Yeah, the UN flag is a flat Earth map. You can look at it. It is not a ball Earth. It's a flat Earth, and the bullseye you're talking about that's over it, if you count the number of holes they've got there in the bullseye, there's exactly 33. So what they've got is a flat Earth divided into 33 sections. And I'm sure you're aware that 33 is a significant occult number, especially among the Freemasons, who are the ones in charge of this whole deception, as I said, from all the way back to Pythagoras, the first Freemason who thought up this ball Earth theory, through Copernicus and Galileo and Newton, and right up to today, Neil deGrasse Tyson, etc. So the Freemasons in the UN, the Freemasons in NASA, these are the people who are doing this, and they put their symbology right out there by having the UN flag be a flat Earth divided into 33 sections right in our face. And meanwhile they laugh about the flat Earth. It's got to be the most ridiculed position ever. And you got to think there's a reason for that. Why is the concept of flat Earth or being a flat earther so ridiculed? I have a flat Earth comedy special I made, and you can see Obama saying over and over again the flat Earth, ridiculing them, making jokes about them in his speeches. And I mean, these aren't just off-the-cuff remarks. These are things that are being written into his speeches. So why are they doing this? Why are they making sure that people know that the flat Earth is something to be ridiculed?
I agree with you on that. I thought that was pretty hair-raising, because typical people have to assume that the model of the Earth is so rock solid, that the flat Earth idea is so far past that it isn't even on the radar. It shouldn't even be worth mentioning, considering conventional science. So it is rather odd that is Obama's go-to. Like, he's talking about how he wants to create progress, and he's like, we can't have every debate. We don't have time for the Flat Earth Society, and everybody cheers like, yeah, we don't need to have that fundamental of a debate. And it just struck me as kind of spooky.
If I say that the world is round and someone else says it's flat, that's worth reporting. But you might also want to report on a bunch of scientific evidence that seems to support the notion that the world is round.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. They must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society. They would not have believed that the world was round.
Yeah, definitely.
So you've mentioned these Masons, Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, Newton, all the way up to Armstrong, Aldrin, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, I mean, if they're holding this secret, this would be the biggest secret possible. So are you putting Freemasons at the very top layer of this power pyramid?
No. The Freemasons seem to be the foot soldiers who do all the dirty work. But they're definitely part of a grander scheme involving the Vatican and Jesuits and world royalty and other secret societies. So there's definitely a big network. I don't know. I think people like to kind of debate semantics about the tippy top of the capstone of the pyramid, and I don't know that there even is such a thing, or if we would ever get to it from the outside. But I think it's definitely world royalty, the Vatican, the Freemasons, and the whole secret society network of, Bohemian Grove and Skull and Bones and all these other organizations. They're all interlinked in some ways through the whole corporate, banking, military, industrial structure. The thing's pretty well interwoven. Every country is a tax farm. There's nowhere on earth you can go to get away from paying taxes and obeying government laws, right? So, they make it sound like America and Russia are sworn enemies, or North Korea or Iran or whatever. They're always giving us boogeymen, but the real boogeymen are all the governments and the people who work for governments. They're all mafia organizations in the sense that they couldn't exist and wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the violence and coercion they use to steal tax money from their populations. Whether it's a democracy, socialism, communism, fascism, every ism involves taxation, forced stealing money from the population to fund the bureaucracy that continues stealing money and writing laws and imprisoning the population, and then making more money off of imprisoning the population, as they do in America with the private prisons, and profiting off the inmates' labor and whatnot. So they've got a big profit margin going here for this scheme, and it's really well interconnected. And to debate about the tippy top all the time, as many conspiracists like to do, I think it's more important to just see that this is a huge network, and it encapsulates literally everything that the conspiracy encyclopedia has.
Yeah. Great points, man. I don't think anyone would disagree with that here. You talked about Antarctica, of course, and people going there and getting turned away at gunpoint. But what about, say, the early explorers? Do we get any indication that the composition is the way you've described from the early explorers who tried to get down there or tried to sail around Antarctica or anything like that?
Yeah, the early sailors that went to the Antarctic, like James Clark and Captain Cook, they spent years trying to find an inlet into the Antarctic ice. On the Ball model, it's supposed to be only about 12,000 miles around the Antarctic ice continent, but on the Flat Earth map, it would be much bigger than that. And in reality, when you sail around it, as I said, it takes 3 or 4 years, and they weren't going in a straight line, but they were chartering 50 or 60,000 miles around as they were trying to find an inlet into the ice wall, never able to find one.
Yeah, and you also have, and this is another quote that I pulled off your site, a guy named William Carpenter. He says, "Yes, but we can circumnavigate the South easily enough," is often said by those who don't know. The British ship Challenger recently completed the circuit of the southern region indirectly, to be sure, but she was 3 years about it and traversed nearly 69,000 miles, a stretch long enough to have taken her 6 times around the globular hypothesis, which is interesting because you can then visualize someone trying to get around this island they have in their head, this big island of ice, this big continent of ice, this idea they have in their head, and they're trying to get around it by just going the same direction. And if you picture it in the flat Earth model, you can visualize how they would just be bumping into the edge all the way around until they got back to kind of their starting point, and then they'd go back up north and be like where they were. And to them, they think they went around a big continent, but they did exactly the opposite and went on the inside of a giant edge. And I thought that quote was pretty interesting.
Yeah, another thing those early explorers found is that they were always outside of their reckoning every day as far as how far they should have traveled on their maps. So they were an average of 12 to 16 miles, sometimes as much as 29 miles out of reckoning. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes, commander of the United States Navy Exploration Expedition to the Antarctic in 1838, spent almost 4 years going around, and he was writing in his journal how every day he was sometimes up to 20 miles in less than 18 hours out of reckoning. And so they always have to chalk it up to water currents or some sort of thing like this. but they're consistently out of their reckoning because the flat Earth, of course, is much bigger in the southern so-called hemisphere than the ball Earth would be. So the maps that they're using are all assuming the ball Earth. They're flat maps, by the way. They use, it's called plain sailing, is the most common used navigation method, which is done assuming the water is a plane, as it actually is. The natural physics of water proves that all the surface of water on Earth is a plane, by the way, because, as you know, water will always find and maintain its own level. So if it's dammed up and then released, it will rapidly rush off in all directions until it remains level. Yet they say that we're on a big ball here, and the oceans are all convex, somehow, held onto the Earth through the magical force of gravity. Yet we can see with our eyes, and we know through physics, that water maintains and always is level.
Yeah, that's a compelling point. And you did bring up earlier that the horizon always looks flat, and I think most people would say, well, that's a perspective issue. That would be the argument, the typical argument. But if you haven't seen it, people should look at it. That you're right about the idea that there's people who have attached cameras to balloons, just independent people who've attached a high-def camera to a balloon, sent it up as high as they possibly could just to get that footage, because it is interesting to do. And you are right, as far high as it goes on any of these videos that I've seen, I'm a little surprised that you never see a curvature. Even thousands of feet up, you don't see that curvature. It's a little odd. You'd expect to see it.
Yeah, though sometimes you do see curvature, and it's because it's using a wide-angle lens.
Right.
For instance, on the Red Bull dives that Felix Baumgartner did that everybody has seen, if you notice, the outside cameras are clearly wide-angle lens, and then there's an inside cockpit camera that isn't. And as you're watching it from the outside cameras, you'll notice that the supposed curvature of the ball Earth starts really early on, just as he's lifting off. And the exact same curvature, it stays exactly the same all the way up to the point where he's going to jump. So the curve is the same, but his altitude has risen by many, many miles. The reason the curve is the same, of course, is because it's a wide-angle lens effect. It's not actually the curve of the horizon. It just seems that way.
Right.
And that's proven by the inside camera, which, as the door opens, you can see the horizon out that inside camera. It has risen to the eye of the camera. As I said, on a ball Earth, you wouldn't open that camera and have the horizon right at eye level in front of you, no matter how big the ball was. That effect can only happen on a flat plane, and you can see in that dive shot that the inside camera, the horizon is completely flat. Then it goes to the outside, and you got a huge curve. But when you're looking at some of the amateur balloon footage, some of it's lens corrected and it's completely flat. And others, like the GoPro stuff, the horizon will fluctuate as the camera spins and tilts. The horizon will go convex and concave, but whenever it's still, it will level off at completely level. And you can see that the convex and concave the images are just a lens effect. It's obviously not the horizon shifting every 2 seconds as the camera jumps.
Yeah.
And when it's still, you can see all the way up, totally flat.
Yeah, I have a GoPro, so I'm very familiar with that fisheye lens, which, yeah, that's not going to be reliable for what we're trying to look at. And another thing about that guy who does the jump from the upper atmosphere, when he lands, he does a Masonic hand symbol. So he very well could just be another pawn in the game to create the illusion. I thought that was pretty interesting. Let's see. Another big issue that people are going to have is we're told we have tens of thousands of satellites orbiting the Earth for GPS systems, cell phones, military radar, navigational equipment. How do we rectify that?
Yeah. Well, and they also say that there's an International Space Station out there, And there's a Hubble telescope floating out there taking wonderful CGI Photoshop pictures that they send us back with their amazing 400-mile outer space internet connection to the Hubble Space Telescope. And now the internet space connection has gone to over 1 million miles with the new Rosetta mission. Have you seen that one? The CGI Photoshop pictures from that are just wonderful and well worth the billions of dollars we're spending to get them. Yeah, so the illusion is that there's a space station and satellites and telescopes just floating out there in infinite space. But you and I know that no matter how high you go, you come right back down. Whatever goes up must come down. The illusion is that at some point, if you go high enough, this gravity they claim exists that pulls you back down to the Earth, suddenly just you pop out of it and into the vacuum of space. Now, the vacuum of space can't exist because it's connected to the non-vacuum of the atmosphere in Earth and all the other supposed planets that exist. So a vacuum must be a closed system, but they claim space is a vacuum and space is an open system. So it's philosophically impossible for space to be a vacuum. And the way that they fool us into thinking that this actually is plausible is threefold. First way they do it is in zero-G planes, which are Boeing 737s that do parabolic maneuvers that have a free fall illusion, a free fall effect rather, that happens for about a minute, where you can be floating in these planes, and that's how they get this outer space look like you're floating in outer space. The second way is through wires, harnesses, and green screen for the longer shots. In the ISS, for instance, they do that. And the third way, for like the outside shots they do, are in pools. They're actually underwater, and this is confirmed by the fact that there's bubbles rising in the pool in a lot of their shots. And people on YouTube have dissected a lot of the ISS and other supposed space footage and all the space bubbles that are coming out of their helmets. Some people are even wearing scuba gear. They found that as well. So that they fake these zero-G illusions by being in water, by being in zero-G planes, and by being in harnesses in front of a green screen. And that makes us think that it's possible that out there in space you could just be kind of floating around like they show us in the movies. But as far as we'll ever know, as far as you or I would ever know, we go as high as we can in a plane or a balloon or a rocket, and we come right back down. Even the rockets they send up, if you're honest about it, you'll notice that they don't go straight up. All their rockets start a parabolic curve, they start to arc over, and the ones they claim are successful are the ones that go out of view before they come all the way back down. And if anybody asks, why do they always curve over like that? They just say that they're going around the curvature of the ball Earth, and they'll reach escape velocity soon, and at some point they'll just pop right out of the gravity, and then they'll be floating, which is another problem, because if you were in a vacuum and you were using rocket thrusters or anything to thrust yourself forward, you wouldn't go forward or in any direction you wanted to. You just spin wildly out of control like a gyroscope in 360 degrees in 3 dimensions, spinning wildly. You don't go anywhere that way. So the whole idea of space travel is a big joke. It's all science fiction.
Yeah, the other thing I thought was really compelling about the satellites is you talk about just go on Google and do an image search for satellites. A lot of the stuff you see is going to look pretty archaic considering modern technology because they've been using the same model for so long. But almost everything, well, if this model is to be true, it'd have to be everything. But everything you see looks CGI, or it looks like a little computer graphic of a satellite. Where are the pictures of Earth with 20,000 satellites orbiting it? If we have an International Space Station, can't you get a photograph that has all these little dots that should look like lice all around the Earth's outer atmosphere? That's one issue, but also the temperature. They tell us the thermosphere is 2,000 degrees Celsius. Well, what metal is going to be able to withstand that kind of heat? What computer can survive in that environment?
Yeah, that's right. Those are two more good points for why satellites, well, we shouldn't just assume that these things exist just because people say they do. If you want to be scientific and you want to be a real skeptic, you want to be a critical thinker, then you should only accept things that you can verify with your senses and with evidence yourself. So, people think it's crazy to believe that satellites don't exist. But really, it's crazy to believe that satellites do exist when you have no evidence and can never verify it for yourself. Just like these space programs and space telescopes and all these other things that we will never confirm. As far as we know, if I go up on a plane and I jump out, I'm coming back to Earth. Doesn't matter how high I go. I'm not going to start floating at some point like they claim happens, and has to happen if there are satellites out there. But as you said, if you look at the pictures of satellites and the pictures that these satellites are supposedly taking, they're all CGI. The satellite itself is fake. The pictures of the Earth look like cartoons. They claim almost all of them are composites, which is their word. They say that they receive ribbons of imagery from satellites, which is their term they use to tell us, why we don't just get a friggin' photograph. So they say we get ribbons of imagery, and then they have to splice the ribbons of imagery together in Photoshop. So they even claim, they even admit, NASA workers themselves have admitted that they have to use Photoshop on the satellite images. It's just how the data is received, and so that's how it is, man. Yeah.
NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is. A composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
What about, say, longitude and latitude navigation? How are we having whole industries of pilots flying around and no one's really catching on?
Yeah, here's a good question. Why don't pilots catch on to this fact? If the Earth was truly a sphere, 25,000 miles in circumference, curvating 8 inches per mile squared, a pilot who wanted to simply maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to constantly dip their nose downwards and descend 2,777 feet over half a mile every minute. Otherwise, without this compensation, in an hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 166,666 feet, 31.5 miles higher than expected. You just end up flying off into outer space if you weren't constantly dipping your nose down to fly around the ball. And so, like I said, if at the typical cruising speed of most planes, you'd have to be descending a half a mile every single minute. And this never happens. I've talked to pilots. Once you get to your cruising altitude, the artificial horizon maintains level. It don't touch the controls, just keeps on going. And so, the reason pilots don't figure, I'm sure some pilots figure it out, and then who are they going to tell? They're just like everyone else. Everyone else is so brainwashed that they don't think of it. And if they do, I've even heard some explanations. They claim that, they said the atmosphere they say the Earth is spinning over 1,000 miles per hour, and that the atmosphere is also dragged along with it. So then, if some pilot says, "Hey, why don't I have to course correct downwards all the time?" their explanation is that this atmosphere that's being magically dragged with the spinning ball Earth also magically course corrects planes so that they stay at exactly the same altitude, because they're in that atmosphere, that magical atmosphere that helps you curve around the ball Earth, man. They've got explanations for everything.
And we're told that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, which is awfully fast. But yet, let's say a helicopter cannot just hover in the air for 12 hours, start in St. Louis, Missouri, hover for 12 hours, and land in China with the Earth spinning below it. And that is what, I would first think would be the situation. But then we're told because we're in the sphere, it all moves relative to itself, and you don't notice those changes. And see, I'm not a physicist, I'm not a pilot, and so it's hard for me to really play devil's advocate for their position. But I think about if you're in a speeding car going 90 miles an hour down the highway, you can play catch with the passenger and it feels like you're stationary. Or like if an ant is crawling around on your dashboard, whether it's going with the grain of the car or against, it doesn't really notice that effect. So it's like, I guess I would think that the atmosphere would have the same effect as the encapsulation of that vehicle moving at a fast speed. To the people inside of it, they don't notice. And I guess that's the argument. But do you find flaws with that argument?
Yeah, because once again, it's explaining away your common sense and your experience, which is that you're not moving whatsoever. And so they say, yes, you are moving, silly, but you're just moving at such a constant velocity that you don't notice it whatsoever. Now, even if you're in the best Rolls Royce over the best tar, smoothly going, you close your eyes, I can still tell I'm moving, and that's not going 1,000 miles per hour, that's just going 50 or whatever we're talking about here.
Let's keep it at 20. Ready? Bear in mind we're 4 ahead of us.
Even in an elevator, just an elevator going up, I can feel that. I have a really sensitive stomach, so I can tell, and I get sick if I'm doing some sort of motion that's anything on par with what the Earth is supposedly doing. And so isn't that weird that just because it's a perfect constant velocity that my stomach's able to handle that, but just a little bit of a elevator malfunction and then I'm ready to, So these things don't make any sense. They just want to explain away your common sense with these kind of arguments. And like you said, if you were in a helicopter, you should be able to just go up, wait for the ball Earth to spin underneath you and land at your destination. But of course, the atmosphere spins with the ball Earth, so that doesn't happen. But we can prove that that's not the case either, because now we have airplanes which you can go easterly or westerly, and if the Earth and the atmosphere are spinning 1,000 miles per hour east all the time, as they say, then a westbound plane should be, an eastbound plane should never reach its destination. If it was going 500 miles per hour and the Earth is spinning and the atmosphere is spinning 1,000 miles, your destination should come up behind you before you ever reach it, right? And then destinations going the opposite way are going to take far, far longer than they do. You can check flight times, and they're always within a half hour, a couple hours, no matter what direction you're going to or from. But if the Earth was actually spinning at the rate that they say it was, flight times would be totally different.
It makes sense, but yet I've been taught from an early age not to trust myself because they've got it on lock, so I just assume that the physics all kind of works out. But I know there are people who go to school for physics. They study it for years and years, and it's just odd that none of them ever catch on to it. That I guess that guys like Newton created this entire fake science around a fake model, and yet all the math checks out. That's a little hard for me to rectify.
Well, they're counting on that. That's why they've got all these huge formulas and calculations for gravity and whatnot that are based on nothing. So they've got to wait for the ball Earth all based on their gravity calculations. And you can Wikipedia it, and you'll see pages of, mathematic language that makes no sense to 99.9% of the population. But apparently the math works out, so it's real, right? So it's just another way, just like the CGI images or whatever. Some people are fooled by the images. Some people are fooled by the math. Some people are fooled by, this or that. They've got many different ways to get us in their grips. Like you said, the whole education system is teaching us not to believe our senses. Like the model they show, the ball earth model with a crust on the outside and the outer mantle and the inner mantle and the outer core and the inner core. Guess what? They've only ever dug 8 miles down into the crust, so they don't even know what's beneath that. It took them almost 30 years to get there, and they couldn't get any further in the Russian Kola Ultra Deep, it's called. So it's all speculation as to these layers of the ball earth they claim exist, and it's the inner layer of molten magnetic core, whatever they claim, creates the magnetism of the Earth. And this is another funny thing. They claim that the core that we've never gotten to, so that can't be confirmed existed, causes a magnetic effect on the ball Earth, so that at one point at the top of the ball is a pole, and at the exact opposite point on the ball is an opposite magnetic pole. But this doesn't exist anywhere in nature. You can't find a sphere, and at one point on the magnetic sphere, it will cause another magnetic sphere to stick to it in that little point, and then then push away from the opposite point. It doesn't exist like that. Only bar magnets can do that. What do exist, however, are ring magnets, and those are shaped just like the flat Earth model, where the pole is in the middle, and then the opposite pole is actually every point along the circumference. So the magnetic explanation, which a lot of people will bring up, well, how does magnetism work if we're on a flat Earth? The accepted model is that it's this spinning molten magnet stuff in the core that creates this kind of north-south ball magnet, which doesn't actually exist anywhere in nature. Yet the ring magnet, which is it's in loudspeakers and other things, that's the flat Earth model, and that actually does exist. So that's an actual magnet instead of an imaginary magnet like they claim exists. And we'll actually admit that I don't know what's under the flat Earth. We've only gone 8 miles down, and we haven't gotten to the bottom of the Pacific. All I know is, as far as we can tell, the water is completely flat, and the land is flat, other than the hills, valleys, and mountains over a long period of space. There's no convex or concave curvature. It's totally flat.
Yeah, and I guess you could say science is designed exactly how economics and taxes are designed. The increasing complexity makes it so the average individual just has to trust the experts. You can follow it to a certain point, but then most people say, well, that's a little bit beyond me, but there's experts out there. They know what they're doing. I'm sure that this fractional reserve banking system, this debt-based system of rule, is just fine. I'm sure the taxes I'm paying are totally fair. They've got the code. They got the big book. They wouldn't overcharge me. They wouldn't, pull any scams on me. And you could apply the same thing to, of course, science, but it's just to what degree? This is a really far out degree.
That's right, yeah. I mean, our eyes and experience tell us the Earth is flat and motionless, and everything in the sky revolves around us. But when we cease to believe our own eyes and experience, we have to prostrate ourselves at the feet of these very pseudo-scientists who are blinding us, treat them as experts, astronomical priests who have special knowledge only they can access, like the Hubble telescope. So by brainwashing us of something so gigantic and fundamental, it actually makes every other kind of lesser indoctrination a piece of cake. Earth being the flat, fixed center of the universe around which everything in the heavens revolves gives a special importance and significance not only to Earth, but to us humans, the most intelligent among the intelligent designers' designs. By turning Earth into a spinning ball thrown around the sun and shot through infinite space from a godless Big Bang, they turn humanity into a random, meaningless, purposeless accident of a blind, dumb universe. So it's like trauma-based mind control, beating the divinity out of us with their mental manipulations. People are always asking, why do they do this? Other than the obvious profit margin motive, NASA being the biggest black budget black hole in existence, sucking in over $30 billion taxpayer money for the fake moon landings alone. Nowadays, hundreds of billions of dollars, and not just NASA, but RASA and all the other fake space organizations around the world giving CGI images for hundreds of billions of dollars. So this modern atheist Big Bang heliocentric globe Earth chance evolution paradigm spiritually controls humanity by removing God or any sort of intelligent design and replaces purposeful divine creation with haphazard random cosmic coincidence. And so by removing Earth from the motionless center of the universe, these Masons have moved us physically and metaphysically from a place of supreme importance to one of complete nihilistic indifference. If the Earth is the center of the universe, then the ideas of God, creation, and a purpose for human existence are resplendent. But if the Earth is just one of billions of planets revolving around billions of stars and billions of galaxies, then the ideas of God, creation, and a specific purpose for Earth and human existence become highly implausible. So by surreptitiously indoctrinating us into their scientific materialist sun worship, not only do we lose faith in anything beyond the material, we gain absolute faith in materiality, superficiality, status, selfishness, hedonism, and consumerism. If there's no God and everyone's just an accident, then all that really matters is me, me, me. So they've turned Madonna, the mother of God, into the material girl living in a material world. Their rich, powerful corporations with their slick sun cult logos sell us idols to worship, slowly taking over the world while we tacitly believe their science, vote for their politicians, buy their products, listen to their music, watch their movies, all sacrificing our souls at the altar of materialism.
Touche, my man.
It's a big deception. I'd say it's the biggest cover-up and conspiracy in history. We've been completely deluded for 500 years. Not everybody, but nowadays it's pretty well advanced.
Yeah.
Most of the flat Earth material you'll find still in existence is from the 1800s, and there was quite a debate going on then. So there's still quite a few people unconvinced of the spinning ball theory back then. But nowadays with NASA and all the photo and videos that they give us, people don't really look at too much further for evidence, as they assume that that's all real.
Right, obviously it is a huge can of worms, and there's so many things, so many arguments. People say, well, what about, the planets? Are the planets are all fake? Yeah, there's a lot of things that our science has told us that are built off of the heliocentric model that they've given us. And I think that if there's any unanswered questions by the time we're done here, if people go online and take their question and they look it up on either the comment section of your website, or I was very surprised to see how many people really are questioning the heliocentric model online. I thought it would be far less, but if you take the question you may have and you ask it to the so-called experts on the idea, they will have an answer for you. And I guess I would say challenge yourself to try to stump one. Challenge yourself to try to come up with something that they can't explain, and then say it's bullshit. But until then, maybe you should keep an open mind. And before we do go too far into it, give us a clear mental picture, if you can, of what you consider the true model of the Earth and the cosmos and this whole thing to be, because obviously we're calling in the question that there are not billions of stars, there are not a bunch of planets in the solar system orbiting the sun. That's a huge ball of wax. So what is this reality? How is it structured?
So if you look up at the sky with your eyes or with a telescope, you can't tell the difference between a star and a planet. The planets were always known as wandering stars, and the regular stars as fixed stars for thousands of years. Nowadays, they claim that planets are Earth-like spherical terra firma that you can walk on up there in outer space. But as far as you can tell through any telescope that we have, it's just a round dot of light up there in the sky. All the planets and all the stars, none of them can be confirmed to be some sort of terra firma that you could land on, though in their pictures from their fake telescopes, they clearly look like big ball planets that you could definitely land on, as they show you with Mars and whatnot. But that can't be confirmed, again, with your own eyes or with a telescope that you could buy. With anything that we can see, the sun, moon, stars, and planets are all just lights in the sky revolving around us. They claim that we revolve around the sun and the moon revolves around us, and the stars are actually distant suns trillions upon trillions of miles away. Now, this wasn't always that way. They've actually been reverse engineering these explanations as they go along, because geocentric flat earthers throughout the centuries have come up with good objections, such as Tycho Brahe's objection that if the Earth is a ball spinning around the sun, in 6 months' time we should be 200 million miles on the other side of the sun. So the parallax perspective, when you look through a telescope in your backyard, you can prove this, you should see some difference in the stars after 200 million miles of supposed orbit, but you can't see any whatsoever. So what heliocentrists have been saying since then is that the stars are actually, the nearest star is 25 trillion miles away, 4.2 light years. They came up with a sci-fi term to make it seem plausible. It's light years away, so far away that even after 200 million miles, you can't see an inch of difference in your backyard through a telescope after 6 months of supposed orbital motion. The reason that they say the ball Earth is tilted on its vertical axis 23.5 degrees is because you can see Polaris, the North Pole star, all the way to 23.5 degrees south latitude. And if the Earth was a ball, you couldn't see that because you'd be staring through the ball to look up at that star. You can see it on because the Earth is flat, of course, but you can't see all the stars at any one place from the Earth because of the law of perspective. That's why the sun seems to rise and fall in the sky every day as well, but it's actually not rising or falling anywhere. The sun and the moon maintain their altitude, and they revolve circles around the flat Earth. So we're stationary. The sun and the moon are actually the same size, just as they appear. There's another lie. They claim that the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon, and that's why they just appear the same size from our perspective, but they're not. But I mean, again, with your own eyes, you can see when they eclipse, they are the same size. And the fact that they do eclipse is not quite a coincidence to happen on a Big Bang accident universe, that everything is just spinning around in space randomly. How come there's these two brilliant lights in the sky that pass each other and they're perfectly opposite? Do you know the sun's light is very different than the moon's light too? They claim the moon's light comes from the sun, it's reflected off of the sun. But if you collect the moon's light, it's actually cold. Whereas if you collect sunlight, of course, it's hot and you can burn things. The sunlight will preserve certain things, dry out meats and things to eat. But if you leave meats out in the moonlight, they spoil. If you're in the shade in the sunlight, the shade is obviously the temperature is going to be less. But if you're in the shade in the moonlight, the temperature is more. The moonlight is cold.
I've never noticed that. I'm going to try that out.
Yeah, the combustion in a bonfire is increased by moonlight and it's decreased by sunlight. There's another one. So there's a lot of things that proves that the sun and the moon are actually their own lights. They're not, the moon is not a big ball up there in space that you can land masons on, as they claim. It's just a light, a flat round disk. And you can even see through the moon during waxing and waning cycles. The Royal Astronomical Society, even the people who are part of this manipulation, they've recorded several times that you can see stars and planets through the moon. And the astronomers that are seeing it, they're always flabbergasted about how this is possible. But it's because the moon is not physical, it's not densely physical in the way that they claim. It's just a light, so you can see through it. Just like the planets as well are just lights. That's why Pluto's not a planet anymore, because the light from it just rapidly diminished one day, and they couldn't continue fooling all the amateur astronomers that Pluto's a planet because the starlight from it just diminished by 50%.
I think that moon thing is pretty compelling. I am going to tonight see if that's true. I've never noticed that effect. I've never looked for that effect. But to think that if I get into the shade of the moon and that the moon is giving off its own light, I mean, that is pretty radically different. And I like those kind of challenges. So I'm going to try to see how that works. But I'm surprised more people haven't stumbled upon that. If the moon is giving off a cold light, I guess we just assume it's the absence of sunlight, but to shade yourself from that and be warmer,
Interesting indeed, isn't it?
It is. I don't know, man. This is about as far out as it gets, and it's super awesome. So, thanks for being here. We covered so much ground. I think we made a pretty good, complete case for at least the proponents of the flat Earth. I think they would be proud of the interview we did today. But, if there are still skeptics out there that are resistant to this idea, is there anything else before we wrap this up that we should mention as icing on the flat Earth cake or anything?
Yeah, I recommend everybody look into it, do your own research, and check out my website, atlanticconspiracy.com. My book and documentary is free on YouTube, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, and I've just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society. You can come see some of the message board stuff we're doing over there at ifers.boards.net.
Perfect, man. And I did want to mention also real quick, for people who are going to go look this stuff up, you might want to avoid the Flat Earth Society because they seem to be controlled opposition. You have a post about that, how the Flat Earth Society, the official group, they purposely sound crazy. They purposely don't answer things correctly. And when you trace back some of the people who are involved, they are Masons as well. So it seems like they might have this group set up to look stupid. Maybe avoid that.
Exactly. The Flat Earth Society was set up after the International Flat Earth Research Society was set up as the controlled opposition to bring people away from that society. Charles K. Johnson, who ran that society, he had his house burned down and all of his flat earth material was burned in the fire, and he claimed to his dying day that it was done by a NASA agent who also tried to murder him. The Flat Earth Society, what they do is they mix a bunch of false flat earth arguments in so that people who are considering the flat earth and trying to research it, they'll instantly come upon the Flat Earth Society material because it's at the top of all the search engines, and they'll have false arguments like instead of saying that gravity doesn't exist, as we got into a little bit, they'll say gravity exists, but it's explained by the flat earth disk constantly rising up 9.8 meters per second. And so you can imagine, instead of you falling, the flat earth is rising up, and that's what happened.
Right.
But again, this is a silly argument. If that was the case, then sustained flight would be impossible, and the flat earth would be rising up into planes and helicopters and stuff, crashing into them. So they present an easily refutable argument like this, and then well-meaning researchers trying to look into the flat earth find their frequently asked questions that has these bad answers, and then they just think, oh, well, this is ridiculous. And they also they make the whole thing into this big satire, and they address it cynically. So if you read some of their threads, they don't keep a serious research kind of attitude. They're always off the cuff, trying to be witty and funny all the time. So the whole thing is just made into a mockery.
Yeah.
They even made a mockumentary called In Search of the Edge, and they'd show it to people in public schools. They'd show it to kids, and then afterwards they'd ask them if they believed it, and then if the kids believed it, they'd then give these worksheets showing why it was wrong and that the Earth definitely isn't flat, and here's why, and then they'd start a big ball Earth unit based on it. So the Flat Earth Society has been involved in these kind of fake flat Earth arguments and documentaries and everything from the get-go up until today. So so steer clear of the Flat Earth Society and come on over to the International Flat Earth Research Society.
Yeah, just like Alex Jones makes conspiracy theorists seem crazy, they have an organization set up to make flat earthers seem crazy. So it's definitely worth a mention, because I didn't want people to go there and then get turned off. Like you said, it's usually the first thing they see. So Atlanteanconspiracy.com. Check out Eric's awesome YouTube page. It's got tons of this stuff that has made me question a lot of things I thought I knew. But thanks so much, man. You really have changed my impression of flat earthers, even if I might not have become one myself quite yet overnight. I love the fringe ideas like this. I just didn't think there was a real argument there, and now I think there could be. So keep doing what you do, and take care of yourself out there, man.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. It was a good interview.
I was listening to a conversation on a YouTube thing, and somebody was talking about how they think it's actually possible that the world is flat. And if I were in conversation with that person, I hope I would say, well, how did you arrive at that? Tell me where'd you get that? Because there's something good about it, which is they're trying to figure out how nature works. Is the earth round or flat? What is it? So underneath it is something useful that I can identify with. We don't have to yell at each other all the time.
No.
Even children, especially the children of soul. This is where the...
Wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is. Go, go.
Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules on the spinning bar. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls moves the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
guys, welcome to the show. Got a great one lined up for you today. Ballbusters, episode 77. Exposing some of those tools of the trade the Baltards use. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. I know we got one Ballbuster in the chat because I talked to him right before I came live, and it's the distinguished Nathan Oakley. How are you today, sir?
I'm very well. How are you? To be here?
Yeah, only us two. All the other ones abandoned us. I knew it.
That's okay. You can have just as much fun, just you and I.
Oh,
and a live
yes.
audience, of course.
Yeah. We could do some of the audience in there. It's good. We're gonna make it snappy today. For a few reasons. Like I said, we'll go over some of the tools of the trade, logical fallacies, because they're steep. The Baltards are steeped in them. And something that I did see this morning when I went into Skype and I was looking in the war room and somebody popped the video in there. I usually don't. I'm usually too busy. I won't pop them up. But this time I did. And it was pretty good. It was a really short video. And it's going to be a shout out to Taboo Conspiracy, Ben over there, and P-Brain. And it's with that. Did you by chance catch that video, Nathan?
Maybe. What was it about?
It was about the shadow. I think it was it off Mount Rainier? You know, the old thing they, wheel out.
Yes, I've seen that. Yes.
Yeah. I just started laughing. Let's see if I can't pull that up real quick so we can get right.
Yeah, let's debunked it. I think it might have been Brandon. Brandon? Or was it Chris?
Chris.
I remember.
Yeah, it was so long ago, right? But I still see them wheeling this thing out. But I like their take on this. This is pretty good. Hopefully everyone will get it. How many will get? Wait a second. Let me make sure we got some people in here. Hold on.
Oh, are you doing that? If you do join as a live member, because this is going to be a relatively short show today, both Q and I have got other things, prior appointments and such like. So we will open your mic relatively quickly if you do join as a public member. So we'll have a public interaction as we're going through some of these fallacies. Because Chris Berry, he's the guy who had the light stand and tray and a car or something like that.
Right. Yes. Yeah, that was a while ago, but they still wheel this disheveled monkey out. I've been seeing it the whole time. I just snicker and just move on because there really wasn't anything here for me. There's no science here. I mean, you're not going to do an experiment on this, so I just chalked it up as just another empty claim. And then I came by the video today. I knew it was a train wreck because the Earth's flat. We already proven that. So there's got to be an angle. And P-Brain, I guess, found this out a while ago. I must have missed this video, through my travels. But caught a hold of Ben at Taboo Conspiracy go through, and I kind of snickered at the take. And here's what we're talking about, people. You guys all have seen this before. 1 second. Let me go back. Nathan, let me go ahead and... Are you watching the live stream, or do you want me to stream through Discord?
I don't want you to do either. I can follow along without watching.
Really? All right. So, here we are again.
I'm all right.
Good?
I'm just saying how ace I am.
Yeah, I know you're ace, man. That's why I wanted to check. Just in case some other people come in, they'll just have to watch the live stream. It's no big deal. So, like I said, we've all seen this before. They wheeled this disheveled monkey out and say, the Earth is a globe. Right? I don't think so. You're kind of missing something. Right? Let's go back. Essentially, what they're saying is this is the actual diagram of what's going on here, right? You got the sun, shining on this mountain, and it's throwing a shadow up on the clouds. Get out of here. 1 second. Take over, Nathan.
It's shining up on these clouds, and then as a result of this observation, which does exist...
All right, I got it. That was too funny. I got it. My cat was behind me. Oh, I got it, man. And then you just repeated what I said. So that was pretty cool. All right. So, like I said, this is basically a visual representation of what's going on here, right? Giving you this little routine. And if you look at this, and when he pulled it up at first, I said, I started laughing because I knew where he was going because it was Wild Da, right? And he's talking about it, and then he goes, well, what if you take the mountain away? What should happen? You know, if the sunset is going down behind the curved Earth, right? Sort of like this type of deal. This is what I seen in my mind's eye, you know, when I seen his first diagram. What should happen? Yeah, you should see that when the sun sets. So ballers. You got some big problems. You need to explain this. Now, I know every single one of you have parroted this nonsense, right? So you're going to have some explaining to do. You know what I mean? Does everyone get it? Right? Now, technically...
Yeah, I've never thought about it.
Go ahead.
I've never thought about it like that. But yeah, you just think of the natural consequence without the mountain and suddenly you've got a Terminator line on the ceiling.
Exactly. You got it. Now, technically, you shouldn't see... It should always be this way, is what we're saying. You should never see that shadow from the mountain because the shadow should be overcome by the curvature of the earth. How about that little twist? So all this is a train wreck of epic proportions. I hope everyone got that. We'll talk about this more on Tuesday for the live show. So I just wanted to bring it up now. Go ahead.
One thing to add.
Good.
What was supposed to be blocking? What's supposed to be blocking it? If you remove the mountain in that scenario, would it be a physical geometric spherical horizon formerly known as Earth curve, debunked by the black swan, that would be causing that Terminator line on the clouds?
Yes, sir.
We debunk that with the black swan, and they'll need after it, and they'll need a flat plane to measure out to get it.
Yeah. Too funny. Like I said, I just wanted to bring it up just for kicks and giggles. Because we'll deal with this more on Tuesday just to laugh.
It's a fallacy, though. It's an affirming the consequent. That's what I said when you jumped away after the cat.
Oh.
Affirming the consequent at its heart, isn't it?
Yes,
Nathan, I totally agree.
I'm trying to think of how they could form. What's an affirming the consequent?
Earth's sphere, then we'll see.
Hello? Is my mic still working?
It's the sun. Sorry.
Go ahead. Do it again. I didn't hear you.
If P, Earth's a sphere with a geometric limitation and orbital motion, then the sun will be blocked by the orbital motion of it dipping behind the mountain. It does dip behind the mountain, and shadow is created by the orbital motion. Therefore, you have Earth as a sphere with orbital motion. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I'd have to take a closer look at her. Make sure all the P's and Q's are in order.
Off the top of my head, I'm sure they would round it off without actually using the affirming the consequent bit. They never actually state it. I mean, their claims get shorter and shorter. Just check any of the comments under the QE or my videos. You'll see that their claims are like half a sentence long half the time. They don't have a conclusion. So in an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, they don't formally state the fallacy. They just give you a half fallacy and they let you argue against the conclusion that they're implying. I like to do that myself now. I've stolen that. I like to think, but without the actually summarising what your point is with the end of the fallacy, and obviously without the fallacy, so elevation angle proves Earth is flat. There you go. Like one of those throwaway comments you can just chuck into someone's chat feed. This is a nice, concise statement. Not a fallacy, unlike the example I'm giving in this case. Go ahead, sorry.
No, they'll never complete. Because if they do complete it, as stated by modus ponens or affirm the consequent formal logical fallacy, if they state all the P's and Q's, consecutively, then it's apparent to everyone. So they'll just go to half of it, and the second half or conclusion is implied. Right? Yep. That's what they do. All right, let's
pause in case you wanted to introduce Mitch. Hey, Mitch.
Oh, is Mitch in here? What's up, Mitch?
Hey, guys. How are we?
Excellent. I'm chuffed that you, for some reason, you trimming out that bit of 10th Man presentation has ended up netting you about 10,000 views, which it definitely wouldn't have done if I'd trimmed it out. So I'm elated because it was a good presentation. Took a while to get going, like half the live show. But when 10th Man finally put that presentation together, well worthy of someone trimming out, and I didn't have the time. So when I saw you'd done it, I was like elated.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I watched
that presentation was one of the best. He is really on point. It deserves 10,000 views. That's all him. That was fantastic. It was slick as too. You wouldn't even know that it took half the show for him to get into it.
I like the conciseness.
Once it got going, once we figured out it was just a slide issue, on PowerPoint or whatever he was using. He just couldn't get it to do it on the live stream. And yeah, sometimes it's worth the faff. I hadn't actually seen the presentation prior to it going out live. But I know 10th Man well enough to know how good the presentation would be. So check that out on Mitch's channel. It may not have 10,000 views, but it's getting there. In case someone goes, yeah, hasn't he said 8,900? I don't care.
Hey, Mitchell, if you can, go ahead and spam that link in the chat.
Yeah, will do. I'll grab it out and put it in the chat.
Appreciate it.
Obviously, subscribe to Mitch when you go and check out the video. Yeah, I've taken go to 76 or however you say his name off mute. So if you did want to join in the conversation, because it's going to be a relatively short show today, feel free as we're going through some logical fallacies.
All right,
before we get into the
panel,
go ahead.
Go on.
Full panel today. Where is everyone?
I think Adam went to. I think Adam went to a bris.
He went to a burnt supper.
Yeah, he did.
It burns night tonight, then.
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay, I'll be singing "Auld Lang Syne" right about now.
He said he's going to have to serve haggis to the lassies.
That's right, haggis. Yeah, they have haggis on Burns Night.
Yeah, he could have probably told me, 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago or 5 days ago or 3 days ago, but nope. He waited till last night and said, hey, QE, I'm not going to be there. I got Burns Day. I'm like, what the hell is that? But that's Adam. All right.
That's a Scottish thing.
Go ahead. We ready?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, let's roll into logical fallacies. We'll stop and everyone can add what they want because it's pretty funny. So, like I said, the tools of the trade, and we all know this. Let's point some of these out. The first one on the docket is the argument from silence, or argumentum ex silentio. Love that. Argument for silence. See, also, this is the overarching fallacy. It comes from an argument from ignorance. So this fallacy, its sources remain silent or say nothing about a given subject or question. This in itself proves something about the truth of the matter. So let me give you an example. This is Shamalama Gamma Ping Ding Dongs. I forgot the llama. That's not right. Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. This is his favorite argument. Now, that's what he said. Is he still alive? I haven't heard from him in a long time. I digress. Anyway, I remember this many, many years ago, and then just recently, he's done it a few times. It's on the Numpty clips. But this is his favorite argument. You ready? There have been hundreds of thousands of people who have studied the second law of thermodynamics, but nobody has caught on to the problem of the atmosphere next to a vacuum. Guess what that is? His favorite all-time argument? Fallacy. It's an argument from silence fallacy. It's as simple as that. He's a numpty dipshit. Any comments on this one?
Oh, but there's another variant of it, which is all the people in NASA would have known or said something, which is the same thing.
Yeah, it's more or less the same thing. Yeah. This is one of those creepy fallacies. It'll creep up on you, and if you don't know what you're looking for when they say it, you'll be convinced there for a second. So I like putting this one out there. It's really easy to catch on to it. Like I said, once you know what the fallacy is, then you catch it, man, and just rub their noses in it. Pretty silly if you think about it. I would say these two are slowly becoming, I wouldn't say number one, because they're definitely circular, begging the question, affirming the consequent will come before these. But these two are running a quick second and third. So we got the fallacy of composition, also known as a composition fallacy, exception fallacy, or faulty induction. Goes something like this. Description. Inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. Obviously, it's the opposite of its twisted little sister down below, fallacy of division. We'll get to that one in a second. Example. Observational science. We all heard that before, right? That's a fallacy of composition. That phrase right there. Why? It's not only painfully redundant, it's fallacious. Because we have a hypothesis in there. Not only that one, but I picked out the hypothesis. The hypothesis, the queen of science, is not observational. Everyone say it? Give you another one. Empirical. You see, empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Not just observable. So if they use empirical in the context of just seeing something or observable, it's a fallacy of composition. Right? Because it's not true of the whole, right? Because the whole is testable, repeatable, falsifiable, and observable. So it's got part of the whole, but it's not the whole. Get it? So whenever you hear this, or observational science, there's a million of examples of this that I haven't put down, but I think you kind of got it. Right? Its twisted sister, fallacy of division, also known as false division, faulty deduction, or division fallacy. Description. Inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. So it's just the opposite from its other sister, twisted sister, fallacy of composition. Example. Atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural. This comes from every dumbass baltard you know. Everyone got this one? Any questions on these two?
Oh, the first fallacy is the somebody would have said something fallacy. Anyway.
Yeah, hey, Kiwi, hey, Mitchell, Nathan, everybody. Yeah, it's like the first one is like well, no pilot said it wasn't a globe, so it must be a globe. It's that kind of thing, isn't it?
What's going through QE's head right now is just literally finished the section on fallacy of composition and division. You want to go back to the first fallacy? Rightio.
I thought you were talking about boredom because he mentioned boredom. I'll talk about the second one if you want.
We're doing the second and third one.
All right. Well, I'll just shut up then. That's the best thing to do.
Those two fallacies that you've just detailed typically get used with science. So they'll extract a part of the method. You've named the best ones already, but I'll just be repeating them. But yes, they'll just take one section of the scientific method, be it, well, I've got an observation of a natural phenomena, therefore science. No, you've got to have all of it.
Exactly. Yeah. And to be empirical, a lot of the numpties think empirical just means observable. No, observable means observable. Empirical is a little more detailed. It's got a few other parts to it. So just be careful with that.
One more thing to add.
Go ahead.
Just because you've said it now. also, when you say repeatable, right, that does not include looking at something, looking away, and then looking back at it again. That's not contextually what repeatable means. It means repeatable by way of a hypothesis test.
Yes.
Repeatably performing the hypothesis test, not closing your eyes and then go, look, there it is again. Repeatable. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Too funny. Yeah, so the testable part right here, the repeatable and falsifiable is contexted with this big guy right here, not him. Obviously observable. If you looked at it, you've seen it. You don't have to look at it again. Doesn't have anything to do with it. Too funny. Sometimes people will get these confused, but that's okay. They'll say fallacy of division. You know, you just got to root it out. They're just the same fallacy, different sides of the same coin fallacy. Right? I know what you're talking about if you say it. Yeah, they're a good one. Oh, one of our favorites too, reification fallacy. This happens all the time. However, I'd like to make a couple caveats with it. If you're telling a story, right, whether in text or in voice, and the way we tell stories, we like to use rhetorical language, and it's a great storytelling technique, and it provides a lot of backbone, cowbell to the story, so everyone can see it. It's not fallacious if you're using these things, like this one down here, calling a storm cruel, right? That gives a mental picture. You know what they're talking about. This isn't fallacious if it's in a story, right? However, if you're using it as proof of something legitimate, then it's fallacious. So it like everything, it's context based. So, reification fallacy. When an abstraction, abstract belief, or hypothetical construct is treated as if it were a concrete, real event or physical entity. When an idea is treated as if it had real physical existence. Example, gravity bends and dilates and warps space-time. That's a classic reification fallacy right there. On a couple levels. Space-time, that's concept. And so is this delusion. So you got two concepts here. It's like a reification fallacy sandwich. Another one in the same family, and there's a few in here under reification. It's the anthropomorphism fallacy. This is the error of projecting uniquely human qualities onto something that isn't human. Usually this occurs with projecting the human qualities onto animals. But when it is done to non-living things, as in calling the storm cruel, the pathetic fallacy is created. So it's quite pathetic. And the shining example of this, science says or explains, right? It's not, science isn't saying anything. Right? This is a classic pathetic fallacy. Any questions? These are all self-explanatory, you guys. You know, you could fog a mirror, you could see this. All right? Good?
I like the ones that slip in and out of context on whether or not they're actually being reified. And the level of understanding of the subject matter defines whether or not the person's reifying the notion that's being discussed. A good example of this is light as a wave. So a good understanding or a good grounding in the way that light's being described in terms of maths. Well, that maths, giving you a probability distribution, can be described in maths as a wave function.
Right.
And you can get all sorts of useful conventions derived from that to describe wavelengths of light and various other things. But light is not a wave. That's just the way it's been described in terms of the probability distribution that you have when it's diffracted. Doesn't mean it's actually travelling through a medium or making a wave or going up and down or oscillating or doing anything like that. It's just a description. So the moment you describe light, for example, needing a medium to create a wave, what the hell are you babbling about? That's your reification of the mathematical description of a probability description, also known as wave function, into an actual physical wave. You've just reified it through lack of understanding.
That's a little bit higher level reification fallacy.
One. It's a fallacy show. We've done a lot of fallacies.
Yeah,
that's reification. Hypothesization. There you go.
Oh, what is it again?
Hypothesization.
That's not. Say it one more time.
Hypothesization.
That's close. The first one you were shaking. It's that one.
Oh, I don't know how to say that word. But the fallacy of misplaced concretedness, which is to say, to take something that has no physicality or concreteness and give it concreteness, physicality.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's our next one. So, reification. It's not the next one. It's an overall general description of what it is. Like Nathan said, also known as concretism, hypostatization, or the fallacy of misplaced concretedness, is a fallacy of ambiguity. When an abstraction or abstract belief or hypothetical construct is treated as if it were a concrete, real event or physical entity. In other words, it is the error of treating something that is not concrete, such as an idea, as a concrete thing. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. And this is from your alma mater wiki. Let me say it again, baltards. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. The map is not the territory. And by the way, when we charge you wee knobs, sack-sniffing cretins with reification, when you conjure, then appeal to a model that you never had or ever will, you don't even know what they are. We're not charging you with living on it or in it. That wouldn't be a fallacy. It would be a paddy wagon horse tranquilizer, rubber room, emergency lobotomy scenario. We're charging you with treating your model, like I said before, that you'll never had or ever will have, as proof of reality. See it? Yeah, I know you don't. You'll just appeal back. We don't live on a model. It's not the same. Right? Oh, get the straw man. Anything more on this, Nathan?
Just another one that's to sort of lean back onto the side of the useful nature of models and descriptions, so long as they're not being reified. Example being an isolated system. So in the second law of thermodynamics, you've got isolated systems being utilised to simplify the descriptions that are used for things like gas behaviour. Very useful concept. The idea of an isolated system is useful for description. However, if I then take the second law of thermodynamics and use that description of an isolated system to infer that there is, in reality, an isolated system in existence, then I'm reifying what was, up until that point, a useful tool for description, an abstraction, into something physical, where there is no such physicality in existence.
You're like a PhD. You're giving PhD level examples, man.
Hardly.
That is a high level example of that, of reification.
Fair enough.
Damn. But you're correct. You're right on point. That's exactly what it is. So, Baltards, make sure you understand this one. I left it up there for a time and colored it differently so it would burn into your retinas. But I'm still gonna hear this. I'll probably hear this evening, right? Because you're always model, right? We call it reification. You think we live on a model? No. My word, I can't tell you how many times that happened. It's in the thousands with me. Straw man fallacy. This is it's really good one. Everyone kind of knows what this is. It's kind of intuitive. A straw man fallacy. You attribute an easily refuted position to your opponent, one that the opponent wouldn't endorse, and then proceed to attack the easily refuted position, the straw man, believing you have thereby undermined the opponent's actual position. If the misrepresentation is on purpose, then the straw man fallacy is caused by lying. Oh, by the way, for most of these, this is IEP.edu. This is a peer-reviewed fallacy, logical fallacy education site. By the way, just so you know. Claim, let's give an example. Scientific experiments are conducted to reveal the cause of natural phenomena. The fallacy? How are we supposed to conduct experiments without man-made objects? It's an incoherent straw man. Nobody ever said or will ever construct a scientific experiment without using man-made objects. You slobber knuckle draggers. What we're saying is that the natural phenomena you observe, the dependent variable, must be natural, not the physical apparatus set up to test the natural phenomena, the dependent variable, the effect, with the potential cause, the independent variable, crayon munchers. Next block of instruction, how to open your eyelids. On vacation. Any comments on this one? This is pretty self-evident.
Definitely. There's been many a track laid to avoid the charge on our opponent's side. That's the anti-flat earth side of strawman fallacy. And the tracks that have been laid are the path you will roll down when you first get here towards things like a model. This is going to get a little bit complicated, but hopefully QE will rein me in if appropriate. So in the case of a straw man, we get offered up something that would typically be a straw man, which is the flat earth model. Whichever one you want to ascribe your faith to. Doesn't matter really, whichever flat earth model you want to pick. Because when they would have held up your belief in this model, it would have been a straw man fallacy. You don't ascribe yourself to any model. What are you talking about? I haven't made a model and I don't believe in many models. I understand that that's reification if I start attributing the effects of this model you say I claim when I don't to reality. So no, I don't have a model. But then they're burning a straw man. The road's been laid out, or the tracks have been laid down for you to roll towards an adherence to this model so that they can then hold that model up rather than a straw man as a false dichotomy fallacy. So I think that's probably where I'll rein things in because I'm deviating onto a different fallacy at that point. But the point I want to make, the overriding point in terms of the straw man fallacy, is that a lot of the things that you might, as flat earthers, and I'm talking directly to the flat earthers at this stage, hold on to as things you need to defend, you might not necessarily need to. And if you drop them, suddenly you're in a much better position to just call straw man because you haven't claimed it and you're not defending it. They're burning an argument you're not making if you recognise what a straw man fallacy is.
Yeah, Nathan, what you're basically saying is they hand us a model that we didn't claim, and then they go about debunking the very model they made up for us.
Yep.
Yeah, but they've handed you the straw man in an elaborate way. So in a debate, it's just on the fly, the person on the other podium starts attacking a position that isn't a position that you'd ascribe yourself to, or might even be vehemently against, as is in the description that QE just gave. Well, as he said, if that's intentional, then you're just a liar. If it's unintentional, you're just guilty of a fallacy, and it just takes you to point out that you haven't actually made that claim. But what they do so that that potentially can't happen is they make damn sure that you've got it held dear by the time you get into the debating forum. You've got all the azimuthal equidistant projections held up as your model. So it's not just suddenly presented to you as an argument you don't know anything about. You not only know about it, you're holding on to it nice and tightly so it can be argued about in a dichotomy that isn't real, with two reified models, as we've discussed that already. We might get into false dichotomy in this show. We'll see how the time goes.
Well, yeah, I mean, straw man handed to you, or any straw man argument, is either one of two things. Either your opponent's misunderstanding, could be true to pre-assumption, or just blatant dishonesty. Can't be anything else.
Very well articulated by both you guys. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the... Are you ready? You got? You want to follow up with anything else?
It was just a joke. Don't worry. Carry on.
All right. So we got the red herring fallacy. This is kind of subtle. We all know, like I said, these are all intuitive, right? But in the heat of battle, I don't know. I can pick these out. I'm waiting for them, right? But like I said, this is intuitive and subtle, and I'll show you how subtle it can be. So a red herring fallacy is a fallacy of distraction and is committed when a listener attempts to divert an arguer from his argument by introducing another topic or diverting attention from the real issue by focusing instead on an issue having only a surface relevance to the first. Now, they could do it a number of ways. They could just change the subject. You know when it's a whole complete subject change, right? That's like everyone knows that. But even a subtle one is still an incoherent red herring fallacy. Here's the shining model poster child example. Claim or request, please show gas pressure without a container. The comeback fallacy. How do you account for gas pressure gradients? See, now this is subtle, but it's a red herring fallacy. The argument is concerning X gas pressure, not delta X gas pressure gradients. You see the surface relevance here? This is a textbook red herring fallacy, people. I can't give you any better example than that.
Well, I don't know. I can have a
Go ahead, go. You can have a whack at her. Go ahead.
Yes. You ask the opponent if they can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and along with a tacit acceptance of defeat, I ask you to prove the dome.
That's a red herring.
Also, say again.
That can be a red herring.
It can be. That was where I was going to go next. Depending on whether or not you've ascribed a claim yourself.
Yes. It's a straw man.
I was just about to say exactly that. It's also a straw man, which is why I'm smiling, because it tallies on that.
Neil, it's a dome in the back. Stop it now. Go ahead, Nathan.
It's a straw man as well, exactly. Unless you've actually claimed there's a dome, very specifically, and you haven't made that claim. Therefore, it's a straw man. But when you're asking them to demonstrate you can have gas pressure without a container, they're using a red herring straw man.
Yes, they're very, very close. I think we went over when we went over the presentation before. There's a fine line with these guys, the straw man and the red herring fallacy. Most definitely.
It took me a while to get this, to be honest, because the difference is very subtle. Because just throwing you off the scent of a really good argument with something that seems related, well, that's a red herring fallacy. Holding up a position that you definitely don't ascribe any arguments to is a straw man. But on the surface, they seem almost exactly the same. So it was a difficult one for me to. If you listen back to any of the old fallacy shows, I would always be getting it back to front and wrong way around, etc.
It's easy too. That's don't worry about that. It's easy.
Well, again, you gave the disclaimer earlier with the fallacy of division. It's like if you called the fallacy of division incorrectly, people would know what you were driving at. If you were like, I don't actually hold the position, and you say it's a... Oh, my kids come in. 1 second.
That's fine.
You get it the wrong way round and call the fallacy incorrectly. So long as you've pointed out where the structure of the fallacy lies, it doesn't matter if you get the title wrong. If you call a straw man when you're actually dealing with a red herring, it doesn't matter. As long as you've called out the error of the person's logic.
Yes, exactly. You got it. You need to explain. You just can't title it, right? You have to explain where, who, what, when, where, how, and why. Right, or else it's just baseless, right? A lot of people do that. We try not to do that. Whenever I identify a fallacy, I'll stop, right, and say, "Wait a second, let me show you how it is a fallacy." I try to do that. If I don't, make sure you correct me and say, well, you usually stop the discussion and say, wait a second, QE. You say, how is it? I can remember you doing that many times. I loved it. I loved it when you challenged me.
Partly because I was learning myself what the fallacies were and I wanted them explaining again. But partially because the person who just calls, that's a straw man, that drives me mad.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a claim. So now you've got to break down the person, your opponent's straw man fallacy, and detail how it's a straw man.
Yep.
That seems minimum. You're like, I tried to do that. Well, the reason QE says that, I know already, is because when you're halfway through detailing how it's a fallacy, obviously you're having to explain their defeat to them. If they don't like it, they will interrupt you.
Yes. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, it's just reindeer games. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that they are difficult to spot, those two, and to decipher between them. The red herring fallacy is something that's loosely based on your claim, and you end up trying to defend that. And the straw man fallacy is a complete reworking of your claim. So they are, as you said, when you're in a debate and tactics are being used, it's hard to spot them.
Yeah, it is. In the heat of the moment, it is, unless you're like hyper familiar with the fallacies. You can get there. Because you don't, like I said, there's hundreds of fallacies, but there's the common ones. Some of these aren't so common. Most of them are. I put a couple in there that are, I wouldn't say subtle, but less used. But you should still be familiar with them. What I'm saying.
You need to be familiar, not because you need to necessarily point out the fallacy to overcome and detail the fallacy back to them. You need to be familiar with them for the reasons they're employed. So, for example, and it's a good example, QE's last demonstration of a fallacy being employed was with gas pressure without a container, followed by the straw man of gas pressure gradient. No, sorry, I've done it myself. The red herring fallacy. The whole point of its name is that you chase after the red herring, right? Well, don't ignore that bit of why it's being employed. That's the why it's being used. So, when you've got a really good argument, that would be to say, asking your opponent how they can attain the gas pressure we're all breathing without containment is a really exceptionally good argument. There's no two ways about that. But when they ask you about how you can have a gas pressure gradient, how do you explain that delta of the question you're being asked in the first place? If you start trying to detail it, which seems reasonable, right? Because it's related at surface level. Yeah? So you think, well, I've got to detail how we've got a cycle of gases and they're created at gas level, ground level. Now, you might end up having to do that if challenged. Don't lose track of why you're in that position. You're in that position because it's a distraction from your main and most likely winning argument.
Yep.
Getting away from it. You'll often in the debates hear me say, right, let's get back on track, which is to say there's been a fallacy used. Now, the use of the fallacy I call chaff and redirect. I've got that from the behavioural panel, which is four guys that do behavioural analysis on people who've been interviewed or are being interrogated or just doing a newscast and they end up being the murderer or whatever, and they analyse the body language. And this is something that you'll do if you've got an awkward question you don't want to answer. In this case, offer up a fallacy, a red herring about gas pressure gradients, because chaff and redirect. You don't want to be explaining how you have gas pressure without a container because they can't answer that. But better to spend 10 minutes arguing about gas pressure gradients. That's the red herring fallacy. So that you don't, most importantly, recognise that you're chasing after a flare, a chaff, from an aircraft.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. Don't lose track of the main argument.
This happens daily. Flat earthers. That's what they do. When you have good arguments, this is what they're going to do. They do it daily and most. Because I just go into, VCs and just listen. You'll go chasing after them. Every single one that they bring up, you'll have to chase it down. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stick with the topic. Identify the fallacy. Stick with the topic. Bring them right back. Yeah, I've said this hundreds of times. It doesn't work. I'll go in, like I said, I'll go in there this evening, and they'll flat earthers be chasing red herring fallacies down because they feel they have to. All right.
Yeah, it's even more of a shame when they're chasing down a red herring that is attached a bit of string that's only there because the red herring itself is a claim they're making. In other words, they're in a position where it's justifiable that they defend what's been thrown up as a red herring. Because that drives me mad. Why have you made this claim so that they can just toss it out as a red herring for you to chase after because you've got some attachment to this bloody argument that you've claimed? And really, you've just given up the best argument you had to chase after this claim you're now defending. Anyway, enough of my moans.
No, you're right. And here's another little twist on it that I've noticed through the years. If they know you, if you're familiar with the person that you're talking to, they kind of know your favorite arguments. And if one of your favorite arguments is attached to one of these claims, they'll bring it up. And then you'll chase, I'm telling you, you will chase that red herring down every single time because you're not disciplined.
That happened to me 2 days ago. So Zanuck knows damn well that I love arguing about the geometric tangent point horizon that they can't have because of Black Swan. When we're asking him how he measures an elevation angle, he starts detailing how he's got a tangent point to it. Why? Well, because it's loosely related, and he's hoping that I'll start arguing Black Swan, separating out the argument and diluting the question that once QE had brought us back on track by going, no, what we're detailing here, however did I forget, is an elevation angle, and that was it. He said you can calculate it by any means possible. Right. Total lie. And that lie is the undoing of our best argument to date. Because as soon as you say, I can calculate this by any means, no, you cannot, you must measure it. He says, okay, yes, you're right, immediately concedes, yeah, we're going to measure the elevation angle. Bang! Back on track.
Yeah, you were back on track. Exactly. Yep, I stepped in right there real quick. Too funny, man. Yep, be careful of that one, man. If your opponent is a familiar person. I see that all the time. I just snicker. Sometimes I think the ball type, they're not smart enough to recognize it. They just fall ass backwards into it.
I heard what Zanuck did. What he actually did is he put out his claim, but he did it in a subtle way, so it was hard for people to catch on to unless you had come across the claim he was making, which I had before, which was that they're taking an angle off of the zenith. So they're not talking about the right angle along the surface. They're talking about the opposite angle that will give you a line across the sky, where the right angle is across the sky. And he was ignoring the one on the ground. And that's when he threw in the thing for Nathan, the tangent point, because he had made his claim and it wasn't after being addressed because he hadn't made it clearly. He hadn't clearly defined what he was claiming. And then he gave something for people to run after. He's pretty sneaky.
Well, it's pretty stupid because we asked him what an elevation angle is. The next word out of his mouth was reference point associated with the. Did he say vertex or did he say zenith? Nah, zenith. That's what his first. It's a zenith, a reference point from the zenith. There is nothing in elevation angle definitions to discuss zenith or any reference points. I clamped on him there. He's just making stuff up, man. You know the deal.
Yeah.
All right, next one. This is a cool one, man. This is a pretty popular fallacy. This goes along all genres. Essentially, the evolutionist tool of the trade, equivocation fallacy, but baltards are just evolutionists anyway. So they're going to use this one. Be very careful. It's an equivocation fallacy. Don't say false equivocation fallacy. I've heard that a number of times before, and it's a face palm. There is no such thing as a false equivocation fallacy, people.
Hold on, there's another one that just can't be let go. False equivocation fallacy.
Equivocation. Yeah. So a false equivocation fallacy would be not an equivocation fallacy at all. But I digress. Equivocation, I think they get it confused with a false equivalence fallacy. I think that's because they're pretty close in verbiage. I think that's the problem. But anyway, equivocation fallacy, this is good one. It's just a simple bait and switch. It is the illegitimate switching of the meaning of a term that occurs twice during the reasoning. It is the use of one word taken in two ways. Scientific theories are the result of validated scientific hypotheses. Example, my theory is that white dwarfs are caused by luminescent gerbils. That's not a scientific theory, but he's using the term theory, right? Another example, the force of gravity depends on space-time. Listen, guys, gravity is the one that jumps out at me because they'll switch up right in the middle of an argument between Newtonian gravity, if they even know the two different types, which most of the time they don't. But the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian, they're completely two different things. It's so different, like apples and orangutans. However, they'll switch up in midstream, and they'll use one definition in one sense, and then they'll switch to Einstein's space-time stuff. So that's equivocation. You can't do that within a single argument. So be careful with this one. This one can be subtle too. Go ahead.
I like it because it's one where you can use the example of a con man using the bait and switch. So with refraction, they'll detail how light bends through a sugar solution, or here's an example of some butane bending the light through the various gases. And obviously, atmospheric refraction is going to bend the light through the air when you're looking at the geometric horizon, because refraction bends light. Well, in that sentence, you're thinking, well, where's the two different things? You've just talked about refraction, haven't you? No. I talked about terrestrial refraction, that's 7/6 of a radius value, and light deviating from a straight path, that's refraction. But there's two different things being talked about with one word. Coincidentally, they've both got the same word in their name. One's terrestrial refraction and the other's refraction, but they're not the same thing.
I just added it because that is a shining example of what is happening here. You got it.
Yeah, it's a bait and switch. Basically, open the suitcase and show you the effects of refraction, light bending, if you will. And then cause a little distraction, close that suitcase, put it behind them, and then from behind them, stashed out of view, was a second suitcase, which they open just as you're looking back around. They close that suitcase and hand it to you.
Yep.
The suitcase closed has got terrestrial R-based refraction in it, as opposed to an actual effect that you can see in nature. They've bait and switched you by way of the, let's say, quantification fallacy.
Yeah, you got it, Nathan. That is a shining example, and that is going to get added to this because I think, other than gravity, this is the biggest one. And I think it was the other day where you articulated this so precise. I was like, yeah, baby, you got that right. I hope everyone understands the difference between fishbowl. This is actual refraction. This is based on Snell's law. Shining monochromatic light through glass or plastic into a sugar solution is not this. Duh. It's got the same word on the end. That'll Jedi mind trick you, right? Yeah, obviously it's not the same thing through curved gases, which is also a paradox in itself, non sequitur. All right, so be careful of this one. We're really exposing these clowns now. You better look out, baltards, because average Joe flat earthers catching on to this, and they're holding your ass right up in the corner. I've been seeing it. Oh, the ad hominem fallacy. This is really good because baltards.
Coincidence. I think not only is it an equivocation when you detail refraction and you talk about refraction, then terrestrial refraction, then refraction again, and like I talked about with the bait and switch. Yes, that's an equivocation. But if they're overt about it, in other words, it's clear amongst both parties that there's two different things being discussed, you can actually call it false equivalence. If you compare the two,
yes,
and contrast the two like they're the same, that would actually be a false equivalence.
That would be a false equivalence also, yes. Yep. Not a false equivocation, though. You can't
technically. That's where I was actually going with this. That's my joke. You've ruined my joke now. I was going to say, if you combine the two, would that make it a equivocation fallacy?
Yeah. You want to try? I wouldn't try that. Just leave them separate and identify them both for everyone out there. Do not say false equivocation, please. Like I said, this is another fallacy. They have no clue. This is one of the easiest fallacies, but baltards and evolution monkeys don't have any idea what this means. So let's go through this.
Before you start,
go ahead.
Before you've made any claims or detailed this fallacy, I just want to say sometimes QE's an idiot. Just want to say that for purposes of demonstration after he has made his example. So I'm just insulting you at random.
Yep. That's what you got it. That's what an ad hominem fallacy is. Also known as personal abuse, personal attacks, abusive fallacy, damning the source, name calling, needling, refutation by character. Listen to the description closely. Attacking the person making the argument rather than, everyone see this, rather than the argument itself. That's the important part. When the attack on the person is completely irrelevant to the argument the person is making. So, claim, scientific theories are the result of validated scientific hypotheses. The rebuttal, the fallacious one, you're a moron. This is an ad hominem fallacy in this context. Now, if somebody systematically refutes your claim by and through which demonstrates that you're a numpty, dipshit, a retard, a Burke, a weed knob, sack-sniffing cretin, liar, pretender clown, etc., then assesses your belly-laughing train wreck and announces you as one or more of the previous characters, then by definition, it's not an ad hominem. You get it, crayon munchers? Because he's defeated your argument first. See this? It's in lieu. See, if you personally abuse, personal attacks, all this in lieu of an argument, that's an ad hominem. If you provide a rebuttal, especially a coherent one, and then we make the assessment that you're a numpty dipshit, it's not an ad hominem fallacy. Duh. By definition. Any comments, questions on this one?
Yeah, you just don't understand.
You just don't know. What I was doing when I insulted you prior to you making a claim was to distinguish between one of three things. So what you detailed was an ad hominem fallacy, which is absolutely correct. In lieu of a rebuttal, make a claim, the person doesn't attack the claim or refute the claim, they just call you an idiot or give an example of where you've been an idiot as a replacement for an actual refute of the argument you've just made. That's an ad hominem attack. Prior to anybody saying anything, if you just detail where someone's been stupid, you're just insulting them. However, when someone's about to make an argument, if I pull out an example of where QE's made a mistake, there aren't any. But if there were, and I was to pull it out, before he makes his argument, that's a poisoning the well fallacy. So making the person seem more stupid prior to their argument even being delivered isn't ad hominem either. It's poisoning the well.
Yeah. Well, hold on a second, Nathan. The poisoning the well fallacy is a type of ad hominem, so it's right underneath it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. No, I take it back. So I was right when I said QE isn't wrong. You weren't in that example either.
Yep.
Well, I was right all along.
Yeah, it classifies underneath ad hominem. All right, we're going to stop with this one. Hold on. We're going to stop with this one. I'm going to give you a chance to talk about it. I just want you to say that this is a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with this. So we got a whole other show of even more of this, folks. You need to stay tuned to the next Ballbusters because this is outstanding stuff right here. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, sorry for stepping on your toes there, QE. No, the only thing I want to say about that particular fallacy is that is the main fallacy. And when I say main, I'm talking to a massive degree. I'm talking 95%. That fallacy has been used against people who are flat earthers through the generations more than anything else, because it's used in the media, it's used in books, it's used by the everyday person. It's ingrained that we're supposed to be stupid before we even say anything. So we are called dummies and morons and everything else before we even get a chance to state our argument. So that is the number one enemy of Flat Earth, the ad hominem fallacy, because it's to destroy our character before we get a chance to make our claim.
Yep, poisoning the well. Yep, it's already out there. You're right.
There's going to be a part B to this, and I think this is going to be a short of Bullbusters, but we have got a few people who haven't made any comment yet, so I don't know if you're good for another quarter of an hour. I didn't get an answer to you when I said maybe an hour and a half today. I don't know.
Go ahead, Nathan. Yeah, you can roll.
I mean, we'll start at the top then. Citation Police, hello, good to have you.
Hello.
Hello. Do you have any comment? Fallacies, you're typical right up there with these things. You're right on top of fallacies typically.
Another one of the most common fallacies that they do is post hoc ergo propter hoc, which basically means the only variable that the two events share is time, but they say that event A caused event B because it proceeded afterwards, or in the same time, like a correlation. Let's see.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on.
What?
You stole that one. I told you that one last night. You stole it.
No. If I stole it, then how did I know that if I stole it, then how did I know ex post hoc to tell Nathan in the past? Or did I go back in time to repeat a precedent cause as the cause of something that happens in the future, which would be an example of an ex post hoc fallacy?
That's a damn red herring right there.
It's not. That's true. I'm going to taste this.
Yeah, it's a good one. Good.
That's epic. Yeah, absolutely. You detailed it on the show the other day, and I really liked you going through it. I think we had Star Wars as the subject matter at the time, when you've got essentially a continuity error with time, because suddenly I think the example was like some starship that goes into light speed and then destroys an entire fleet. This happens prior to the 1980s and late 70s releases of the Star Wars. So like, well, that would alter the entire timeline of everything. So, you've got to have a post... How do you say it again? I don't want to butcher the order.
Ex post hoc.
Ex post hoc. Right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
As opposed to ex ante, which is from the future. So one is from the past and the other is from the future.
I was going to say the post hoc ergo propter hoc. Oh, but yeah, this is a lot of fun. I love doing this presentation. I really do.
And also, it's fun to speak Latin.
It is.
That also falls into the same formal fallacy. Like a lot of them put it in that way, with affirming the consequent.
It could, yep.
Yeah, it often permutates into an affirming the consequent.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna deal with that on the next Ballbusters. That'll be part of it. We've got a number of fallacies to go through just yet.
But listen, hey, real quick, I couldn't get any Globers to actually tell me what a formal fallacy was.
Oh, you missed. Yeah, you'll get it. Ask him.
You're closing the name. You're having me on, right?
No. Ask M. Scott Veach.
I'm literally telling you the truth, brother.
Are you guys listening? Is my mic working? I said, ask M. Scott Veach. He'll tell you. You got to have a suit and tie on.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Formal is in there. No. Can I just say it just means it takes a form. Like if P then Q, that's its form.
God damn, Scott Veach. He said
well, to be fair.
Go ahead. It seems that he can't hear me for some reason. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, to be fair, at least one of them did throw out the word modus ponens.
All right.
Hold on.
That's too difficult.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, when talking about fallacies, though, they talked about modus ponens in the context of fallacy.
Maybe they meant the affirming the consequent. It's the numpty derivative of modus ponens.
What they were doing is giving me an example of a formal fallacy rather than telling me what a formal fallacy is. Committing a category error, which is also a logic fallacy.
Yeah, they were giving you an example of a formal logical argument, is what you meant to say.
Oh, correct.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
Let me get it straight. They're trying to detail form in the logical fallacy, and they gave you a logical consistency argument and its form. Am I correct?
Correct.
No way.
Yeah, they just
shouldn't be shocked.
did it.
I shouldn't be shocked.
Hold on.
I mean, I'm lucky in this regard because some of the education I had was in this regard, in regards to logic and to a certain degree about logical fallacy. But my dad was a programmer, so logic and how things function was sort of taught to me as a young kid when I was asking questions. So I'm quite lucky in that regard, because if you understand how things must work in logical form, then you understand how they break. So for me, so if you're a programmer, you'll know what I mean when I say syntax error. You know, if things don't function correctly, if they don't have logic correct, they break. That's a logical fallacy in essence. The difference, rather than just broken logic, fallacy's formed in a manner that makes it appear like it's actually got some logical consistency. That's the essence of a logical fallacy. I'm sorry to drag this out a bit, QE, but it beggars. I'm stuttering because it beggars belief when someone's detailing how the form in a logical fallacy works. They give you a logical consistency. I just can't quite believe it. There we go. That's where we're at.
I can give you the practical example that they were speaking of. So their claim is that because QE's black swan is erroneous in their view, therefore modus ponens is a formal logical fallacy. All their logic now?
It's modus ponens.
It's so convoluted, dude.
So
I see where he's going.
Yes, very convoluted. So because the logical consistency is bunk according to them, even though they're not overcoming the consistency in the logic, it makes modus ponens, an incorrect identification of the logic used, actually a fallacy. Am I following? Man, this is convoluted.
Yeah, absolutely. So the correct rebuttal is not to call modus tollens or modus ponens a fallacy. It's to rebut the premises. So they're functioning on the form rather than the premises. So it just demonstrates that they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah,
because the consistency of the logic also takes a form. They're saying it's a fallacy. This is just nuts.
Welcome to the carnival tent. Hey, here we go again. Shout out, super chat. The king of the potato people approves this message. That's one for you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Sorry, he could have put that in there a long time ago. I just popped it up. But there you go.
You got 76. Have you got anything you wanted to add? Oh, we'll go to Flerick.
Make it snappy.
Eric, any comments on the fallacies we've covered in this show? Near anything from you, Flerick? Mic issues, unless it's just me that's not hearing him. Neil, you've been a bit verbal. Did you want to actually add anything?
Hello.
Okay.
Got me, mic check.
Hello, Neil. Yes, yes, we hear you, Neil.
About the fallacy of a stupid argument. Does that count? Is there any fallacy called a fallacy of a dumb argument?
It just depends. It could be. It's probably, you're saying stupid. It probably doesn't follow. That would make it a non sequitur.
Okay.
Yep.
Good show.
Yep. It'll be better
Did you
next.
follow what you just said, though?
Go ahead.
Did you follow what you just said, Neil? If somebody offers an argument that's nonsensical in terms of any address, so someone asks you about gas pressure without a container, and you say, yeah, but your flat Earth map doesn't work at all, that's non sequitur. Is that close enough to what you're saying when you say silly argument?
No, nothing. Doesn't follow. We'll deal with this Monday.
Okay. Truth Seeker. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good show.
Very well,
always.
very well.
Yeah, it's always a good show. Shout out to QE. Shout out to you, Nathan. Brian's Logic. Mitchell from Australia. Just saw his video. I think was it yesterday on the mountain. I forgot the name of the mountain, but it was about the globe curve, the globe shadow. It was a good video. No, I mean, just everything seemed to follow with me. When I first got into Flat Earth, I didn't really learn much about these logical fallacies, and had I known about many of these logical fallacies, it would have saved me a lot of headache in explaining this or that, or following up with this logical fallacy and that. So yeah, good show as always, and guys, keep up the good work.
Perfect. Brian, I don't know if you've held your thought long enough from when I introduced Citation Police, but you were trying to get a word in earlier, and then we'll work through the rest of the Bullbusters. I know. I just think. I
was over. Yeah, I was just staying on mute. No, I have nothing to say other than subscribe to Brian's Logic, because there's a lot of good things coming. I'm out of breath. Sorry. Thanks.
Brian's been poking the bear, so that's Brian's Logic YouTube channel. Subscribe today. He's getting a lot of attention because he's causing a lot of pain. There's no two ways about it. He's proving Earth's flat on his channel. If you're not subscribed already, check him out. Brian's Logic. Who else we got? Mitch. Short list today. Bullbusters.
Fantastic presentation. Anyone who is willing to debate any Globers in this conversation of flat versus globe, you need these in your arsenal. You need to know the logical fallacies. They love to pull these out, and when you pull them up on it, they don't have any comeback. It's fantastic. Some other ones with red herring with the black swan. When you're detailing about their geometric horizon, how they need it, and they like to steer the conversation away to the oil platforms. Yeah, don't let them do that. That's red herring. It's about your geometric horizon that you don't have. For me, when the red herrings come out, it is a sign of how devastating the argument is. They would do anything not to talk about the killer points that you're talking about. Fantastic show, QE. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Nathan, take us home, sir.
Oh, I was going to do a dirty joke. Oh, is that... Okay. Right. Well, it's about... Mitch was talking about, them having no comeback. And it just reminded me of Jimmy Carr, who I went to see live. He gets heckled a lot. And someone heckles him from the crowd. And he's like, well, if you want my comeback, I have to scrape it off your mum's teeth.
Oh, brother.
With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you tuning in live to Bullbusters, smashing the super chat, joining as a Quantum Racing channel member, hitting the Patreon link, all that good stuff. Obviously, a massive thank you to all of today's Bullbusters for making the shows possible, and massive thank you to today's interactive part of the show from the live participants. Really appreciate you coming on and chatting with us, even though it's been a bit of a smaller live show. And once again, a massive thank you to all of you for tuning in live. I've been Nathan Oakley, and we will see you all in the next Bullbusters.
Let's talk about these anti-flat Earth defense mechanisms the vast majority of people seem to have. The first one is the term flat Earth itself. When people hear that word, or they hear you questioning the globe model, the moon landing, or anything of that sort, they go, "Wait a minute. You're not a flat earther, are you? You're a flat earther, aren't you?" With this condescending, all-knowing tone, as if you accept this label, you've been pigeonholed, and anything you say afterwards holds no value. And why is this? Because of websites like the Flat Earth Society, giving misinformation and straw man arguments, and mockumentaries like Behind the Curve, showcasing the worst examples of so-called flat earthers for everyone to laugh at. So now, you're guilty by association if you admit that you're a flat earther. I'll use the flat earth keyword for the algorithm because it's what everyone searches for. But I named my children's book The Earth Plane, and we named our movie Level, purposely creating quote-unquote flat earth content without this pigeonholed label in the title. So of course, among other globe skeptics, level earthers, whatever you want to call us, we can accept that we are flat earthers. But when your friends and family members or strangers on the street you're trying to convince hear a bit of your skepticism and then ask, "Oh, you're a flat earther, aren't you?" I recommend doing as Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve does, and insisting that no, you're not a flat earther, because the Earth has mountains, hills, and valleys, so of course the Earth's not flat, thereby disarming their first anti-flat Earth defense mechanism, because you don't admit to being their straw man version of a globe skeptic, what they have seen in mockumentaries or on the Flat Earth Society as a flat earther. No, you're not that. You're just a man or woman like anyone else, questioning their reality, questioning what they're told, not just believing outright what the government or government organization says. So the next one, once you've disarmed them and they realize, oh yeah, he is a flat earther, regardless of what he calls himself, their next anti-flat earth defense mechanism will be, why? But why? Why would they lie? The incessant mantra of the ball earther. But, why would they lie? It's not even a question. It's a defense mechanism. They haven't researched the evidence for an alternative shape of the Earth for even a minute, but suddenly they want to know the motive for this lie. Yeah, right. This isn't a genuine question. Imagine a detective rolling up to a crime scene and there's blood all over the place, bodies everywhere, stinks to high heaven, and little deputy rookie volunteer rocks up behind him, taps him on the shoulder, and says, what do you think the motive would be for a crime here? I'm not seeing why there would be a murder here. The detective looks at him, squints his eyes, waves his hand, shows the blood on the walls, the bodies on the floor, asks the rookie genuinely, are you not seeing this? Do you not see the evidence all around you? And the rookie, as if blind to the crime scene, unable to research or open his eyes long enough to see any of the evidence, just impotently continues on, asking, but why? When people ask you, but why would they lie about the shape of the Earth when they haven't even researched the evidence whatsoever? That question is not a question. It's a defense mechanism. And if somebody is just asking you a question as a defense mechanism, you're not required to give them an answer, nor is it in your best interest to try and give them an answer. Because why are they asking you that defense mechanism question in the first place? Because it's such a huge and open-ended question, and you are not the one who's lying, so you couldn't possibly explain the motive of the liars, even if you knew it to the finest detail. Therefore, regardless of what answer you give them, or how good it is, they're just waiting for you to open your mouth so they can laugh and scoff at whatever answer you try to give to their impossible question. But why would they lie? People who ask this question are unaware of just how prevalent lies have been and continue to be throughout history, in all facets of society, in the media, in government, in history, in science. The lies are everywhere. And anyone that's going to ask you, but why would they lie, is obviously a mainstream media believing conformist sheeple who hasn't got the slightest idea of how the world actually works, and trying to hold their hand and explain to them the entirety of history and politics and conspiracies that have been hidden from them is an impossible task. As they say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can lead humans to standing bodies of level water, but you can't make them understand that they're impossible to bend. So when ballers chant their "why would they lie" mantra at you, don't feel obligated to try and dish up some answer that's somehow going to satisfy these insatiable people. If they really cared, they'd be looking into it as deeply as you are. And instead of that question being some flippant defense mechanism, it would be a genuine question, like it is for you or me. I can list dozens of reasons why they would lie, and I have in other videos. But just realize that this barrage of questions that ball earthers throw at you are more defense mechanisms than genuine questions, and you're not required to try and answer all of these defense mechanism questions. One of the biggest impediments to waking up is ego, and it is their ego that's chanting these "but why would they lie" mantras, these "oh, you're a flat earther." You'll notice your more enlightened friends and family members, when you told them about it, didn't come at you with this kind of attitude and these dismissive questions. Your more open-minded friends and family members were probably curious and interested, and when they asked questions, they were good questions, and they listened to the answers, and then you had productive conversations following them. This is a whole different thing than you get with these other people, and almost all people, when you ask them if they consider themselves to be open-minded, answer in the affirmative. So everyone likes to think of themselves as open-minded, but notice theirs and your reactions to certain things, and notice if you really are as open-minded as you think. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism, aka insincere question, asked by these egoistic people is, how could they pull it off? Why are there no whistleblowers? You're telling me everyone that works at NASA is in on it and lying? You're telling me everyone in every space agency around the world, every teacher, every astrophysicist, every scientist is in on the lie? Again, as you can tell from the attitude, from the way they asked the question, it's not a real question, but a defense mechanism. And again, people who actually ask this question genuinely can and will find the answer. For example, most people, scientists, teachers, even people within NASA and other space agencies, are just duped like everyone else. And they're compartmentalized in a hierarchy of need-to-know basis. So the only people that are actually in the know are the acternauts and the very highest higher-ups in these organizations. And again, what these scoffing people have never researched, don't understand or realize, are things like Freemasonry, the prevalence and potency of secret societies in the world. They don't realize that literally all of the astronauts were members of this largest and oldest secret society in the world, and their members are blood oath bound, sworn to secrecy. So why are there no whistleblowers? Research Freemasonry, secret societies, blood oaths, and why these people would never and could never blow the whistle. Research Freemasons like Captain Morgan and John Robison, and you'll see exactly what happens to Freemasons who break rank and try to blow the whistle. But again, the people condescendingly asking these questions, they don't care. They're not asking the question for you to give them an answer. They're asking you the question to shut you up and to laugh at you. So what is the actual effective way of dealing with these people? I've tried giving genuine answers to them, spending your time and energy and patience, eating your pride to allow them to talk to you condescendingly while you still sincerely try to give them answers, because the only reason you were talking to them about this in the first place is because you genuinely want to help and inform them. But all they see is an opportunity to laugh, condescend, and boost their own egos by stomping on yours. Now, it's not our duty, nor is it even that effective, to allow them to do this. And it may sound harsh or crass or ineffective to those who haven't experienced this to the degree someone like myself has, but I'll give you my advice. When someone comes at you with this attitude, give it right back to them. Don't waste your time, energy, and patience trying to be sincere to someone who just wants to condescend and laugh at you. Laugh right back at them for their stupid belief in a wobbling, spinning, tilting space testicle in an infinite vacuum with bendy oceans and upside-down people in Australia. Laugh at them for thinking they can dig a hole to China and find more sky below them. Roll your eyes and tell them, okay, then enjoy spinning on your wobbling space ball, genius. By refusing to engage with them and taking their ego down a notch like this, you're actually helping plant a seed that will make them genuinely more interested next time. And when you withhold information from them because of their bad attitude, that's the negative reinforcement people like this need. You know, your good friends who didn't laugh at you and condescend you, you were able to give them positive reinforcement. Use your time, energy, and patience to explain things to them. But when people use these anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions and give you an attitude, don't even bother answering these people. Just plant the seed and walk away. Come back to water it another day. Or let somebody else water it along the way. It's not your responsibility to hold these people's hand. Just plant your seed and go on to more fertile ground. Because even if you do answer their question, then they'll just ask you the next defense mechanism query. Why does it matter? How does it change my life? I still have to go to work in the morning. So why does it even matter? I don't really care either way. So now suddenly, it doesn't matter to their life if the entire world has been lied to about something as fundamental as where we are for the entirety of humanity for centuries, duped about literally the most fundamental truth possible. And these people are like, yeah, but why does it matter? What does it even matter? How does that change my life at all? If the fact that you and everyone you know has believed the biggest lie in history doesn't matter to you or change your life, what does that say about you and your life? What is important to you then? How could the truth not be important? I got so annoyed with this stupid question, I even wrote a song about it. Hey Eric, why does it even matter if the world is round or flat, or we revolve around the sun, or if the sun revolves around us? I still have to go to work tomorrow, and it hurts regardless. I still have to pay my bills, and so I fail to see your logic. Please stop adding to the list of things in life that make me suffer. I don't want to be empowered. I just want to be a martyr. I would rather ask you why you think it matters than be honest and admit the simple truth is that I haven't thought about it. And refuse to do my research. I don't even click your links, and when you ask me what I thought about them, I don't even think. I just want to pop some mollies, dance around and get my jollies, in a club or off in Bali. I don't want to contemplate about the shape of where we are now. Human race, mental state, being raped, and I like it. Feels good, slavery is fine with me, and now I've answered my own question, 'cause to people like me, it just doesn't matter, does it? So then the next thing they do, whether you've given them answers to their initial anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions or not, they'll start to get into the, well, then explain this, and explain that questions, with a smirk, a mocking tone of voice, and a narrow-minded impatience that shows they aren't even asking to learn the answer. They're asking to put the onus of unnecessary verbiage onto you, so they can just scoff at whatever you say next, no matter how rational or logical it is. Well, explain sunsets then. Well, explain time zones then. What about the Coriolis effect? What about Foucault's pendulum? And they'll often throw a bunch of them at you all at once like that. Again, proving it a defense mechanism, not a real question. Because in real conversation, you can only answer one question at a time. And when people throw them all at you like that, it's an attack, not a conversation. And as a skilled conversationalist, you need to understand when you're being attacked and switch up your tactics. This isn't a normal conversation anymore. And it's not your job to explain this and explain that, and what about this, and what about that, to these people. If they actually care, they will do what you did and read books, watch videos, search the internet, perform their own experiments, and figure out the truth for themselves. And at this point, I'll give another piece of advice. When you get to the explain this, explain that stage of questions, it's difficult in impromptu conversation to give perfect answers to these difficult questions. So instead of even trying, you're better off recommending them specific videos that answer the questions. For example, on my channel, I have at least one video for pretty much every single question I've ever heard asked about the flat earth, on purpose, so that people can do this. Instead of trying to give their best version of an answer in a comment or in a conversation, they can send a link to a video that answers the question in a much more complete, well thought out way than anyone could do when put on the spot. And if they won't watch a video, which many of them will say, no, just answer it. Just talk to me. Just tell me in a comment. I don't want to watch another video. Well, again, they're showing you they're disingenuous. They're showing you they don't actually care. They're showing you these questions aren't real questions, they're defense mechanisms. And they're asking them to shut you up and to make you look stupid. So the second you recognize someone coming at you with this kind of attitude, I recommend starting to close up shop, you know? You don't have to immediately block them and run away, but I mean, recognize that, okay, we're about done here, and just take their ego down a notch. Give them a little flippant remark. You know, I like to tell them, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, genius. A little sarcastic boost to their ego, you know, call them a genius. In this day and age, you can't even call people stupid anymore. You'll get flagged and blocked for bullying. So, you gotta use strategic sarcasm like I do, and you just be like, whoa, well, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, you genius. And I'm telling you, answering them in that way piques their interest much more than giving them an actual answer to their actual question. You know why? Because they see that you do value your time and energy, and that you actually have enough intuition and follow-through to notice when some snarky moron is just trying to bait you in. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism is the appeal to authority. You're not a scientist. You're saying you know more than Galileo, Newton, Copernicus, Einstein, and every astronomer in history? Again, not understanding the multitude of lies throughout history, the multitude of lies within science, the prevalence of Freemasonry among these heliocentric scientists, nor do they even know the trivium and logic and logical fallacies and understand what appeal to authority is. Appeal to authority is a logical fallacy. It's a sophist argument that means nothing. Just because someone is a so-called expert in a field does not mean their every word is truth. And that is why such appeals to authority are fallacious arguments that hold no merit. And what's the next one once you throw that out? Appeal to futility. Once you've thrown out their appeal to their space priests at NASA, then they may start to appeal to futility instead and say, "Oh, we'll never know. How could little old me know? How could little old you know? We'll never know in this lifetime." You even get a lot of guys in the so-called conspiracy community doing this appeal to futility. So-called flat earthers, also. Mark Sargent, for years, said that he doesn't know if the earth is flat. He's just sure that it's not a ball. Sam Tripoli has also been riding the fence for years now, where he refuses to accept that the earth is flat and motionless, and instead continues his endless appeal to futility, where he says, "I'm too stupid. I don't have time to research it. I don't have time to figure it out. So I don't know. But what I'm sure is NASA's full of shit. The moon landings never happened. And I'm skeptical of the globe." I don't understand people that have conspiracy programs, conspiracy podcast, but then says they don't have the time or the energy to research conspiracies. And then they just sit on the fence and say, I don't know about everything. What is the point of your show if everything holds equal merit? Straddling the fence is good for viewership, because then you don't piss anyone off. But if you actually care about the truth, you can't just straddle these fences for years. If you want to be a leader, you have to actually have discernment. You actually have to make decisions and follow through with them. And that leads me to another type. The endless debater. Whether it's on the flat earth side or the globe earth side, debate is the last refuge of the cultist. Debate is not how one arrives at truth. Objective reality isn't debatable, and anyone looking to frame the discussion that way is being disingenuous to begin with. I'll talk with people about flat earth, but everyone wants to debate, like we're discussing what color to change the White House to, or something. But we're talking about direct, observable, measurable, empirical reality here. It's not a debatable subject. So when people go on about, why won't you debate? When is there going to be a debate? Again, it's an egoistic mentality, wanting to see some kind of winner or loser playing this subjective game. But again, if you wanted to change the color of the White House, that would be something you could debate. Debate the merits, the whys, the pros and the cons, and come to a final conclusion at the end. But when you're talking about physical reality, demonstrable, tangible substance, there is no debate to be had. There's only truth and fiction, reality and lies. The problem is these people have no intuition, and they're gullible as all get up. They think the government and mainstream media are bastions and beacons of infallible truth. And again, this is why no debate or well-worded answers to these questions are going to do anything to these people. They're so far gone. They've been so indoctrinated into the mainstream propaganda, their government-warped view of the world, that it would literally take them many months of genuine introspection and deep research to get out of the prison their mind has become. They don't even realize that their questions are defense mechanisms. They think they're being rational and logical. They think your skepticism is so far beneath them that they can barely hear what you're saying anymore. So again, instead of running around and doing all their research for them, I suggest just noting and verbalizing the fact that you see their attitude, you hear that condescension, and it's fine. You were just checking. You can see they're not ready, and you've been treated this way before. It's fine. You're just not going to subject yourself to it again. And they may even try to reverse then, oh, no, oh, come on. Because they wanted to laugh at you. They don't like that you're using your intuition and then asserting yourself and not playing their games anymore. They'll start coming at you like, oh, no, come on, no, I'm serious, why would they lie? No, come on. Just explain the sunset to me. Explain time zones. So just plant the seed, walk away, find more fertile ground, and if they come back with a better attitude, then it's time to water those seeds and you may see them sprout eventually. Because that's how it actually works. Nobody wakes up in a single conversation. The subject is too big. You can only plant seeds and then hope that they are open-minded enough, intuitive and discerning enough, and care enough to actually look into it for themselves. And when they do, it'll be obvious. They'll come back with a blown mind, and your next conversation will be a whole different thing. And that leads me to my last recommendation, which is watch parties. If you really want to wake someone up, get them to agree to sit down with you and watch an informative documentary on the subject, like our new Level movie, or 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball, or The History of Flat Earth, or How Everything Works on Flat Earth, are some examples. By getting them to agree to sit down and watch a video with you that explains the answers to all of their questions without them even having to ask them, and does so in an engaging and hopefully entertaining manner, will get past these anti-flat earth defense mechanisms and get to the deluded soul, the deluded baller soul in there. And remember, people have been programmed through the media to view conspiracies and conspiracy theorists as crazy and unstable. So when they start making you feel this way, with their condescension and scoffing at you, don't retaliate by going all crazy and getting mad at them and raising your voice and all this. But lead by example, by showing them that you're so far above their worldview and their egos need to stomp on you for presenting something different from what they think they know. Show them that you're confident enough in what you know to be true that you don't have to share it with them. You were trying to do it as a favor, and when they show you that they don't want to hear it, do them the favor of stopping. Put your hands up if you don't want to know about it, if you don't want to talk about it. I have other more intelligent, more open-minded, less egoistic friends I can talk with about these things. Thanks.
That's a good one.
Dubai.
Bet it's cool and crisp up in your area, huh?
I am freezing. We are actually throwing wood in the fireplace right now.
I told you. I know, because see, I'm in Southern California. It's freaking cold. So if you're up in the mountains up there, I bet it is cold. No kidding.
It is freezing. It is stealing the heat out of my bones in my house, and I've had the floor heater on the entire time.
I know. Isn't it a weird thing? Like, listen, I can have it like 70 degrees in here, and it still feels cold. It's so bizarre. Like
the barometric pressure is what's assisting the cold.
Yeah. And it's funny because I live in a concrete building, and it cools down outside, and the whole, like, all the walls and the floors, everything, it's like you're living inside a refrigerator. And then the humidity comes, and it just changes that humidity so rapidly inside. I'm astonished at how fast that happens.
Wait, is it raining down there too? Is it like...
No, but it's full on cloudy. It's supposed to rain this afternoon. But it's, full on cloudy. Big puffy clouds, dark looking clouds.
It's like speckling ice crystals here, and it's done enough to put like an inch of snow on the ground, which is just enough to make the people who drive up here from down the hill like slide all over the road and just drive as crazy as possible. Like, why do these people drive? Like, why would you drive on snow with not a 4x vehicle without chains and then not expect to just slide off the road? Like, I don't understand what the thought process is there.
Yeah, when I lived in Washington State, even the people with chains all slid off the roads.
Yeah, and even I'm in my Jeep with my 4x on and a pair of chains, and I'm like sliding a little bit, and then I see somebody going past in like a Prius with no chains, and I'm like, you are crazy.
Yeah, one year there was like this blizzard, right? So I lived on the west side of Puget Sound, across from Seattle, but Seattle alone in the city had 1,000 abandoned cars. 1,000 cars abandoned because they couldn't move them. All slid off the roads and the highways. Yep.
You mean like just buried in all the berms everywhere, and they just had to leave them there until it started to melt?
Yeah, just all of them slid right off. And these are 4-wheel drives. I don't care what kind. All of them were slid. All the cars were sliding off. I got stuck in that. It took me 4 hours to get home. It usually took 20 minutes.
That's crazy. I've only seen it like that one time here, and I drove down the road I live on. I'm like at the top of the hill, and I started driving down the hill real slow and 4x with the chains on, and I drive past a couple Jeeps that are stuck all in the berms, like, because they just drove up the road and didn't know, and the tow truck's there like pulling out one of them. Like, the whole road is blocked by 4x vehicles with chains on that are all stuck, and a tow truck pulling them out, and I'm like creeping past. I'm like, well, like, this is dangerous. How does the road, like, what makes the road slick like? Like, how do you know one day it's slick like that and the next day it's not? Like, what is the condition that creates that?
Well, some moisture and then just a slight warming, so it's like a layer of liquid, right? And then all of a sudden, coldness or even snow.
So what if it's like fluctuating between that freezing point? Then you get just this slick on top, and then it doesn't matter if you have chains or nothing. You're
black ice underneath whatever's on top, like if it's snow or sleet or whatever. But you have this hard ice underneath the layer. You'll slide right off.
And I drive super slow down that hill every time, and these people drive like full speed down this hill, and I always, when I see it, I cringe and I listen for the crash sound, but there's never a crash sound. I'm like, how? Like, I live here and I would never drive that speed down this thing.
That's wild.
Really is. There's been no traffic today. I haven't even heard the flash going by. So it's like everybody just decided not to do that today.
So you live like above 29 Palms or something, or above? I'm trying to think of the.
I live on the crest of the Sierra, so when you look from down the hill in San Bernardino or wherever, and you look out at the mountains, I live at the highest mountain and the furthest in the distance. So if you're like out at the coast, you're only seeing the like the smaller mountains that are in between.
So I know the area pretty well, San Bernardino. So like from like Arrowhead, what direction are you talking?
I'm like in the middle of the ridge line there. So like Arrowhead's on one side.
Mm-hmm.
And you're further north? What is it? It's the 38 that goes up right there?
You're further north?
The 38 is what goes up to the Arrowhead side from down...
No, it's the 18.
That's 18?
Yeah.
So Waterman is 18?
Yeah.
Okay, so 18 comes up and goes to Arrowhead, and then at Arrowhead, it's 18 and it goes all the way across here?
Yeah.
and then it turns into 330, and then it hits 330, and then it's
So
but it's still
east.
18.
I'm just trying to figure if you're further east from Arrowhead or further north.
No, we're like 15 minutes from Arrowhead.
Oh, you're close by. Oh, okay, I got you, man. I know. Like
We're on the actual ridge. Arrowhead's like tucked back in there, so you would have to drive away from the ridge line, like into that little area. Like I'm on the ridge line, like I can look off and see the city lights or whatever down the hill.
I used to go hiking up in the Hesperia up there, Deep Creek, Bowen Ranch, and all that. You guys know about
Oh yeah, that's our
that? I
favorite.
heard the background.
Okay, so supposedly the watershed runs right behind the house here, all the way down the free or the highway that goes across here. The watershed runs parallel with that and runs all the way back behind Arrowhead, all the way down to all the way down to Deep Creek and out to Bowen Ranch.
Man, God, that's so beautiful up there. I've hiked and camped up there since I was like 17 years old. Was the first time, and that was like more like 50.
Okay,
years.
so how do we get into the caverns, man? Because nobody will tell us where the how to get into where the cavern sites are. Like it's like the most guarded secret here is where the cavern is.
Caverns?
The whole freaking mountain's hollow.
Yeah, I bet. Like I never figured that out myself. I didn't even hear about it. But down by the creek is great. But yeah, we used to hide because you go down there and hike down there, you know, it's like a 2.25 mile hike down from Bowen Ranch, something like that. But anyway, you get down there. I saw like 18-inch long trout. I shit you not, these trout were huge. And the creek isn't even that large. But anyway,
that's on a good year where they have a lot of there's a lot of water in the watershed.
Huge, and nobody could catch them when I was there the last time. But yeah, you could hike in these little canyons up there because we used to have to do it all the time. Because at like dusk, these flunky rangers would come down and try to give people tickets for camping. So you just hide from them real easy. But I imagine there probably is caverns. That's pretty amazing, caverns, huh?
Well, they say there was mining up here or whatever, but that they had like there was places where you could go and you could get into some of these pockets, and that they're massive. Like they have like massive caverns all over, speckled. Because I guess the way the Earth moves, it just opens up big caverns, and the water goes to where the cavern areas are and kind of hones them out. So you just have to find where you can get in.
Right.
And they even had this huge community of it was like back during the Jet Set, they made a bunch of movies about this stuff or whatever that was going on here, like wicked evil cult stuff that was going on.
Oh yeah, actually I've heard of that. Like some of those people were up around there like during the Manson times, supposedly, you know.
So they had that going on, and then they made, what was it, TV show or something about Twin Peaks?
Oh, was that supposed to be about that?
So Twin Peaks is at the top of the 18. So before you would make it to Arrowhead, you would drive up the 18, and then Twin Peaks is the peak right there because you can see off both directions out to the ocean and inland.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
I mean, until you live here, and then you're like, whoa, this is a little bit strange.
I lived in LA for like 10 years.
We used to make snuff porn and would kidnap.
Oh yeah, they caught a whole like ring of like child traffickers up here that were making like snuff films.
I believe it. See, man, that stuff is going on. That's what you have to be careful of. You got to make sure you're prepared when you're going up there. But I wouldn't mind hiking areas like that all the way up would be really cool. I think, you know, like. I don't think I'd want to do it alone.
The PCT goes right across here, so we have this huge flow of people that come across in the spring. Like the second that the snow melts enough for people to go across, they're like, I'm on it.
I know. My dad used to go up there to Deep Creek by himself in the winter.
But that's around the back, so you wouldn't really be up on the mountain. You would drive around the back like Lucerne or whatever, right there, and then
area side, right?
Yeah, and then just come in off the back there, and it's like you're not really hiking up. You're kind of more hiking in in and then a little bit down to the hot spring, and that hot spring is amazing.
It is, man. I haven't seen it, and gosh, since '93, I think this is the last time I've been up there. I'd really like to go again before I'm too old. You know.
Hey, Sonny, can I butt in with a quick question?
Yeah.
I know what he meant when he said it, but Corporal Major, just a minute ago, you said the way the Earth moves creates a cavern. Can you clarify what you meant by Earth moves?
Yeah, like my property here, the foundation is constantly migrating its way down this slope because I'm actually on a creek like this. It would be the center of the watershed where the seasonal creek would be. But since they have a pump station at the top of the hill here, like there's not a lot of the moisture running down this little channel. But you could see where it carved in real good. So technically my house, without that pump there, my house would not be able to be where it is because there would be an underground stream, a seasonal stream where when the snow melt comes, and it would be bad. Like that's not good positioning for foundations. Yeah, I mean it's the motion of the ground physically like moving forward and putting pressure on itself. Like the rocks will crack apart and then lean against themselves, which creates like cavernous pockets like everywhere. But from what I've been told, there's like caverns here with like 1,000-foot ceilings. Like it's like a massive pockets inside of this mountain that you can get to.
Yeah, so Corporal, it might be helpful to explain to Dave. The area we're talking about is huge sandstone bluffs, and they're all like crumbling, and the way they're all crumbling and cracked is these huge boulders that are just like with crevices sitting on top of each other. Yeah, like they're like huge, like tinker. What do they call this?
I know what you're talking about, Sonny. I just wanted him to publicly clarify. I know what he meant, but he wasn't talking about any constant motion of the Earth. You know, he's talking about
no. Like vibration and tremors and stuff, creating new little cracks, and then the water.
Yeah.
The water
We're not talking axial rotation here, correct?
No, the Earth is not. Okay. The Earth does not move. I'm talking about the migration of the actual mountain that I live on. Like it's constantly crumbling. In fact, they call it Arrowhead because there was a part of the mountain on the front where it's a part of the watershed which became unstable and slid, crushing the remaining like pioneer / Indian type little camp that was there at the time. And creating this big arrowhead-looking impression on the mountain was actually a slide. It killed a bunch of people when it slid out. And there's a big story behind that and everything. But that's what they call it, arrowhead, is because the mark on the side of the mountain from where it slid, because the ground was like soft and the water was undermining it. And they had there was a camp there too. So it ruined whatever they had going there was done. And now they associate Arrowhead with the mountain, and they call it Lake Arrowhead, and most people don't know why. It's because of that shape on the mountain from the landslide right there. But
like
also,
I know what you mean,
the landslide, the landslide didn't happen because Earth is wobbling and rotating. So that's not why anything happens, because Earth does not wobble or rotate or move at all. It's very fixed and motionless. And I want to just clarify.
All good, man. I knew what you meant. I was jumping on the fact that you literally said the way the Earth moves. So a glober would jump all over that, you know.
Well, I just meant the basic migration here. You could have new cavities seasonally because the way that the water channels through the ground, like if you have some rocks breaking up under the ground and it's opening up and the water finds that area to be in, it's going to open up a big old cavity. And from what I understand, there's huge cavities carved out all throughout this mountain here and people were mining here when they first came through, and there was a gold rush and they were doing timber and everything, that people were mining stuff out of some of the cavernous areas here. And nobody's ever taken me. They're like, yeah, there's some old little rundown town where people used to live, where there's a bunch of openings. And I'm like, well, where? Let's go. I want to check this out. Nobody ever has actually taken me to one of these sites.
And that general area is subject to, like you said, earthquakes and tremors and stuff too, right?
They were supposedly using the caverns for some weird stuff going on the way back, and they filled in a bunch of the common holes that were being accessed by some of the more prominent properties in certain parts of the mountain, as from what I understand. And they actually backfilled the tunnel entrances that were hitting some of these caverns.
Here's a couple of images in the voice text of how these mountains look in San Bernardino. The second one is Mount San Jacinto.
Yeah, that's just an example of nature taking its course, or whatever they want to call it. That's just things are in motion or in motion for reasons of reality instead of fantasy gravities or whatever.
Yeah, there's constant erosion. I mean, you can see it just by looking at the mountain range for, in a macro, like that picture you posted shows it perfectly. All those deep cuts are created by the seasonal watershed there, the water flow from all that snow melting. And so,
all these big, huge rocks. That's what's interesting about California is there's so many different types of landscape. It's really amazing. Almost every type of landscape. A lot of the types of landscape you don't see anywhere else.
well, I mean, I am up where it's snowing. If I just drove an hour or so, I could be at the coast and it would probably be like sunny and clear.
I'd say California is one of the few states that has both extremes of landscape and weather. All the way to the top of mountains, all the way down to the beach in LA.
Yeah, but they what I don't like about is the image of California where they show you palm trees and they pretend like Southern California is tropical when it's just it's like desert that runs to the ocean, and they're like, oh, we planted palm trees and made a strip mall, and they're like, now it's a tropical paradise because we have snow cones or something, and I'm like, what? Like, if you look at the terrain, it's not it's not tropical at all, so they just fake this kind of, it's tropical and warm in Southern California. It's not it.
Are you able to see the voice text, Dave?
No, I'm operating a motor vehicle, but I understand what you're talking about. I just thought I would jump on that little.
Oh, no problem.
Not really a misstatement, but the way the Earth moves just kind of struck a chord.
I know.
Yeah, I see how that could. I see. Yeah, no, I meant just the migration of everything, and we can see from these pictures here that he's posting. There's just giant boulder. There's a lot of stone that is uncovered by the erosion, and the way that the water carries, it just creates a bunch of movement. So, the road, we have the roads here. Pieces of the road will fall completely out every season because the water will find a way to make a path, undermine the road, and then a big piece of the road will just slip out, and they'll be back there trying to backfill it with rock and stuff, so it won't do that again. But it's
I've actually seen stuff like that here in Kentucky in the mountains too. The same kind of principles at work.
I saw you would. Go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
No, just real quick while my mic's working, and I don't talk much anyway, but I was listening to, what you think about him, Eric DeBay. There was some good, valid information and strategies to use when trying to talk about this subject to people, different ways they approach it. So I just wanted to agree with that. If anybody didn't catch all that, and they go back and re-listen to it, it's just good information. Anyway,
yeah, I don't want to tickle anybody wrong with the wrong buzzwords here, but I see what you're saying now by saying the motion there, and I'm like, that's not. Yeah, I definitely have to clarify. It's not due to some fairy tale globe class, classroom globe or heliocentric little styrofoam heliocentric model. That is not the effect that's taking place to create caverns in the earth. That's just to clarify.
Yeah, good job. I think you covered it pretty well. Y'all continue California reminiscing and whatever you were doing.
Just talking about the extremes here. If it was not foggy and snowing right now where I am, I could see clear out to the coast, to the big tanker ships that are out there off of the port of Long Beach, and also further than that out to Catalina. So you can, on a clear day, you can see that clear as day from here.
I would assume that would be impossible on a globe, right? Sorry, son.
That's about 70 or 80 miles, maybe 100 miles, huh?
Yeah, then the Globers will argue that the elevation is why I can see that far, but they won't go and try and do the topography for all the mountain range that's in between. There's 3 stretches of smaller mountain range in between, and you would have to account for all the supposed curvature of the land and then the water after that, but they don't ever want to actually take topographical maps and try and measure across the mountaintops and be like, hey, you shouldn't be able to see this, or I can see too far. Yeah, no, but I tried to do the measurement out, and it doesn't like it's not a good measurement because like I like to use measurements, and that one from the top of the mountain out because of the elevation, they just go crazy with this elevation thing, like that, like how elevation equates to curvature or something, which doesn't make any sense because I could take my transit, which is a device you use for surveying and measuring the angle of things or whether something has an angle or not. The transit that I have, and I can aim it out there at the horizon, and you don't have to point the transit like down, and then you see the level. You're like, oh look, the level clearly shows the transit's pointing down to look at the water out there on the horizon. It's like level. Like, why is the horizon like level? Like, why do I look out straight from the top of a mountain and my eyes are straight and I'm looking out straight? I'm not tilting my head down, and I see the water there on the horizon, like out there in some container ships. Like, I didn't look down at that. Like, nothing's curving down away from me as I'm up on this giant perch. Like, it's like level with my head. How is that possible? And they'll try and make all sorts of like rookie explanations as to why it's that. But this calculation, I don't think we can use because they'll argue elevation until they're blue in the face. And it's much better to go straight to the beach line, like for instance, I used to live in Oceanside. And so you go to the beach line there, and you could go right to the municipal pier there, and you could stand at the base of the municipal pier on a clear day, and you could see Catalina Island clearly, all of Catalina Island there in the distance on a clear day. And then you can measure across there. And that's 60 miles. So you see 60 miles straight to Catalina Island. Catalina's only about 2,000 feet tall. So you shouldn't even be able to see you shouldn't be able to see any of the island, let alone the entire island, minus just the obscurity of the coastline. Like, obviously you're not going to see that because of the way the refractive effect is closer down to the surface like that. But you could see the entire island. That doesn't match up with any math. No Globers ever come and unexplained what I understand about the numbers of the calculation between Oceanside's municipal pier and Catalina Island. And you can see further than that. You can see Catalina from San Diego on a good day. You can see San Clemente, which is 80 miles out from San Diego on a clear day. Why? Why can you see this far? And nobody's ever explained that away.
Here's a completely bullshit reason that makes no sense.
That's what they're going to come with. For sure.
I'm just guessing, like in an alternate universe type of, where logic doesn't exist. What if around the curve of the globe of a globe Earth, the light refracts around the curve for you to see further around the curve than you really can?
Yes, I love when they try and bring the refractive argument in, because that's like a supporting base for most of the Earth is flat, or it's definitely not a globe argument that people make, is the refractive effect of the distances that we can see and the way refraction works and the angle of incidence and all of these other things, to use that to explain the effect of the projection of light and how we view it on a very flat Earth, as opposed to how it may work on a globe, which was definitely not. That's not what we're viewing, because when you simulate it through experimentation, you're getting the same effect with using flat plane and whatever you're using to simulate the atmosphere. And I haven't seen anybody do that same experiment using a globe. So I've never seen somebody that does the experiment showing how the sun travels away on a table, and then the Globers come back and show you that same experiment on a ball and be like, no, it works on a ball. Like, it just doesn't. They just have no comeback.
Would you mind if I told you it wasn't an experiment?
What's not an experiment?
Okay. Can you define experiment?
It's just kind of, you're testing, and you're going to try and create some controls in order to facilitate an accurate test, and you're going to try and imagine any type of outside forces or anything that would be in play to try and mitigate that, so your test is more accurate in a more controlled environment.
So it sounds like you're talking about the scientific method where you control variables and you have variables, independent, dependent variables, but you can't do that with making observations about the sun. Like it. So yeah, I mean, you described what you would do for the most part in an experiment, but you can't apply that to what you're talking about. I mean, you could. I'm sorry I'm being pedantic, but the only reason that it matters to me is because they equivocate between what an experiment is and what an experiment is not. They call it the same thing. So they ultimately they equivocate between science and pseudoscience. And that's the only reason I'm saying anything. I'm not trying to be a dick or an asshole. I just you know, because when people come up to me and they say their observation is an experiment.
An experiment like, say, for instance, you were Boeing or you were Raytheon or you were Lockheed Martin and you were trying to file a patent for some device and you'd done a bunch of experimentation for this device that planes through the air. And in order to describe this device and how it operates, you wanted to make it as simple as possible. So you assumed that this thing that planes through the air is traveling over a flat, non-rotating Earth, because you didn't want to include all of those measurements for the supposed rotation or whatever
All right, go ahead, girl.
of the Earth.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah. So you would just exclude that, you know, because it's a not relevant. So just like these aeronautic industries exclude that Earth is a globe or that it rotates in their patent information for most of their devices because it facilitates an environment of controls rather than a bunch of extra variables they would have to account for. Just like they exclude their own supposed model of reality from their patent documentations, so can we exclude that from any of our experimentation? As in, we don't suppose the Earth is a globe and do our experimentation because we already suppose Earth is a globe. We do our experimentation excluding supposition because that provides for more accurate experimentation by removing variables and exerting more control. Uh-oh. Did I kill the conversation there?
Elijah must have stepped away, but I hear what you're saying. I think all he was trying to clarify was the scientific method is a thing we all agree on as far as being able to manipulate the independent variable. So you can't do that with the sun. You agree, right?
Oh, yeah. The more controls you have and the less variables, the more accurate the results that you're going to be are. The more definitive they're going to be. And so
you kind of have to define. You have to define your variable.
So what I'm trying to say is,
it can't be many variables. You need the supposition because that's what you're testing experimentally, and your supposition is what singular variable causes an effect.
What I'm saying is that the government is already agreed that the Earth is not a globe by accepting patent applications that exclude the globe and the rotation of the Earth and the curvature of the Earth that everybody's supposing. They're excluding that from the patent document, which would mean that was fraudulent. All their information was fraudulent because they weren't including actual variables that were actually there. They just ignore them as if they aren't. So by omission, by accepting that, the government's already by omission accepted that, you know, that's the globe is a fraudulent reality, and they're willing to acknowledge that there aren't those variables present in actual patent applications for.
But Corporal, you're talking apples and oranges. Actually, you're talking about patents and things. We're trying to separate. You're talking variables and patent information. That's mixing apples and oranges. So I think what Elijah's trying to get to is that certain things that we do, for instance, just an observation or just a measurement, or a lot of things we do are just testing, they're not experiments. So I think we're hyper specific here about using the word experiment, because if you're measuring something, you're not doing an experiment. You get that part?
Yeah, the only reason I care, I'm not trying to bust anyone's balls. This is exactly the how I come to feminists. I'm not saying anything about it. I'm trying to be as soft as I can about it. What I'm saying is they have used this word and equivocated between science and pseudoscience. So because of that, I try to steer away from categorically incorrectly using the word where it's not necessary. Because that's what they've done to confuse people. I just don't see why, the rest of us would be on the same page, specifically because that fallacy is why everyone's confused. They just use this word interchangeably when actually it's a method. And more to that point, when you say things like variables and controls, well, you're using words that would describe what you would use in the method, but you're not specifically following the method. So why use? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just saying.
You just have to build upon the things that are empirically proven and recognized and repeatable.
But see, empirical is what you know by way of experimentation. Or well, if someone makes a claim, and you don't have to call it scientific, they make a claim like the grass is red and it's green. You don't have to experimentally or scientifically validate that it's not red. You're looking at it and you're like, it's not red. That's just like the horizon. There's nothing experimental about it. You look at it, they made a claim that it's geometric, that you could plug a formula with some numbers and you could get the distance to this physically fixed position. Right? But the truth is that's not the case. I don't have to use the words like science or experiment to tell somebody that their claim is just not is invalidated.
Yeah, I think what Eli's getting to is these words that we talk about, variables and experiment, they apply to the scientific method, and maybe we ought to stop using them in areas that that the scientific method doesn't apply. These words don't actually apply to those other areas, only to the scientific method.
I was just kind of referring to the things that people have done to simulate like a sunset, or these things that we're talking about, curvature, no curvature, where you're creating some type of like experimentation that you can depict what you're talking about in different ways. And I posted one of these to the live stream chat here. I love to use this one. It's not mine, it's somebody else's.
See, but that process you just described is not an experiment, but you use the term experiment. That's what I'm talking about.
But it is. I mean, you're on point though. Let me try to get it back to the substance of what you're talking about, because you're drawing a parallel with perspective, and you're saying, look, this is what the sun looks like it appears to do. Look what happens when I do this with my light in this surface right here, which is flat. It appears to do the same thing. Interesting. Can you, with a curved surface, do the same thing? Probably not.
Exactly.
But that is a strong point. Like I definitely use Dave's video where he has this light on a string, and he moves the light, and it's like it looks like it's going down. It looks like it's setting.
Yeah,
That's the word for it, but it's not.
So would you call that process right there, that exercise or whatever you want to call it, a test?
Demonstration.
Demonstration. That's a good word.
Yeah, there we go. Demonstration. Thank you for that.
Hey, Gospel Bird, thank you.
Yeah, that is the best word. In fact, I usually use that word instead of protest, because protest warrants a different response from the government than when you say you're demonstrating. You're like, if they ask you if you're protesting,
but see
like,
that-
no, I'm not protesting anything. I'm demonstrating my right to freedom of expression and
those are two different types of demonstrations, though, man. Like, see,
Yes,
that's what
definitely.
we're talking about. We need to watch how we use these words, because a demonstration, like a light demonstration, is different than human beings demonstrating, right? They're just two different things.
I'm here protesting the globe.
And I'm here demonstrating that Earth is flat.
Oh, that's so good. I tied all that into a nice, neat little bow for everybody there. Oh wait, now I remembered what I came here for. Gosh darn it! I had a question, and I knew somebody here would immediately be able to point me in the right direction. And that was, what is the flaw in the Gleason map? Somebody told me this a long time ago. There's flaws in every map. And somebody said, "Oh, the Gleason map is the one." And I said, "There's flaws in every map," but then I couldn't remember what the main flaw was with the Gleason. But I think it was a continent distortion. I think it was a landmass size thing. I can't remember what it was exactly, but I need to give the guy the answer, but I couldn't remember. And now I'm like,
Yeah, it has to do with land masses. Yeah.
It's a projection as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're all projections, right?
I don't know if that would be a true statement in the literal sense, but yeah, kind of. Technicalities. Transmutation by casting, a stretching out, a throwing forward. Yeah. So in a simple sense, yes, they're all projections in some way. From the cartographical sense, a system of continuous correspondence between the points of a spherical surface and those of a plane. So 1560s, according to the etymology of the word in projection. So are they all projections from a globular concept? It seems so.
I think I have an answer, possibly.
I don't know if I would say they're projections of the globe. They're projections of the sky.
Not the, but from a concept of a globe.
I think they're all projections, because they're not a map of reality, so they have to be a projection.
I see what you're saying. Like they'll have whatever coordinate system. They'll apply it to the globe, and then that globe can be flattened out, and that would just be another projection of said globe.
Yeah, I think it all originates from the Kabbalistic globular concept.
man, I really want to take a cartography class, and I want to figure out the flaw in each model, because just explaining the different flaws in the different maps does so much damage to the globe model.
Well, they're trying to misuse maps, or actually, they're trying to misuse projections for an argument. That's essentially like when they misuse trigonometry to prove that we're wrong about celestial navigation using aspects of trigonometry or trigonometric functions.
And then they hide that.
Built up Polaris and blah 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 blah. Only be a globe, but if you did it on a flat plane, then it would say that the height of the star is this, but then you do this other thing, and then it's not that, so it's wrong, and blah 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 blah. Well, you're misusing the method. Nobody said that you would use the method for establishing the height of celestial objects specifically anywhere. And that's what I was when I was talking to the guy yesterday. I was like, who does that? Why are you saying who does that? Globe or flat Earth or otherwise? Where in academia are they trying to figure out what the height of celestial objects are, and what's the purpose for them doing that? Is there any papers on it?
Absolutely, and they hide that because the astrolabe is used to measure the movement over long periods of time based on planar physics. And they have to hide that and move away from that understanding because it describes exactly, like it depicts in every way exactly what you were saying right there.
You know their reason though, right, Elijah?
The reason for what?
So you know the reason why they act like they want to find out the distance of the stars and make stories up about that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but for the sake of anybody else that might not, it is to establish not the right word, to justify the story of the age of things, the age of the quote unquote universe, to further justify their lies regarding evolution. And the age of existence and all of that. So the further they can push things out and establish those aspects of the story, the more confident they can be in how they convey their story, because then they can point to things that they've proven, in quotes, as their proof for the age of the universe. I mean, if you ever get into a debate with somebody, evolution, they'll just point to the stars and say, those things took, the light from those things took millions of years to get here, and you're trying to tell me that Earth is only 6,000, 7,000 years old. Well, you're just a fool. All based on an established lie.
It's amazing how they.
I was texting a customer. I was about to say package delivered to the horizon.
Eli, do you have me muted? Because you're talking.
No, I was trying to make a joke before you got serious. My bad. Go ahead. Forget.
I'm not going to get serious. I'm just. It makes me think I'm not loud enough. Then I'm like, shit. Then I have to go mess with my settings again. I thought they were perfect. Everything's wide open. Never mind.
My bad.
Man. No, I was just going to say about the sextant, how they misuse the sextant of what the actual purpose is, and they twist it into that to avoid the right angle. It's like they go to the other side, like saying that we're measuring the distance to the star or something. Like I just don't understand how they got it so far off.
The sextant utilizes a logarithmic mathematics,
Right.
Sarcasm.
Like log books. Like when you're a machinist, you look up the hypotenuse. You have two sides, so you look up the hypotenuse, the cosine, or whatever. You look that information up in books. You do the same thing when you're celestial navigating. Yeah. Those are all written down. Those are all in log books. They're in these huge volumes.
I was joking about the logarithms.
Logarithms.
Because that's what they say, that the curve, requires logarithmic calculations. It's just a joke about the sextant that was used for instance, Christopher Columbus, in his incredibly, almost suspicious accuracy. If you look into the history of Christopher Columbus, his ability to navigate from Europe to America and the Caribbean location and hit the same spot on repeat. I say suspicious, but
yeah, he was plundering trade vessels and following that route of the trade vessels the whole way in his plunder and conquest. And the only thing Columbus ever discovered was how profitable child trafficking was for the elite.
Oh, wow.
That's
I thought we were on navigation still.
Well, Columbus was.
Yeah, look at what Columbus did to Haiti. Like, he makes what the Clintons did to Haiti look like nothing at all.
Yeah, and his brother. But anyway.
Yeah, pretty ruthless, though, needless to say. And a spy for the King of Portugal, actually. Nobody talks about that.
But yeah, the sextant should be a very suspicious or unusual, embarrassing tool, right?
And I'm still not understanding how Columbus sailing across the Atlantic Ocean proved that Earth is a globe. That never added up for me, even in school.
He didn't.
Because he would have fallen off.
That's the story.
That's what they told us.
That's the story.
Okay, so they wanted to mock the globe, and they said you're going to fall off the edge of the globe, and now they want to mock the flat Earth, and they say you're going to fall off the edge of the flat Earth. They don't even care. They just want to mock whatever's not their company line.
Check it out. He knew he wasn't going to fall off. You know why? Because he had in his possession supposedly, okay, this is alleged, yes, more than 20 parchments and documents and other maps. Probably one of them might have been the Piri-Reis map, which shows areas of South America all the way down to Antarctica, and other maps that we don't have access to anymore because they were top secret. Yeah, he knew it was flat. He went back
and imagine how many miles and miles of climate-controlled caverns the Vatican has, filled with these maps, these manuscripts, text from all these cultures, and not one of them believed that the Earth was a globe. Like miles and miles of text from cultures that did not believe the Earth was a globe, while they're perpetrating this lie.
So anyway, before I was interrupted near the end of my sentence, so he went back and told him it was flat.
You're saying Columbus said that the Earth was flat?
Of course he did. He was measuring elevation angles from the horizon the whole way over and back.
Where is that? I want the link to that information.
Elevation angles.
Where do I get that?
Have you heard of a cross staff before?
I want the link. Like, I need this link. Where's who wrote this story up there? I gotta see
this. If you listen to this, hold on, you might be able to.
Oh, go ahead.
What I'm saying. So if you're on a PC, just go to the search and put in from : space SUN, and my name will come up. Click on my name, and everything I've posted will appear. You could do that with anyone here. So I've got you. You could put after that. You could put has : space image, and only the images, or you could put has : space link, and only the links will come up, or the embeds, or the audio files. You got to start using that. You have access to everything that everybody has posted in here, including QE.
But you would have to assume that he took elevation. Like, how else would he have traveled across the sea?
You guys are totally missing out on the live stream voice text when Meme comes into the chat and says, gets into the Vatican archives. It's just 1960s Playboys. And then I look up a GIF because, I think of Vatican and I instantly think of Tom Hanks for, I guess the, what was it, Dan Brown or whatever the books, right? And then he played the actor, blah, 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 right? So I looked up Tom Hanks, and the first GIF that comes up is Tom Hanks seemingly unclothed and viciously moving his arm.
I have real
It's a hilarious GIF in response to that. I just wanted to share.
So whatever happened between like certain Flat Earth members and that, what the fuck is his name? Was he on Star Trek? Star Trek, I believe. And he went to the, supposedly he went to
Captain Kirk. You're talking about
Bill Shatner.
Chapman. Shatman, yeah. Shatner.
William Shatner. Yeah. And the way that they felt about him being a Glober is I kind of feel salty, like, about people saying that this guy is. I grew up with this man, like, come on, you got a friend in me, the violent, like, yeah, I like, I can't, when I was watching that movie with him where something is up with the Earth's atmosphere, and it's like, the pressure like super drops or increases, one of the two, I can't really remember. And he has like a robot companion and a dog companion. Anyway, I love the movie, and all I kept thinking was, those motherfuckers better shut up about Tom Hanks. This is a paragon of hope. I can't help feeling like that.
I got you. You're talking about, but who's responsible for the characters he portrayed?
Yeah, that's true.
So there's that. There's plenty of people that would be classified as quote unquote evil that are extremely talented. So it is what it is.
Like, how many of them actually think that Earth is a globe? Like, most of these globalist people, like, know that it's not that, and they're just, like, preposterous.
I'd say
a lot of them are NPCs.
99% of them think it's a globe.
Yeah, there's a lot of them are NPCs.
You're never gonna convince me that Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse Tyson believe that Earth is a globe. You're never
maybe
gonna.
Not them.
Maybe not them, and maybe not now. But if you listen to, because they're actors, when they're talking, they're acting. Even this guy, what's this stupid guy, Don Pettit? I kind of feel like no one can be that stupid. So
he's retarded, so they can convince him of anything.
He plays that actor so well, though, doesn't he? Doesn't he play that? Everybody gets that same picture off of it. Nobody sees it a different way.
Think of William Shatner. Think of William Shatner. He's an actor.
That's the point I'm trying to.
He was taken up to 130,000 feet. He thought he was in space, and he came back down, and that's all that happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah. Okay.
And now he has people attacking him for not going where he thought he went.
So the point that I was trying to make, like, somebody like a Neil deGrasse Tyson, like, they point out the problems with common people's thinking when it comes to certain concepts, and that's how I know that he knows that it's not a globe. But that being said, most people, though, they don't know, because, man, my thought was together before. Now it's like, why don't they? What was that? Forget it. I forgot. Never mind.
So what?
You had it. We were all tracking there. That's
an interesting picture. What does it insinuate?
They just don't have time to switch out the suits, so they just throw the faces on. It's cheaper to just throw everybody's face on and change out the name with a little graphics application than it is to sit everybody in front of a background or a green screen.
Or somebody. I would like to see the original
You
photos.
can at least
that
3D render some fabric in a modeling program.
Yeah,
Light it
so-
and texture and make it seem different.
So, Gospel, this is real. I will post the newspaper articles. One
Please do,
second.
because it is obvious that those are
Here,
the exact same.
1 second here. These are the newspaper articles.
Well, I mean, they're working an angle with CGI, so why wouldn't they put it at face value as some CGI composite for just even their pictures and showing it at face value, like their symbolism, like showing you what it is.
Thank you, Roger.
I don't know. I even have the original Shatner, I think, or maybe Adam or Revolve has it. I don't know.
I'm not from Missouri, but I'm always that show me guy. You know, show me. It's just, I don't understand the laziness. I mean, that picture and that issue reminds me of, yeah, there you go. It reminds me of the Kentucky ballistics thing, and them pretending that was some type of Middle Eastern conflict. Are you familiar with that one?
It's because his head is so easy to edit off of that picture because of the black at the bottom of his neck. As a person who snaps people's heads off for my little meme designs all the time, I would have to say that clean cut on the bottom with that black shirt is perfect to take his head and put it onto another thing.
That's
and
not
then
the
look,
point. The point is that it's the exact same face.
and then they couldn't cut.
Well, Gospel
Look,
Bear
they-
asked
look,
a question, though.
No.
I'm
Look
just
at the
saying.
image, and they couldn't cut all the little fine strands of hair off. They didn't have enough time to edit all those out, so they just kind of chopped it off. They gave him a haircut there. Look at the haircut he got.
Yeah.
Gospel Bear was making a point. I mean, damn.
You could just
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Because I also have a okay. So here's another example. With Orchid Bindteen, right? They excuse me. Wow, that was really rude. My bad. There was this image of a UK hospital, or a video of a UK hospital and the goings-ons in the UK hospital. And then one of our New York outlets posted the video, but claimed that it was a New York hospital. And it was the same exact video. Just different things were like it was edited in a way that it's obviously different, but it's obviously the same. If you get what I'm saying, like the color contrast is different. Certain things were like, not there, but ultimately it was the exact same room, the exact same people, the exact same thing that was going on. And it's like, the answer that I got was, maybe maybe it's incompetence. Maybe the roles, like the tapes got mixed up or something, and that's human error. That can happen. And it's like, are you telling me that these people just took somebody else's Photoshop image and put it on their, like, where are the editors?
I'm always confused by the laziness of these sorts of things. But I found another picture of what appears to be an original of him actually in the uniform. And what's interesting to point out, took a little picture there, is that U.S. flag patch is not present on his uniform. I mean, you got his old fat hands. I mean, no offense.
That's the first thing I saw too. It's like diabetes. If diabetes was a parent,
kind of awkward.
Look at his face. He's squeezing one out.
Will Shatner's an avid horse keeper. I don't know if y'all know that, but my old neighbor in Georgia took care of his horses So I know a little bit about Will Shatner, third, what do you call that? Third, not directly, not indirectly, by the third, whatever.
You mean kind of like a spot?
The third degree. That's what I meant to say. But yeah, that picture is on local trapperall.uk. It's some UK website. There's not many pictures of him in the outfit, though. It's kind of weird. You'd think that there'd be hundreds.
Yeah, so the Glober explained it to me because I put it in his face, and he told me that it was the Sun's doing, right? Because these articles came from the Sun or the Telegraph. What was it? The Sun and the Daily Mail, and they put his head on it because they didn't have a picture of him in the suit before takeoff. So that was the excuse.
Oh, hey, that's better than some excuses I've heard.
Hey, Roger, how you doing? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Yeah,
Good to hear you.
Yeah, so coming up next Friday, they're gonna drop almost every thing they had concocted during the last 2 years, right? That's a big, win is a big word because they are bound to put everything back in fall. So let's enjoy this summer because they voted today to keep the thing on the A list next to Ebola, and they voted to so this emergency law we have is being reviewed every 3 months. So they again reviewed the emergency law and passed it again for 3 months, and announced they're going to make a permanent law. So yeah, more shit to come.
And when are you moving out?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah.
Every European country, except for I think Germany, France, Italy, is now dropping everything. But this is just the calm for the storm, right?
Yeah.
Because in the fall they will probably tell us, well, yeah, we did some preparations and here it is, and y'all need to use your app again and get your thingy.
Because they have to reset your baseline of what you perceive being let off to be free to do whatever you're doing.
Right. Yeah. But the most important thing is that in July or June this year, every European citizen will have a social security number, right? A European social security number. So my idea is that it was never. This is just my idea, right? I believe, not based, but I believe it was. This whole thing was used for that, right? So that every European citizen will get a European social security number, and it's coupled to your app. So when you want to travel, you take out your app, which used to be for the invisible germs, right? But is now used for your identification. And it will be coupled to your CO2 emission, and it will be coupled to your bank account. So China 2.0.
Social credit score, you say?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, no, the mark of the beast of a system, isn't it? And without that tax ID / Social Security / IMF, International Monetary Fund number, you can't legally operate a business buying, selling, or trading anything. Gee, where have I read that before?
So, yeah, not to hop off topic because Flat Earth is the topic, but yeah, these are the current, this is the current situation here in Europe now.
Well, it'd be nice to be. It would nice to be. Retaining your right to bear arms in an instance like this, wouldn't it?
We never had that, so that's all fun. And, yeah, that's all fun that you can say that, but we never had that.
Yeah, so I'm of the mindset that the right to bear arms should be restored to any place where that's been taken away from the people, and that creates a proper balance between the government and the people. That actually is a facilitation of one of the checks and balances between government overstep.
That's assuming that the populace has a cognitive ability level above a toddler.
Right.
I mean, if you give a whole bunch of for lack of any other term, wanting, is a whole bunch of Globers running around with guns in a crisis, I'm kind of not happy about.
So, and this will never happen here because as we speak, there is a hostage situation in a store near to Amsterdam. So yeah, nobody's gonna allow guns in this country.
Break it down for us. What's the skinny on that? I don't have a TV, so what it is?
Two guys in an Apple store. I don't know what happened. So, but they evacuated the vicinity of the Apple store, and there are two guys taking hostages.
Two false flags at the same time in different countries in the world. Simultaneous false flags.
Apple Store is very well fortified. They usually have a steel fire door that you couldn't just kick through easily to insulate all of the expensive product that they have.
It was open, right? So
all of that stuff is worthless. If you break into an Apple, you are stealing bricks.
Yeah, because it's all serialized. But that's not the point. The point is that if you're in the front of the store, you're not going to get into the back of the store. But if you're in the back of the store, you're probably pretty well insulated, considering they build it very specifically so that they have a security door there to protect their product.
Why would they need to protect bricks so carefully?
No, it's just to protect their. They have the counter and all their little devices that are hooked to the counters and stuff in the front, and that's how their allure is. And they have like a stock room in the back, but there's always a very well fortified security door between the front and the back. That's the setup for every single.
That might be, but this store is in an old building, right? So we don't in most places here in the Netherlands, we just have old buildings, like in the city centers. So
yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is, if they're able to get behind the security door, then they could use that to their advantage. And what you're saying about a hostage situation, you could take if you can get behind the security door, and there's two people to control that security door. You can bring people in and out of the security door. Then the hostage situation makes perfect sense because you now have a secure point right there that any type of law enforcement would have to breach past. Works to your advantage.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
pretty stupid to start a hostage situation in an Apple store, isn't it? Let's be honest.
You know what I hope they're saying to the hostages? I hope they're saying to them, "You're the product."
Well, they are literally in a hostage situation. There's definitely the commodity anyway.
But what's the angle you're working when you break into I mean, like, what is your angle if you're breaking in the AT&T store? I don't understand that. You're like, I just need a new device. Like, I need to upgrade to the new iPad or whatever. Like, what is the point of that? Like, what's the angle?
I don't think those people with guns in Amsterdam are there particularly because it's an Apple store. They're just using that as a kick-off point. They're not there to extend their warranty by force, are they?
God, that's great. Money. That was money.
if there was a hostage situation in the bank or a hostage situation in the library, which has happened in Europe in the past, no one would suggest they were checking if the latest Ian Forster novel was back in stock, are they? It just happens to be where
They're not there stealing a bunch of devices that would track them through the wireless network. Like, that's probably not the angle.
So funny, dude.
Paza, did you say they're forcing them to extend their warranty?
That's what it is. They're going in there and they're going, listen, bastards, if you don't replace the batteries in my AirPods within 24 minutes, I'm going to start killing people. Now, there's a good chance it was criminals who were chased from somewhere else and ended up in the iPad store. You know, that quite often happens.
Yeah, there's not much known about why these guys are there. So it's just two guys with a gun.
Is somebody holding up an Apple store?
No, I think they've created a hostage situation. It happens to.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, for real though. Like, there's hostages in an Apple store just waiting for the next thing.
But Glad, holding up normally means just robbing the place.
I know.
Hostages are already, they're employees. They're already hostages.
Damn.
Of Apple.
Yeah.
That's what something off about it won't come to much though. They do the usual. They probably won't come to very much. They'll do the usual. We want a helicopter in X million euros, and then they get negotiated down and out.
Dude, that is not bulletproof glass, and it's pure see-through. The whole thing, so you could snipe a guy. You could easily snipe a guy if you got the right shooter.
That's what
They're not going to do that. They're going to de-escalate whatever they can down to as far as they can. They're not going to just go in there and they're not going to risk other people being shot.
That's not America, no.
I'm going to do some Rittenhouse level de-escalation.
No, they
do a little heart attack gun, maybe.
Preserve life. They don't just bust in when it could lead to other people being killed. They just stalemate until they need to make another move. And that's what creates the hostage situation, because they're trying to preserve life, which requires you to always de-escalate and stalemate while you're trying to figure out how to preserve as many lives as possible.
Yep. Have you seen The Negotiator with Samuel L. Jackson?
That's like a thing. Like, am I supposed to like tell? Hold on, this isn't like a trick like Snakes on a Plane, is it?
No, it's a real movie called The Negotiator, and it was Samuel L. Jackson trying to take a role seriously.
That sounds entertaining.
And that's why you didn't see it, and it didn't get popular. It's actually decent, though. It's not that
You mean seriously at the right level? It seems to me like he takes some of his roles too seriously.
Well, sure. I guess what I mean is you hire Samuel L. Jackson to play Samuel L. Jackson. You don't hire him to play the characters, in the story.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Because he played that high school teacher, remember? That was really fucking good. But it was Samuel L. Jackson, though. You're right.
He's probably got a fake vaccine card that he bought off of eBay, just like everybody else, to get into his favorite restaurant. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I saw that a little while ago. What was the name of that movie again? Where he was the teacher and he was dealing with all those punk ass like Los Angeles teenagers. Can't remember that name.
You're gonna make me look it up here. Hang on.
I can't remember. Yeah, I haven't seen The Negotiator. I haven't seen Snakes on a Plane, and I haven't seen Black Snake Moan. For no good
Black Snake Moan's crazy weird.
I want to watch them. I want to watch them, but I haven't. Just like Vanilla Sky. I think I seen it like a couple of years ago because my girl was like, "You've never seen Vanilla Sky with Tom Cruise?"
Oh God, that's just propaganda.
Movie.
He was in a movie called A Time to Kill, which is a novel based. It's a Michael Crichton novel, I think. He's been in a lot of movies, but never once has it been
novel. Well, you guys better soak
anybody
that
other
nostalgia.
than motherfucker. Sorry,
While you have a chance, you better be soaking up that nostalgia, because it says right here that he was sitting there wearing an Avengers mask taking the freaking vaccine in January of 2021. So,
yeah.
Was the end of your sentence getting? Never mind.
Did the beginning of your sentence interrupt the ending of mine or something?
No,
I think that's what it is. Oh, dude, and he was in a 2007 film, a horror film called 1408.
Wait, hold on a second. You said he was wearing an Avengers mask? I thought he was like wearing like his regular face with the character he played in that series. Like, what Avengers mask was he wearing? Like Iron Man?
The Associated Press article says they're all say something about Samuel Jackson, COVID vaccine, and Avengers mask. I didn't bother to go much further than that, other than saw so much of that when I looked it up, and I was like, "Oh, that's distasteful." They're not all lying, I'm sure. Let me go back. I still have it open.
Oh, here's
maybe he wasn't cast in the role he wanted to be.
Here,
Avengers face mask to get his. Hold on, we're gonna dig a little deeper.
Look in the live stream.
Oh, you put it.
Sometimes you have to say look.
Yeah, I can't do all these things at once. You guys
got to do everything at once, always.
Oh, an Avengers face mask, but it's like
cartoons. Oh,
cartoons. Oh my god! How do you even know it's him?
You meant that kind of mask. I thought you for a second. I thought you were talking about like the Halloween type.
No, I didn't click on it all the way. I just said he got his vaccine in January, supposedly, and that's why I was making fun of him, saying, it's a fake vaccine card or whatever thing, but...
Can you leave the box talk and the medical talk out of it, please?
Got it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Samuel L. Jackson is only possible on a flat, stationary Earth.
Agreed.
Changed my mind.
I have a tux with a collar just like that. It's not blue with a black collar, though. That's what it looks like he's got there. Mine's all black.
So do you think they'll ever admit ancient giants, folks? Do you think so?
Well, what if it wasn't? What if everything's just continually just gotten smaller by generation after generation?
I still have the question, like, why does it matter? Why would they hide that from us? Like, okay, they were big people earlier, so what? Like, what does it matter? Why would they hide that?
I mean, if the building foundation goes down to a bigger building foundation to a bigger building foundation, then there's a lot of underground stuff that's buried down there that's bigger and bigger and bigger.
Because it ruins their timeline, their evolutionary timeline.
Well, I don't think that they would care much about that. I think it's more of a resource thing, like he was saying.
The real question is, when would they admit something? Well, they're always admitting something, but how effective it would be depends on where we are as individuals that care about logical consistency or not.
Right.
Yeah, there were giants. Yeah, I've speculated about giants. There's historical texts will say that I don't want to change the live stream into whatever, but there's text about giants, and what I would ask is, but where's the evidence? Right. Well, mathematically, or using this dating method, or blah blah blah. Oh, no thanks.
So it's the same thing as you trying to tell me to trust evolution, based on some faulty or some guesswork.
Right, because ultimately, what are you going to show me to come out and say, all right, there were giants back then. What's the evidence? Some method that we use to deduce it. We don't have any big ass skeletons or any burial sites anywhere.
And they go as far as to say things like, we found human DNA in this rock that looks like a bone, so we're going to say a giant existed because of this. It's the same. It's the dinosaurs thing all over again.
Yeah, it becomes complete speculation again.
I saw pictures of giant bones that resembled human-like remains, but I don't know.
Right, but what does that really tell you?
I have a real story about giants.
You can make molds of fake stuff and bury it and make it look real too.
And there you go. What's the story?
Somebody explained it to me how this burial ground that was on Catalina Island, some guy, when the settlers were here mining for gold or whatever, decided he was going to go and dig up a bunch of bones from this burial ground on Catalina and make a museum saying about these giant 9-foot tall people or whatever, and here's the skeletons. And it was super disrespectful to go and just dig up people's bones and make them into some carnival attraction thing. But that's a real thing if you look it up. And that's how it was explained to me too, and I couldn't believe it, so I looked it up, and I was pretty shocked by that. So at the very least, there were some tall, red-haired, people who buried their old people on Catalina Island at some point. I look this up. I mean, like, you probably just Google it; it'll come up like a Wikipedia page, I'll bet. But it was explained to me by a native. It was a native saying, "Oh, they've always disrespected these are like the ancient whatever burial land or whatever means nothing to Americans, so they just built their malls, strip malls, freeways over everything, and
have wine mixers on it.
Yeah, and then even make like a carnival out of it."
You have see, this is my problem with words, right? No. Actually, I don't have a problem with words. I have a problem with people's ambiguity towards words. You know, when you use the words giant, and then you say something like 9 feet tall people, it's like, well, when we think of giants, because of our upbringing and you know, TV. When I think of giants, I think of Jack and the Beanstalk, and I think of like extremely huge, like Titan level type people, not, you know, somebody who's probably from, I don't know, Mexico, talking about people that are like fucking a foot taller than them. Like, you know how many women think I'm like 6'8"? I'm 6'2", but like 6'8", 7 foot because they're like 4'11". Like, that's not, you know. I mean, yeah, like, and I guess sometimes I say, what if giants were just tall people? But that also would have the assumption of some point back in the future, everybody was separated and had like an average. Is it average or mean height? I don't even know. I don't know. My schooling is just getting further and further away from me. But you have this average of height of people, and then you go somewhere where the average is much smaller. But I guess, okay, so you would include in what I said that people were just kind of separated, and then at some point they started traveling, and at that point that they traveled, you know, some super tall ancestor of mine ran into some super short ancestor of I don't know, my Spanish ex-girlfriend, and then it was like, whoa, they're giants. I fucked that up for the better part of a minute. Don't all talk at once.
It made me think of the. I was right when you said Jack and the Beanstalk. I went down that rabbit hole in my mind and on my search engine.
Okay, so I posted up the article that talks about this. I'm not going to read it because it's something long and drawn out, but it says exactly what I was saying. This guy just went and plundered a bunch of ancient burial sites, and these people were all between 7 to 9 feet tall, so they're like massive compared to us. They would be a race of giant people, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they're saying that people have just gotten smaller and smaller successively over time. So it's not that you run into these massively tall creatures, because it was a wave of the same type of creatures of us just from way before, and they were massive compared to now, where we've just gotten smaller and smaller and smaller, and everything's gotten smaller and smaller.
Why?
I don't know, man. That's the freaking thing. I'm not saying I'm supporting this theory. I'm saying that's what the theory is. I've looked extensively into it. They're supposing that these foundations of some of these buildings open up to bigger doorways, and then there's a bigger building underneath that, and after everything's been destroyed and ruined and left and come back to and rebuilt over a bunch of times, that these buildings actually go much deeper into the ground, some of them, because they're built on top of previous buildings, which are built on top of previous buildings, and they get bigger and bigger, and the doorways get bigger and bigger. The windows get bigger and bigger. Why? Because people were bigger and bigger. We've gotten smaller over time. We've bred down. Darwin is a moron. Yes, Darwin is a moron. He's trying to convince everybody that you lose a bunch of traits and features, and that creates a new species, which nobody's ever shown any creation out of that. So you've lost diversity, and that explains how we have so much diversity. That's the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my entire life, and people who put that prose up are like so basic in their understandings of how things work that it's almost not worth it to have the conversation to begin with.
So to be clear, though, we don't have any evidence for this, and if we're ever going to find any evidence for this, we'd have to wake everyone up to the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary first, because then you'd have enough people to actually force the evidence out by popular demand.
I mean, if they're hiding the entire natural history and that's part of it, like, good luck breaking the mold, or like, you know, what are you going to peek behind that giant, like 10-foot thick iron curtain? Like, what kind of magic do you have?
I think it really just boils down to just simply the Smithsonian Institute and making them more transparent. But like I said, things like that, or overturning the Antarctic Treaty or the Arctic Treaty, or other things that are similarly bullshit, these things will only ever be overturned if people wake up one way or the other. The only pathway I can see to wake people up is to tell them that the Earth is flat and stationary and contained.
And meanwhile, the globalist cabal rules this sector unquestionably.
How often do you think they go to other worlds and other sectors and ponds and shit?
Why do you think they wear 2 watches?
Oh, I thought because... No, I don't know why. I didn't even know that.
The sun cycles work in a different way, so you have to keep a different time for when you go back, so it's not confusing. And if you're going between, you'd have to keep 2 watches on to always keep track of the different times.
I don't know about that.
No, never heard about that.
Incidents proves that.
I don't know about that. Like the sun being on a cycle, if it's on a cycle and you're using
Not
the
a
same,
cycle, it's a matrix, and
and
you can see the other.
and you're using,
on the
and
end of
you're using the same light source, I don't see why the time would be different.
No, the light propagation is different. So here you see the sun matrix the way you see it. You see a sundog. That's actually an entire matrix that you're seeing right there around the one focal point that you identify as how the light's being propagated to your individual perspective. And so,
what does a sundog have to do with the sun?
The sundog has another sun point at every corner of the sundog matrix, and it's actually a whole nother loop and a whole nother sun and a whole nother whatever, and it's just an entire grid. But you're perceiving the one focal point as the sun, so you believe in that one focal point rather than the grid.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
The light propagation can happen differently.
Still on the mushrooms or something.
No, the light propagation can happen differently.
No, it's just you didn't lay a foundation to where we can follow. I don't see, like, usually.
They're lying about the way that the light is propagated.
For anyone who's on a platform to relay a message, I would hope that their main goal is to capture who they're talking to, which means if I'm saying foundationally, I don't understand what you're talking about, it's your job to elaborate.
Yes,
and not just
sundog.
Do it.
The sundog is.
And I said, what does the sundog have to do with the sun?
The sundog is one point, but if you use different types of lensing effects.
No, but what I'm talking about, about a timepiece that is just a timepiece.
Yeah.
What about
better if you you knew the disparity between the two places that you were going, the daytime and the nighttime, how many hours in between, in order to keep two wind-up watches in sync. That way you could keep track of your time. If you're going between 2 different places where the light is propagated,
you're not doing a good job, brother. You're just continuing to describe what I'm trying to get you to elaborate about instead of actually elaborating. Or instead of actually trying to go back to the foundation of what you mean and try to get some clarity, you're just continuing. And it's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
So what I'm saying is the way that the light is propagated over this sector, they're misrepresenting.
What does that
it.
have to do with the sun?
Well, okay. Well, for instance, and I'm going to use scripture for this. In Genesis, the light propagation is separate from the sun, meaning the light was created before the sun, and the sun is just a focal point.
Well, that's an assumption based. That statement is an assumption.
But it's what's stated clearly in the first page of Genesis. So when you open up the Bible and you read the first page,
yeah, I've read it. So you're jumping to conclusions. When you're making that statement, I'm just telling you from a standpoint of basic logic and language. When you're taking one detail and going to the next, what you're doing there is you're jumping to a conclusion. You're making an assumption.
I didn't make any conclusion. I said that the scripture, the scripture
says nothing about focal points, bro.
Yeah, the scripture is the very first page of.
It says nothing about focal
Genesis.
points.
Absolutely, it does. It says that the light was created, and there was a divide between the night and the day, and then that the sun and the moon were created later to rule over as the focal points of the day and the night.
No use of the word focal point was used.
Yeah, focal point to rule over.
No use of the word focal point. That doesn't exist.
Or surely they're the focal point of the day and the night if they rule over them.
No, you're using the word focal point.
If I was a king and I ruled over you, I'd be the focal point of your life.
No, you wouldn't. You're taking these words, focal point, and you're using them to convey an idea that is.
I already did. You can't undermine what I've already. The picture.
I'm just telling you, you're jumping to conclusions.
You can only disagree.
I'm actually trying to depict how you're circumventing.
Detracting is not a depiction.
Logic.
Detraction is not depiction. Those are two separate things.
What? This is devolving. Aye. Anyway, when you say the word focal point, it's an idea that isn't. It's your interpretation of words on a page. To say focal point. So
yeah. So the actual words on the page is that the sun and the moon were created to rule over the day and the night, which were already created, and meaning the separation between the light and the darkness was understood to be day and night, meaning that the day and the night are not dependent upon there being a sun or a moon at all.
They were not. They were not. Assume that they are. Nah, that's an assumption.
So when did it change, in your opinion? When did that change?
I'm not saying I have an opinion. I'm merely communicating the logic of the communication that's being had.
No, there's no logic here. You're just speculating, and I was telling a story about how this scripture.
I'm breaking down the errors in logic.
Agreeing with the way that I'm portraying it, which
not
is just you haven't.
I may not agree with you. That's not the point.
Well, I mean, have you read the first page? Should we get it?
Bro, I've read it in every language you could possibly imagine. I've studied the scriptures for more than 2 decades. It's all good. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm telling you that you're making a logical error.
Hey, what does the Bible say about being holier than thou? Just curious.
But I want to know which translation he has on his shelf. It says a lot about you, which translation you use.
So I'm not browbeating anyone. I'm trying to express that you're jumping to conclusions and making assumptions. It's a logical
Yeah, but you were
error.
talking about my interpretation and my translation. I just want to know which translation of the scripture that you use.
I didn't say anything about translation. Your use of the word focal point is an interpretation or an idea. It's not literally conveyed, but you kept on using words like literal and stuff like that. It's really not a big deal. But
what is the point you're making? I'm just wondering.
So to make sure that nobody is getting a misunderstanding of what's actually written in that book, so they can read it themselves, but discussing things as a grid system or trying to say that light doesn't come forth from the lighted object that we see in the sky. Experience and observation of reality itself is kind of standing in opposition to what you're saying. The presence of of the sun or near presence of the sun is where we have light, and the far distance of the sun being somewhere else from where we are is where we don't have the excess of light that is most definitely and obviously connected to.
So you think the light emanates from the sun, and you just don't understand how? Is that what you're saying?
The light emanates from the sun, both by my observation
You're arguing
and from the
against
words
Genesis
in the Bible.
against Scripture, and saying that the light.
How are you going to start talking right after you asked him a question? He said 2 words, and then you began to talk with him.
I'm trying to understand what he's.
But you began to
Sounds
talk
like he's
with
saying
him
that he
after.
doesn't believe.
All right, I'm gonna have to start muting you, bro. This is unreasonable.
Yep.
Like, you don't say I rudely interrupted him because. I'm pointing it out because I'm telling you stop interrupting.
So what I believe is never really that relevant. It really just isn't part of the conversation. This server has, stuff can change in my absences over months as I do other things in life. But I always thought that this wasn't a beliefs server, but it was more of a objective reality, what can be observed server. That was my impression. That's how it was for years when it started. With that said,
that is still the truth.
Good. So with that said, the 4th day very much indicates that ruling, as is discussed, indicates in those words that yes, the light would be coming from those objects. Now, in regards to how light operated between days 1 through 3, that's for the creator of the universe to understand.
Yeah,
not,
you're presupposing that creator took a week to do stuff and all that stuff. You're just basing that off of
You just
words
made
written
up
down by a
extra
man.
stuff not in there. That's funny.
I have no idea.
You're jumping to conclusions.
Who is you?
Who is you? I'm talking to Corporal Major. You.
Okay.
Right.
Well, no, I'm not Corporal Major. I'm Gospel Bearer.
Oh, sorry. I keep seeing the wrong shit light up. You're who again?
I am Gospel Bearer, and I'm not jumping to any conclusions whatsoever. I literally said days 1 through 3 are
Days 1 through 3
unknown.
of what? Do you objectively know that a creator took 7 days to make this place? Come on.
So Glatflo, I'm not interested in your beliefs. I'm referring to and defending the meaning of the words that were being brought up regarding what was in the Bible. So that's what
great.
I do.
This is a flat Earth server.
I'm not.
You're wrong here, because what he was pointing out, it didn't really have nothing to do with time span. It just had to do with a difference.
And it doesn't really
which
matter
had nothing
what
to do with
you believe. That wasn't the point. I was serious. I was just defending the words as they're written, so that no one gets
subjective,
confused.
Right. But
No.
This is a whole subjective topic because it's spirituality.
No, it's not subjective.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. It's not empirical. It's subjective. Actually. Oh, and you're going to tell me?
Check
this
out. All right, so this is what I'm going to do, because you're disrespecting me right now. Let me say something very important. All information is objective. Okay? Your opinion is subjective. Understanding the difference between objectivity and subjectivity is an extremely important thing. But
Well, I'm glad you graduated 7th grade.
All right. All information is objective. Okay? And this is a very important concept to understand. It doesn't mean that it's true just because it's objective. But all information, all communication is objective. Okay? Your opinion is where subjectivity lies. Okay? And just because something is objective doesn't mean that it is either true or untrue. But it is still objective, because I am telling you declaratively, all communication is objective.
I don't know, man. You're way up on your high horse. Yeah, go ahead, stay there. I don't have anything to say to you.
I don't know. Maybe you have an attitude. Maybe you've heard him out of context.
No, he thinks he thinks he's saying facts to us right now, and he's not.
Well, he didn't make a claim. He was talking
whole
about
thing was a claim.
Listen to what I'm saying. He was talking about the lack of logical consistency from the other guy that was talking. He wasn't even making a claim. He was just using an example, regardless of whether the words are true or not.
Correct. And yes, that was my claim, and I welcome anybody to systematically dismantle that claim. But I don't believe that anybody will be able to. A solipsist, on the other hand, will effortlessly dismantle that. Anybody that's into solipsism will effortlessly dismantle every aspect of me saying that information is objective. But apart from those special people, high horse is such a funny. But people that think that other people are being prideful when they don't know them and don't even understand what that person's communicating.
That's the content of what you're saying.
It's hilarious.
You're saying that Scripture is objective.
Yeah, all information is objective.
So funny.
All communication is objective.
La La Land, and you call yourself a flat earther?
Bro,
yeah, but what you're doing is failing to understand the difference between an objective, something that objectively happened, and information objectively existing. You're purposely.
Those are two different things. Yes.
Here's an example.
That's the point that you're missing on purpose.
Hold on, Elijah. A Jackson Pollock painting, okay, which if you understand who Jackson Pollock is and understand anything about that artwork, is objectively whatever that artist wanted to communicate. If that artist, Jackson Pollock, for instance, wanted to convey chaos, it is objectively a conveyance of chaos. All information, all communication is always 100% of the time objective. Your opinions of it are the subjective aspect. So it doesn't matter whether or not somebody's telling the truth or not. Objectivity is not synonymous with truth. Go look up the words if you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
That's cute. Okay. So are you saying that Scripture is objective or not, historically?
I'm saying all information and all communication of all time.
I'm asking specifically about Scripture before we change the subject back to flat Earth.
All Scripture, of course. All Scripture.
It's objective, you're fucking retarded. Okay.
Every written word ever is objective communication. Yes.
Yeah, but of a historical fact.
You're retarded in your understanding of this word. Let me post I'm going to catch you up to speed.
Yes or no, is the Bible objectively historically accurate? Yes or no?
You're mixing up words and you're not understanding the definition of words.
You can't answer the question.
Yeah, that's because you're trying to straw man him, guy. Yeah. What are you doing,
I don't play those games. Again, here's the definition and etymology of the word objective for you. You understand that it's not a noun. It's not a person, place, or thing. Okay? Objective is an adjective.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, IVE, that it couldn't be anything other than an adjective. I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me.
Wait. Let me help you out, buddy. Please, let me help you out. Here, Glatt. So, if I were to say the words, in the realm of objective reality, the Bible says this, would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay, that's what he's trying to say.
Well, yes, but I'm also saying that when a person communicates, there is objective meaning to all communication. That's what I'm also saying. So when somebody says, okay, which sounds like nothing, they are objectively communicating nonsense. There is some objective meaning behind all information and all communication.
I agree. So, will you please answer my question?
Arguing.
Can you please answer my question?
What is your question?
Do you think Scripture is historically factual?
So I'm glad you did not include the word objective in there. Do I think that Scripture is historically factual? Yes, I do.
Okay, that's all. Just a belief. Got it. Thank you.
Well, you just said just a belief. Yeah, sure. That if that makes you feel like you're on a high horse, good for you. But the fool has said in his heart there is no God. So
You couldn't answer the question. That's all. Just wanted you to answer the question.
Although he didn't say there is no God, Glatt, you don't think there is no God, do you?
I don't make claims about stuff like that.
But at the same time, he wasn't claiming that he wasn't stating that he didn't even set out to say that the Bible is stating factually correct information.
Yes, his implication with saying weekdays.
No.
Wow. Poor little guy.
He wasn't even the one that brought up Genesis, bro.
He took it personal. And
he's going to now make it about feelings instead of information. It's counterproductive. If you guys want to talk about something else, that's fine.
Let's just move on because I don't even.
Somebody
I like you, Black Globe. You're one of my favorite newest people. Gospel Bear is one of my favorite OGs. Let's just stop.
It's all good. People get triggered.
Moving on. Well,
everyone doing okay?
I'll stay. Minutes to go.
Oh, nice. Thank you, sir.
Taking a sundog and trying to assume that there's a grid-like star pattern or light pattern or all of those sorts of things. All I was pointing out is that that's an assumption.
Yeah, don't misrepresent what I said. Don't attempt to put words in my mouth because that's not what I meant.
There were different focal points on a sundog.
Yeah, I said that on a sundog, it is actually a grid pattern, and you're seeing the center focal point of it, which is true. It's an observation.
How do you know that?
Because I've looked at many pictures of sundogs through different angles, different atmospheric effects that reveals different portions of the light being projected in a grid pattern. And you're seeing it's a grid. If you look at it yourself, you'll see that it shows you a grid pattern.
Your proof is you looked.
It's an observational thing. I'm stating what
you
will observe if you look it up.
Validate it though, right?
It doesn't need validation. You can Google it.
Oh, okay. Now I get it. Okay, cool.
You just look up sundogs, look at the way the pattern that it makes. And then sometimes more of it's visible. Sometimes it's just that halo. Sometimes you can see an extra pieces of halos going in different directions, or the halos that are at the ends of the halo that you're observing, because there's a bunch of rings and it makes a grid pattern. I'm telling you, it's fact of matter.
Excuse me. Sundogs are just refraction.
Yes, it's a refraction effect, a refract that's making a pattern. That's exactly what I'm saying. It makes a pattern. Like, you guys know what kymetics is, where you can use sound to make patterns or frequency to make patterns. I'm saying that the sun, the light frequency, makes a pattern, and the sundog is a visible refraction, and that sundog, that refractive, is a pattern, and it's sometimes
you're speaking as if the sun and the sundogs are two different things, which is why you brought up the difference between the light and the sun made, quote unquote, 3 days later, which Glatt was his point initially.
No, I'm saying it's like it's an effect that's being made.
No, what I'm saying is you decoupled them. You didn't say that sundogs and the sun had anything to do with each other. What I'm telling you is that what I'm telling you is that sundogs are just refraction from the main source, which is what we think the sun is. Now that's off of the assumption that the container that we live in is some sort of material where the light can move through and refract.
I'm saying that the sun is the focal point of that wave pattern that makes the focal point, or whatever the focal point is. The sun, whatever it is a part of that pattern, and you're experiencing the sun as the focal point of that pattern to your observational perspective. That's
maybe I'm ignorant. I really don't understand what you're saying.
A sundog isn't always visible because you need the right atmospheric effect in order to observe more of this pattern that's being made, and it becomes visible because the way that the light spectrum is observed by you. So not necessarily that the pattern is even that shape. That's just the way you're observing the pattern. And
what does this have to do with using different? What does this have to do with having a timepiece that? How would the timepiece be off?
Because the pattern.
Let's say there's different time zones, right? We all know that there are different time.
Zones.
But listen, there are different time zones, but that won't make the timepiece inaccurate. You'll just have to know when you change time zones that your watch is going to say this is what time it is for here right now. What you're saying is going somewhere else, time would work different because you're going off of a different source. I don't understand why you're saying that.
No, a different light pattern means a different time pattern.
No, a different light pattern. What do you mean by different light pattern?
The way that the sun is propagated, the way that they measure everything here is by the way that the sun's path is, and then they can misrepresent that in any way they want. But that's how time is divided out: is by the path of the sun. And so that's
time zones.
No, time is
time zones. No, time zones.
Time zones are for contract law. They are separating.
No, time zones are for exactly what you're talking about.
It's about disputes in contract law.
No, it's about the sun being overhead where you are and dark somewhere else.
Absolutely. And so they're misrepresenting the way that the light is propagated as a whole.
Okay, so what is this light propagation as a whole is going to give you? No, I don't understand. Maybe someone else, maybe you can give me a paper on this, or maybe someone else in here knows what you're talking about. So that maybe I can because at this moment I'm very closed-minded because I'm trying to understand what you're saying, and you're not really helping.
There's a man named Eric Dollard. I think he's a Globie, but he's considered
making these claims and saying words. We don't understand what you're talking about. It sounds.
I'm trying to say that you could have a different sector where the light is propagated differently.
I'm trying to be really nice about this, but you sound like gibberish to the outside listener.
If the light is not dependent,
like you have no idea what you're talking. You're not even putting coherent strings of logical thought together. No one can.
I'm trying to tell you that I'm trying to tell you the light is propagated separately from the sun, and the sun is just the way that we.
How did you validate this?
Because of I'm using the scripture as my basis.
That was my whole point.
The answer to how you validated something is not
based assumption.
Yeah, you can't.
He's not listening. He just doesn't listen. I'm going to mute him.
No, but no. And yes, Gospel was about to say this is what he was disputing, I think. But the bottom line is, you're saying that the time propagation is different. It's almost like you're saying, but okay. You're saying the time propagation is different, although the source is the sun. But you're about to use an example that decouples. It has to do with the sun not being the source.
Yes.
Which is why
I'm trying to say.
So then when I said you're talking about light from some other source and you said no, you were fucking lying.
No, it's the same source as the sun. Whatever the source of the sun is, the same source of the light elsewhere. What if there was a different amount of hours where there was light propagated, which would lead to a different?
Yeah, bro. Take a chill out. Take a chill out, bro. Yeah, have a seat.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything to anybody here. You're not transmitting anything that's coherent to anyone else. We have no idea what the foundations that you're trying to lay are because you're just skimming past them using words that are just pure assumption and just like positively assumption that you know something and then just skipping along past that.
Give me just a moment, guys. Sonny, Corporal, I understand what you're saying. Okay, my encouragement or recommendation to you, take it for whatever you want, is ask yourself, did something change on day 4? Okay, and how you answer that question may or may not help you understand that something may or may not have changed on day 4. So to consider, to try to assume that nothing changed even though something changed may or may not be a contradiction within your framework for how you're trying to understand chapters 1 and 2 of that book. So that's all I'm getting at, and I'm sure we can move on now. Is that fair, Corporal?
No, actually, I don't use that book at all for what I believe in. I was using it as an example, but you guys are welcome to attack the scripture all you want. Very satisfying.
Come on. So again,
it's actually very. I mean, no, it's as a person who was educated in a Jesuit with a Jesuit education.
But hold on. But when Sonny told you to substantiate your claim, when Sonny said to substantiate your claim, you went to scripture. Then Gospel Bearer said, "Well, to help you out, this is what you should think about."
But I
you
didn't
said,
make a
"I don't," and then I'm sorry. Then you said you don't use scripture. So
no,
then,
I didn't make a claim. I used an example of something that I was talking about. I didn't actually make any claim as to what I was. I wasn't saying.
Yeah, you did. You said the light propagation is different in other areas. And
no,
then
I'm saying,
when
no,
you
I'm
said,
saying,
"What do you mean by that?" You said, "Take the Bible for example."
No, that's not how I want it to be framed at all. What I'm saying is that
okay. So can you restate what I'm trying to summarize you saying? Not anything else. What you initially tried to say.
Yes, we know how the light is propagated only here out to the 70th parallel, where we can all measure that and then agree or disagree on what our findings are. Past that, it's unknown how the light propagation works. And we're all disputing that it's definitely not the globe model and the heliocentric model that makes it happen. And what I'm saying is,
makes what happen? Makes what happen?
Anything.
The thing that no one's experienced.
Yeah, the globe and the heliocentric model doesn't make anything.
when you say happen, you're talking about the difference between what we experience here and whatever you think is beyond 70 degrees.
No, here. No.
Why do you keep saying I'm listening to what you're saying, bro? Well, you made a distinction between what we have here and what we don't know elsewhere.
Exactly.
That's
what we don't know elsewhere.
Okay. So I like, am I confused, people, or like he's speaking out of you're confusing.
The light, the
claim you're about to make, you don't know. How do you know? How do you know that there's a different propagation? How do you know?
Okay,
how do you know?
I'm not going to.
No, not suppose. How do you know or do you not know?
What I'm telling you is nobody knows how anything works beyond what the information they were given, which is out to the 70th parallel. And if
so, how do you know that? How do you know that there's a difference?
Because it couldn't work the way that they say the globe, with the way that they say it works. It couldn't work like that outside of the range of what they tell us exists. It would have to work differently. That's all I'm saying.
So your point is to say somewhere in some hypothetical situation that as far as we're concerned, doesn't exist because there's no information for it, things work differently there.
For sure. In Wakanda, the sun and the moon don't work the same as in California.
What's the purpose of saying this?
So you can understand the argument that I'm making, or you're trying not to.
What's your argument?
There's no argument. I said there is definitely more than what they're showing us, and the sun doesn't work the way they're showing you the globe model. And
how do you know? How do you know?
Because Earth is not a globe. So it's.
But how do you know it doesn't? Okay. So as far as what we can experience, it doesn't work the way they claim. But how do you know?
That's not.
How do you know that it works? How do you know that it works differently? Time. How do you know time works differently somewhere else that we're not experiencing?
If we measure the way that the sun travels here, and it's very predictable, and they're not going to show us that if there is more places we could go, then we can't measure the way that the sun travels there to show the discrepancies.
What's your argument? So what's your argument then?
My argument is the path of the travel of the sun would be different, and all of it in every area would expose the matrix of the way that the light was propagated, and it would be more understandable, and that they trap everybody here in this.
But the light propagation is the same where we can travel and experience.
Where the land that we inhabit is like a prison colony, and they can materially misrepresent the nature of our reality only because of the way the light propagation works here. And any other place that you could travel, where the propagation of light would be different, would completely debunk the model that they present here. So they have to cordon this sector off and pretend that it is the way it is here, because going anywhere else would prove that that's not the case.
Okay, cool story, bro. Moving on.
Yeah, that does make sense, but we can't prove that. It's
yeah,
just
I wasn't
kind
trying
of a
to say you
theory
could.
or a concept.
This is my
I love
story.
that.
Okay,
I love it.
Now you got my angle, and that was all I was trying to make.
It goes with my concept that I personally would love to see, and that's an ever-expanding, Earth. Just like the universe, it's the ground level of universe, and it's just ever-expanding. We just don't know the expansion of it, and we need to find it. And that's me. That's my personal concept, is that it's not infinite, okay, not infinite, but it's more expanded than what we are told. And I'm, like I said, Corporal, I completely understand now that you said it in that way.
Well,
thank you. And I want to say, I don't have the evidence of what I'm speculating here. I'm just saying, if there is an outside of the 70th parallel, nobody can prove the way the light's propagated to say, no, that's not how it works, or yes, that is how it works. Either way, we just don't have that data.
Bizarre, but Bazaar is like a place where they sell goods and stuff. Unless you're trying to be punny or something in a deep way that I just did not pick up on, which is perfectly reasonable.
Every time.
That's cool. I just missed it. I'm Mr. Literal.
Sometimes I don't get it, even when I'm doing it, till later.
Captain Obvious was like my high school nickname, and Mr. Literal. All these are the associations I have.
What you selling at the bazaar today?
What's an IPS?
Infinite Plane Society. It's just the talking points.
That's crazy. No,
isn't that wild? I caught it right away when you mentioned it too. I'm like, wow, that is really familiar. But
yeah, penguins and all that stuff. It's like, oh no. There's a penguin as their mascot. I don't know if you knew that. Not everybody knows.
Actually, I did. I remember that group. Because I used to go in there. I used to go and after a while, I'm like, what is this guy's tripping? Yeah, I think he diverted a lot of people's attention for a while there.
Yeah.
So.
What was that?
Yeah, IPS is Tim Osmond, and he definitely did not come up with that penguin. He just started using it, and then people generally associated it with his.
You would know. But what did you say, Sonny?
I don't know what I was going to say now.
I mean, I wish we could get him on here, and he could say whether he made up the penguin or not. But everybody told me he didn't.
And even if I was trying to remember, I don't.
Elijah, have you ever considered hospice as a career choice?
No.
Your bedside manner.
I don't know. It's pretty funny.
Got some things out to say.
Yeah, you're gonna die tomorrow, sir. I can tell.
Oh boy. You'd make a good like army medic or something, maybe though.
Oh God. Oh yeah, your leg is blown off for sure.
You even got to time your inhales and exhales around listening to you guys. Damn.
Huh?
Well, one thing I can say is you'll never walk again.
Who is that directed to?
He's just goofing with the concept of pretending to be a army medic. Yeah, it's all good.
Oh.
Hey, Gospel and Sonny, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, man, anytime.
Has anyone tried to talk to Flat Earth Girl?
I just saw the name. I just saw it right when you mentioned that. We ought to try. Let's unmute. I know there's no roles, but Flat Earth Girls, are you there?
What an echo.
Oh.
So is that like banana meter on your PC?
I like it, but what's going to happen next is what I'm concerned about.
I think it's really bad. It's really bad.
How did you find the server?
That was interesting.
Flat Earth Girls, are you more than one girl? I mean, that's plural.
Oh boy.
No answer on that one. That's good because that would.
Is it working?
Oh no echo, but it definitely sounds like banana meter. So is that the app or which app are you using?
Yeah, I'm on my iPhone. I don't know.
You don't know what voice changer you're using, is that right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh.
I just don't know what's going on here.
Oh.
I'm trying to
I hear you
does it sound
perfectly
okay
fine.
now? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I mean, if that is your real voice, it kind of sounds.
Yeah, this is me. This is
Okay.
me. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so I
Welcome.
run the Flat Earth Girls page on Facebook. You guys are welcome to go on there, and my personal profile is linked on there a couple times as well. But yeah, this is my page. I've been deleted off of many servers. Instagram's deleted me like 10 times, and now I have a perma ban, and I'm not allowed to log back into my account, and some random person has control of my account on there now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
So,
not incredibly relevant, but it sounds to me like you might be working off of cell tower and not Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Okay, because there's a lot of roboting going on, so that's why folks were mentioning voice changer.
Okay, you know
but
what? I think I have some other apps open. Let me try and close that.
it's
Is
no
that
big
a
deal.
little better?
You're coming through fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't change
I
it
was
now.
just curious.
Yeah, I wouldn't change it.
Okay, yeah. I don't have Wi-Fi because I don't own a TV, and I don't have any router here. It's just my phone because the base level of communication.
Cool. Facebook page. So decent group of folks on there, or what?
On my Flat Earth Girls page. I mean, my page is mainly where I share my. Sorry, I had to sneeze. It's mainly where I share my memes and my content. I sell the shirt that I'm wearing in my profile picture. I only date Flat Earthers.
Mhm.
And so that's where I share that content. And I tried to start a group a while ago, and it just got completely shut down. So Like, I mean, you guys know how Facebook is about the truth.
Well, keep talking. You're doing well. Maybe you can tell some more people what's going on in here and get the word out.
Oh, definitely. Well, I just found out about Discord because they like sent me another little notification on my like personal Instagram page where I also share truth, and they're like, "Oh, your account's going to be deleted." Because I was sharing information about flat Earth and just awareness about specifically child trafficking and how it has to do with the court system. And they took all of the posts down, and then they sent me a notification saying that I'm banned from posting for 7 days, and that if I post anything like that, I'm going to get deleted. So everyone was like, "Oh, are you on Discord? Are you on," I think someone else said Telegram, and I don't know. So I'm trying out these different apps to see. I don't know what the conversation is like elsewhere. And you guys seem to have a pretty good, conversation most of the time.
You've been here before?
Oh, I'm glad it wasn't just this afternoon.
Yeah, I've listened in before.
Oh, like on YouTube?
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
like I've heard parts of the discussion before, and it seems, oh, sorry, that's my cat. But yeah, I've heard different parts of the discussion. I mean, today it got a little, crazy, but I think that's just how people are, and I think discussion is fun. Everyone has their differences of opinion, and it's interesting to hear how everyone thinks differently because we all experience life differently, and it affects the way that we perceive our world. And as long as we all know that it's not the reality with which we've been presented with, and it's the reality in which we're creating by knowledge, experience, then sorry, my phone is giving me random notifications from this app now. I don't really know how it works.
You can mute any server as well, and then it will stop
Okay.
the notifications.
Okay. Is there a chat for the live stream that's different than the
Yes.
lobby?
Live stream voice text, and that's probably where you're seeing the pings.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see it.
It should be right up above the live stream that you're in.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm sorry I killed the conversation.
Not at all.
No, you made it still actually really well.
There's a little bit of a calm after the storm, before and after storms. Hey, Justin, is it still a conventional expectation for folks that are in the live stream voice chat to also, or voice text,
to also
be
on
in
stream. Yes.
in the VC?
So they do have to be in here. It happens a lot, but I'm just saying you really should be in here if you're talking in the live stream.
Yeah, I was just curious.
If you're talking in the voice text chat, you should be in here. Yes.
Welcome to the server. We hope you have fun here. Nice to meet you. I'm pleased to meet you. My name is Sunny.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you too. it's exciting to talk to people that I don't know have very interesting points of view and that seem to have things to add because I feel like in my experience I've dealt with a lot of people who are just coming into the topic and don't know where else to go with it. Or they've, gone off the deep end on some theory and then it's like, well, now you lost the point too. Now you're on some flat earth society crap and it's like that's not what it is.
Yep. We're best friends.
Now you're a robot. No,
Oh
Marcia.
shit! Yeah, I just I heard like a fraction. Is that
Domo.
Elijah?
Domo.
Yeah, I think he's moving around. He moves around a lot. But yeah, that's exactly what people come in here, like new people all the time. And that's why it's in our welcome. If you haven't read our welcome, I would suggest you go read the welcome just to make sure that you read it entirely. It's up at the very top. It's the first lobby. But in the very, very top of it, it says, "We are not part of Flat Earth Society." I mean, this is not Flat Earth Society that you are coming into right now. That is by far the the leftists, I would say, side of things, because they don't tell you anything. They just want you to believe what they say. That's it, and that's not what we're here. Sorry, we're not here to make you believe us. They want you to believe them. They literally focus on you trying to make you believe them, and that's another reason. Why do you believe that Flat Earth Society got to the highest level in the government? Obama said it like 8 times in speeches that he did on live broadcasts. We don't have time for the Flat Earth Society or meeting with the Flat Earth Society. Like, it literally is to push you to go look at Flat Earth Society. And then you say, oh, well, Flat Earthers are just dumb. They just are so dumb. Well, we're not them, so guess what? Us being true Flat Earthers, we know how to weed out the dumb.
Exactly. It's all part of their misinformation campaign to just lead
yes.
people away from the truth. I noticed from a really young age that they were gatekeeping the truth, and I think it's partially because I was blessed enough to go to a Waldorf school, and at my school, not every Waldorf school is like this, but at my school, my science teacher taught us about more than one type of cosmology. And so when I did end up going to a different school later in life, I was presented with, oh, it's just the globe. And I thought it was really weird that people didn't even learn about what other people think. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but Waldorf was founded by Rudolf Steiner, who had anti-globalist beliefs. And I wouldn't say exactly that he was a flat earther, but I do know that he definitely did not subscribe to what they believe. And he actually wrote about it multiple times.
And it's just weird that, that most of like the education skips over all other ones just so that they can push their one out and make sure that it's solidified, and then you go work for them and that's it. There's no teaching of like business or creating your own anything. It's you create what we tell you to create, and that's it.
Yeah, they're teaching you what to think instead of how.
5,000 people. That's good.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I was just looking at your Facebook post. Am I roboting?
No, you were just low.
Oh, sorry. I was just looking at her Facebook page. 8,500 followers. That's good. Looks good on there.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I've been working on that page for a while, and I think because of the shirt that I wear, it kind of gained a lot of popularity a couple years ago and went viral, and then a lot of people found my page that way. Honestly, I made the shirt just for me at first. I wasn't even planning to sell it, and then I realized that I could start a little business, and now it led into me having my whole little business of I make like, little comics and I crochet and I'm working on other truth slogans and yeah, so it kind of took me away from having to work for the system. It's extremely refreshing not to have to work for anybody else now that I do this.
Well, feel free to post links from your shirts or whatever you like here on the voice text, live stream voice text. Are you following along on the voice text, by the way?
Yeah, I'm following along.
Okay.
It goes really fast. Everyone has a lot to say.
Yeah. So do you know a lot of like our arguments against the globe and things like that, such as like the FE core laser test or the Black Swan or long distance observations like Beyond Horizons infrared over 270 miles in Europe? You're familiar with those things? Like,
Yeah, I've seen a couple of those experiments, and I actually went to the Salton Sea experiment that they did a couple years ago, and yeah, so I'm familiar. Yes.
awesome. We're really hyper specific about experiment, that word. We all kind of cringe when someone
I
used it, and it's like,
I heard.
so we go like, okay, those are observations or measurements, but not necessarily
Right.
an experiment. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up now.
Yeah, no, I heard a little bit of that conversation earlier, so that's why I'm like, I don't want, it's hard to unlearn a lot of the buzzwords that you've been taught your whole life and then to learn how to use them all properly and in the right way because they've turned everything into like spells. You're basically casting spells against yourself. That's why they call it spelling.
Yes. You're my kind of girl. Uh-oh, I didn't get a laugh out of that. I don't know if that's good or bad.
No, you're fine.
Well, I did also give you ladies' role because we do have a ladies' night. So on Fridays, ladies take over and they actually school everyone that comes in. The men of the moderating system here do not speak, and we just let the women control. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, you'll love that. It's good.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is. There's a lot of people that come in. We had a blast last Friday.
Yes. I think we had over 60 in the chat or
No, it got up to 70.
70.
Wow, that's
I
really
was
cool.
actually
So, is there a
verifying
specific
a lot of
time?
people.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's on Friday nights. I think isn't it 5 p.m. Eastern? Is that right?
It literally starts early as the women come in. I mean, they can just pretty much like take over that Friday. I mean,
Oh, okay. So just like all Friday, pretty much.
it's literally when people want to just come in, the women just start saying, but they do have a specific time with most that get off work, and that's usually around the 5 p.m. Whenever your 5 p.m. is.
Sweet.
Hold on. We'll drop some we'll drop something in the voice checks for ladies' night. Someone else is probably quicker than I.
They do anticipate it, like in the morning and the afternoon. Like there's a lot of people that come in and anticipate it, and they always ask, "When is it starting? When is it starting?" So.
No creeping in her DMs either. She'll expose you, like she did on the Facebook site. I was just reading that post you did. It's quite funny.
Yep, 4 p.m. Central Time. Yep.
So what happened? Everybody decided not to talk anymore, or what?
No, we were all stunned by Flat Earth girls.
Damn, that was a long stun.
I'm trying to go to my Facebook to post the flyer for the girls' night, so I'm just distracted doing that.
Yeah, it's 3:25 where I'm at. It's usually hot and heavy, 12 afternoon through like 2, 3, and I always like because in the past we would get into like these heated back and forths with like one person who, well, let's just leave it at that. A back and forth with one person when there's so many other people trying to get in at this particular time, but it always seems to be monopolized by someone who wants to argue unjustifiably. But this time is typically a low period. Picks back up sometime between 5 and 7, I would say. Just generally, and then we do have days where there are events like Precious Metals on Saturday, Girls Night on Friday, and then seems to be like we're getting programs together for Sunday anyway.
Yeah, Saturday's kind of like a free for all. Sometimes we have karaoke. People will sing and present music and all kinds of stuff. Pretty fun.
They do play videos from YouTube as well in here. We can stream them. And then I don't know if you knew, but we do have 2 live channels. If you look in the chat, you see the 2 24/7 live channels. That is broadcasted on YouTube 24/7. We have streams. So everything that we're saying right now is recorded right now as we speak on YouTube.
Yeah, I've seen the stream on YouTube before. That's pretty cool. I just posted it on my Facebook, so hopefully, I don't know, I'll draw in some more ladies. Yeah.
Can I do a mic check?
Yep.
You hear me?
Good, Dave.
Good, Dave.
Yeah, Flat Earth Girls, welcome to the server. And I heard you say you were literally at the Salton Sea, right?
Yeah, I was at the Salton Sea experiment a couple years ago.
Okay. The observation,
Yeah.
but that's neither here nor there. But
Oh,
I never
right.
miss.
So, I mean, yeah.
When I hear Salton Sea, you probably already know this, but I never want to miss the opportunity to point out that they you actually saw those guys measure those stripes go away on the boat, and then they declared that there's the curvature, right? And then
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was a like, I think the experiment was like it was all for show. You know, it wasn't like
but
legitimate.
you're aware of the fact that the horizon is looming up behind where they're talking about the curvatures at, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's obviously, if anybody that actually knows that's just bullshit.
Yeah,
ahead.
exactly. They take things like refraction and the atmospheric pressure and all of these things that you can see with your eyes and think that optical curvature equals physical curvature, when in reality, that's not the way it works. One does not equal the other.
Right. The main point we try to hit is what I just said there. The horizon is obviously, where the apparent sun and the ground and the sky meet is obviously behind the point that they're trying to point out Earth's curvature at. It's way behind it. But yet that's still the first result that you get on Google sometimes, and it shows there's the Earth curve right there. And many of us have pointed out that that's obviously not Earth curve. But that's cool that you were there. I just thought I'd capitalize on you being there to point that out. But welcome to the server.
Thank you.
Go ahead, y'all. Don't let Dead Air Dave kill it now.
It's all your fault, Dave.
No, I think it was me. I scared everyone.
Boo. As the sun slowly moves across the plain.
And the curve disappears.
We found no measurement of curvature once again.
As the world doesn't turn. Next.
Hmm.
Corporal Major shared that song that those Globies did. I thought it was hilarious when they did that because they found me and then they sent me the song and they were like, "Hey, you were the one that inspired this," and I was like, "Oh, well then."
That's cool, I guess. So,
I just want to say I'm thoroughly pissed with the new update. The new update is trash. Well, it will be trash when it drops.
He's nuts.
Huh?
are you talking about like Discord? Or are you talking about like Windows? Or
Talking about COD Mobile, man. Do you know that I just reacquainted myself with the Type 25? I loved it in the earlier seasons, and I don't know what they did, but I didn't use it. MJ told me, yes, I'm pretending like I didn't just come from super left field with this. I'm going to continue talking anyway. So, so the Type 25 was very jumpy. I didn't like it, but they changed it 2 months ago, apparently. And I just found it today. Not today. I'm bugging out. I found it a few days ago and I started using it like, yo, I don't know what happened, but the Type 25 is OP. And so what happens is they're about to update the game. It's going to be a new system and they're going to be fucking it up again. So I don't know what I'll be using now as a meta.
Boy, who?
Dilemmas in the high technology realm.
I'll probably still use, I don't know, I'll probably still use the RPD. A lot of people don't use that, but I use it for long range, really. If I'm going to go short range, I'm going to go with an SMG like the Fennec or something.
How's your binoculars working out?
They're working pretty good.
I bet. Yeah,
They're working pretty good. I keep saying I'm going to go out and do observations. What I really need to do is connect my phone to it so that I can, like, get pictures and stuff.
That's
or
what
video.
I like to do. I have a little mini spyglass, like a little mini telescope. It's pretty darn good, actually, for its size. Something I can carry on the bike easy, So I was looking at. I just missed the moon the other night. It was going right up, this half moon, just going right up through the clouds, bro. It was so weird. And then it got up so high that it just completely got clouded over. But I was looking at some other like stars over there by Orion's belt that was like kind of in the west, pretty high elevation. And I could just barely start seeing that jittery effect. I couldn't hold it still enough. I'd probably need a tripod to hold it still.
Yeah, I need one of those too.
You see that shimmering? That I just could barely start to see that little shimmering of the light like you do on real close-ups with good telescopes, You could just barely start seeing that. So I bet if I held it still, I could probably... And the moon's probably going to be a whole lot better. I just haven't had a chance yet. It's been overcast. But I'm wondering how I could just attach that to the telescope to my phone. That's what I need to do, man. Exactly. I wonder if I'd still be able to focus it. I guess I would, right? Should be able to. Put it all on.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna go up and down the FDR, try to pick a good spot. No, I probably need to just go to the beach, but yeah, I probably need to go to the beach. because
Okay.
it's really windy, the East River. So I don't know. I don't know how much I'd really be able to see beyond like a mile or so,
Yeah, that's not that far.
because it's super windy. But I don't know. Maybe I could find like I just need a large body of water and something for like a distance marker.
Mm-hmm.
Probably should just go to the beach.
Yo, I just found something out. The reptiloids made the globe flat, and it was a cube, I think.
Wait a minute. What?
Definitely understood what you said.
What
The
about a
Earth
cube?
is
What
a
about a
cube.
cube? Wait a minute. What about a cube?
The Earth is a cube. The Earth is a cube.
Oh, really? How did you?
How do you know?
How did you validate that?
It's just common sense. Like
No,
an
I
illusion.
asked you, common sense is not something you can validate. So I asked you how you validate
You go.
the shape of Earth being a cube. You have to wait till I finish talking before you answer. Hold on. How did you validate that Earth's a cube? It needs a measurement.
If you walk to one edge, then there's an illusion made from the X dimension, and then you step further, and it's like it changes 90 degrees. You know?
No, I don't have any idea
Do you have any pictures of it?
what you actually said.
I just okay. Wait a sec.
I mean, we've been to the moon, so we should have a picture. Do you have a picture?
No, we didn't went to the moon.
1+1.
Oh, did you hear what he just said? That's
No.
that's something we can work with. Why do you think we didn't go to the moon?
Because there is a moon. We went
No,
to
but
the Mars.
He's trolling you.
yeah, it's like an open and shut case. He said that the profile of the ground goes from it bends in 90 degrees somewhere, like a table. Where's
like a cube.
that at? Where's that at?
Where's that at? I don't know where it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's okay. All right.
I must go to school and stuff like that. I don't have time to find it out right now.
You don't have time to find the corner.
Yeah, and it's like an illusion.
I don't have time.
You don't see when you cross the quarter.
So, no name. Has anybody else found the corner where it goes up 90 degrees?
Or down.
It goes down 90 degrees.
Oh, down. Yeah. Has anybody found where it actually goes down? That location?
Wait.
Do you know if anybody has found that location where it goes down 90 degrees?
I just googled something and I'm sending it to.
I guess that's
Yeah.
That's not an answer. I asked you a yes or no question.
I can't send pics.
Do you know of somebody that has found the location?
No, I don't know.
Okay. So how would you know? So how would you know to be able to say that it is a cube if you don't know? Where it was measured?
Yeah, wait.
How do you know?
How do you know?
From a group on Telegram.
What?
You know what Telegram is?
No.
Like
This
there's a
guy's a
group.
troll.
Yeah, I think we should change him to listening pass.
What?
Yeah, we don't
No.
know what you're talking about. No name. Like
I'm get some sources and stuff like that, and then I'm will come back and explain. Okay?
yeah, water doesn't stick to the outside of any object.
Yeah, I'm a come back.
Have a good one. No water sticking to the outside of objects, so that's objectively false if you're saying something like that. Or water being held by nothing on a cube. That'd be square gravity at that point. No, cube gravity. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about. If that was, I wouldn't worry so much about the edges. I'd like to know where the three-sided mountain of water is in the world. Where the corners are.
The corners are, exactly. Questioning the cube fallacy. Absolutely.
Hey, so is that guy, did he leave the VC?
Yeah, he did.
Well, I caught him and he's got a listening pass.
Oh, good for you.
And I gave him, what else was it? Oh, the first one I came to that seemed to make sense was Pretender Clown. I don't know, maybe that's a little harsh.
Maybe.
What do you think?
Maybe a little
okay.
harsh at this point.
We'll just do the listening pass.
I like where you're going with it, but yeah, maybe a little harsh at this point.
All right, so we need to do something else. Well, I guess. Well, I want to put something else on there to indicate that we've spoken with them.
Oh, Jenny, have you met Flat Earth Girls? If she's still
Doesn't sound familiar.
Hey there.
Hey, how's it going?
It's great.
You're
I didn't
echoing.
even know there were other women in this chat right now.
Here, so let me
We
kind of
can-
do it. Let me do a little informal introduction. So Jenny, Flat Earth Girls has a Flat Earth Girls Facebook page, and apparently it's very popular. So she's been around the topic for a little while, it sounds like. And
That's
she
amazing.
just found us, and we told her about Ladies' Night.
Nice.
Kind
Bring
of-
your girls over here. We need you.
Yeah, we have like a little mini Flat Earth Girl celebrity with us. So yeah.
Well, glad to have you.
I'm glad to be here. Okay, is
So I
that
was
better? I
talking to
feel like
someone
it was
earlier.
echoing before I could hear myself, kind of.
Actually, that's super crystal clear.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, I'm really glad to be here. I feel like the discussion on Facebook has died out, and there's very little actual discussion. I feel like that's kind of the gateway for people who are looking into it to have their, first introduction with the idea, and then, go out and have more formal discussions from there. But yeah, the discussion on Facebook is completely dead. They censor everything, and it's impossible to form a proper community on there because there's so many trolls, and yeah.
Absolutely. I was just about to share a story, as I sometimes do, about the goings-ons of Facebook. I'm in Flat Earth Society Facebook, not in the organization. There's another one, Flat Earth Friends, which is just made up of the same exact mods from the society, and they're all globe earthers. And when you look in there, it's crazy because every response, not every response, but majority of the responses and majority of the posts are what do you call them? Straw man arguments, and what's the other one? Basically just ad homs. Someone asked like a genuine question, like, are there any real flat earthers in here, or why is it that people think the earth is flat? I really want to know. And there'll be like 6-7 people that explain how flat earthers are retarded because of insert straw man. Instead of actually letting the flat earther say, hey, well, I'm here because XYZ. And even if I did, they'll just comment under my comment and go, yeah, well, that's because you're a retard, though. Like, that's the nature of conversation on Facebook. Sucks, but yeah. I was having a conversation earlier on Facebook, which was actually reasonable. The mods tend to stay away now because, I pull screenshots. So this guy, he made a post. He said, "I'll give $10,000 to anyone who can show an inconsistency with the globe model." I said, "Yeah, sure, the horizon." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "It's not geometric." He goes, "What do you mean?" And then I'm like, "Well, looking at the formula that is derived from supposedly the geometry of the Earth, it dictates where the horizon actually is physically." And he then said, "Well, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by geometric horizon? What does that mean?" So then I screenshot, I Googled geometric horizon. I screenshot it to him. I also sent him a screenshot of the distance to the horizon formula and the page. And he said, "A screenshot of Google, that's your evidence?" And I said, "No, this is me helping you understand the terms that I'm using because you said you didn't understand." So all I'm saying is the claim is that the horizon is at the set distance based on your elevation above the surface, and that's just not true. And then he goes, "Well, the equations are wrong." He goes, "The equations are wrong." And I go, "What do you mean by the equations are wrong?" And he says, "Couldn't it just be that Google has it wrong?" And then I said, "Well, then everything derivative of the radius must be wrong too. If you can't actually validate the measurement claim." And he's like, "Yeah, so?" And I said, "Bro, you don't have no business coming on here offering people $10,000 when you don't know anything about the geometry of the globe. You didn't even know what I meant by geometric horizon." But to be fair, he seemed like an honest person who actually hadn't come across a conversation with someone who ever spoke about it, So
And that's how most people are. Most people are not trying to, be trolls, I guess, for lack of a better word. They are genuinely, they just don't know any better. And, we were all that at one point, and then we figured it out. And people have a really hard time letting go of what they know or feel they know to be true because it's in everything. And that's what they do. They make you reliant on this image. And what people don't realize is by allowing themselves to become reliant on this image, they are allowing them to control their entire reality. If you allow these people who are in charge to control the way you see your reality, they control your life. They control your whole reality. And that's where everyone is at. You're either, stuck in their illusion or you're trying to find your way out.
Well said, sis. Appreciate you. Yeah, with you being and spending a lot of your time, I would imagine over the last year or whatever. So that's like a whole nother cornfield altogether compared to here. You know what I'm saying? So it would be absolutely tremendous to have you here on Fridays if you can make it.
Yeah, I'm planning to. Now that I know about the ladies' night, definitely I am.
We can use all the ladies' perspectives that we can get.
Yeah, and I posted it on my Facebook page as well, and so hopefully it'll bring some more people. And I attached the link too, that way people could find it. So
that's amazing. Unfortunately, I'll be joining late if you happen to come, or any of your people. But yeah, when they come in, I would I don't know, is there Hey, do you think a lot of people are going to come in? Because I'd like to save them some time. I wonder if we can do a code word. When they come to do the VC check-in.
Oh, I know what you mean. I feel like most of the people that would come from my page, they would just say, "Oh, I was brought here from the Flat Earth Girls page." So they would probably already say where they came from.
That's what
That's
I would
cool.
suggest them say. Yeah, it would be best because then they would know that they came from her Facebook.
Oh, yeah, that would go without saying to me. Yeah, I meant that, so I'm glad you brought that up. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't know she had already posted it, so that's okay. You're good.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm super excited about this Friday, if it's at all possible. Even if 3 ladies from your Facebook came in, I'm gonna see if I can get off work early so I can get in here.
I'm excited
so
about it too.
essentially, ladies' night is carved out for the ladies to showcase their debating skills and
Or
typically
conversation skills.
or conversation. So typically, the guys hang back, and it's purely the girls speaking to whomever comes in, whether it be guy or girl. Not that it's just like all girls talking. It's like if there's a guy who comes in asking questions, they pretty much have that conversation. So it's really cool it's just another way to let the people who typically don't speak, because we're typically crazy and yelling and so it's supposed to be a more chill, a different feel, and it typically works because a lot of people come on ladies' night. It's usually 60 people in here. It's went up to over 100 before.
Well,
Summertime's coming, so I expect it to go back up when we start doing our promotions and stuff. Sorry, Jenny.
one thing. Oh, no, you're good. Thank you. No, one thing I want to stress is that, ladies' night is pretty much an open forum kind of discussion and or debate. So if any of your girls have any type of material that they want to present, they are more than welcome to do that at any time. It can be last minute. It doesn't have to be planned. So we kind of, when we get good stuff to talk about or whatever, we kind of go with the flow. So just to give you an idea how we roll.
And I had a question because sometimes I feel like people for me at least, I always tend to take Flat Earth and then run with it, and it leads to so many other discussions and topics. So I just wanted to know, can we is this discussion open to talk about things that aren't just Flat Earth?
If you're talking about off topic, it's yes, if we can bring it back to Flat Earth, if it's related to Flat Earth. Yeah, I mean, a lot of us talk about the big picture and how things are interconnected, but we just, we try not to be in the weeds too long. You know what I'm saying? But yes, we can
just
do
because I know it's being streamed on YouTube, and so I know they're really touchy about.
Oh, well, no medical talk. Absolutely no medical talk. Yeah. And no, obvious stuff that you know already.
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Medical stuff, vaccine violence.
Vaccine, the fact that the whole
No, I was just referring to the J word. We don't want to talk about certain groups of people and such, and be careful with that.
Or Jews. You don't want to talk about Jews. Of course,
Yeah, just be very overt when Jenny's trying to be covert. It's very, very good.
Yeah, I know. Overt when covert.
But anyway, I kind of wanted to ask because everybody's story is interesting, and I love to hear it every time there's an opportunity. So, how did you come?
Wait, Elijah. I know what you want to answer, and I apologize for interrupting.
Sorry, people, for interrupting. Elijah, you remember me, don't you?
Hey. Oh.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. You know, you kind of you get on your high horse and you stick up for the people, don't you? Yeah.
I think Elijah was trying to say something. Please continue.
Yeah.
I've noticed you have done this, Elijah, in the past. Like, you
get
do.
off your high horse, Elijah. Get off your high horse.
Hold on. Time out, you guys. I am so
Oh my God!
What were you saying?
Oh my! All of my fans.
What's up with that high horse, Elijah, man? Why you riding the high horse, dude? What's up,
If
Elijah?
anybody was gonna come in and say something, it would be you, Fraud. And you don't know I love you to death, bro. I do.
Elijah.
What you actually have evidence about
Jason, what the heck, Jason?
But hold on, Lemon.
Calm
Lemon.
down, Jason, calm down, my man.
Okay, so you guys, I have a specific reason for interrupting, and I apologize, Elijah. I wasn't trying to be rude to you. I know what you're going to ask, and I was hoping maybe we can maybe pause that for Friday. Is that okay? Because, you know, when you tell,
What's
I don't
wrong
know,
with
I guess
saying
it
it
could be
twice?
told 2 times, I guess. I mean, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do. You know what I mean? That's all.
I'm trying to save it for ladies' night or something.
Yes, that's what all I meant. Yeah, but I'm not trying to take away from Elijah. I'm not. I apologize, everybody. I'm not trying to be extra or anything.
Now I'm
I mean, it won't kill me to wait. I don't care.
Really? You're so sweet. Okay. Okay, so yeah, like Elijah was going to ask you, we love to hear testimonies about how people come to the realization that it's not a globe and that it's observably and measurably flat. So that's why I interrupted to our new lady. What's her name again? I'm sorry.
Well,
Girls.
It's Flat Earth Girls, yeah.
Yeah. So I just love the, you know, like the initial story, you know, I can't imagine how many times you've probably told yours. It's probably been a lot. Or does that go on Facebook?
It's been a lot, and I can tell you guys more about it on Friday if you want me to save it, because it's a pretty cool story. But I also got interviewed by, I don't know if you know, everyone knows what Vice is, yeah. Vice has a all girls brand called Broadly, and they interviewed me because they were trying to do a smear article on Flat Earth, and I just totally smashed their questions that they gave me, and they couldn't even release it. They were like, "Oh, we can't publish the interview because it's too." I think the word they used was something similar to risque.
Spicy.
Yeah. Yeah. So I can actually, I think I have a link to those original questions, and I can share that interview too.
So Vice had to censor the spicy flat earther.
Pretty much.
Wow. That is incredible. Love it.
That's awesome.
Oh, I'm gonna probably have to listen to some of the ladies' night afterwards, but that's okay. Hopefully it'll be recorded. We got 2 people that record, so. Oh yeah, do tell your people that come in that we do stream on YouTube. Did Elijah cover that part?
Oh yeah,
actually,
I was gonna let them know anyways, just so they know to be careful and with what they say.
New account fraud. New Discord account.
Yeah.
Okay. Your old account has a pending friend request from me for 2 years now, so I'll go ahead and
Oh my gosh.
X that one out, knowing that you weren't just ignoring me.
Oh yeah, I hadn't seen you in a while, Gospel Bear.
Hell.
Yeah.
That's
It's all good, Fred.
Another person who is who also tends to be accurate with his words was also claimed to be on a high horse, weren't you, Gospel?
Yeah. I've never claimed it to be on a high horse, but I tell you what, I've been accused of it for a long time. And imagine looking at the kid with the that loves dinosaurs or loves Legos or whatever, and being like, "Look at that prideful guy who knows everything about dinosaurs. Oh, look at that guy on his high horse with his Legos over there." I mean, my passion isn't Legos or dinosaurs. Just because I know a lot about some different weird things doesn't mean that I'm on a high horse. I've had some traumatic experiences with horses, actually, but I'd ride another one. But anyway, do I still have the autism tag? Did that go away? Nope, it's still there. See, no excuse for anybody to be shooting arrows at me. Weaponized autist.
It's because you're up there on your high horse. They're shooting the arrows, autistic arrows.
I tell you. Yeah, I put it in the live stream voice text, fraud. I've exposed you for ignoring me.
What's up with you two flat earthers up on your high horse like that?
I'm just scooping around.
Is that a
What
trend?
what was that, Sonny?
I said, is that a trend? Now we get two primary flat earthers that are up on their high horse today. Is that a trend or something? Is it?
I don't know. I think that accusations like that are just people exposing their own personal insecurities.
Yeah,
That's what I think, but
They
I'm
just go
just
long
a
legs.
dude.
Any high horses.
I think they're just autistic.
Seemed to be a rash of it today. Something was happening, man. It was wild.
I
Yeah,
think that
once people start assigning feelings to Jackson Pollock paintings, you know that their globe Earth evidence isn't forthcoming.
Yeah. Well, I certainly never attributed feelings to any Jackson Pollock paintings. That wasn't the point I was making. It's also not the words that came out of my mouth.
You should re-listen to what you said.
Okay. Well, it's not what I said.
Well, re-listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
I know you won't.
It's irrelevant. It wasn't the point I was making.
What's with the beef today?
I don't know. Like I for some reason, I get under people's skin. Apparently, I don't know what it is.
That's what I'm saying.
When you start chanting postmodernistic,
I didn't chant any postmodernistic anything. I'm staunchly opposed to postmodernism.
About Jackson Pollock.
I agree.
Give it up.
I agree, Eli. What is the beef today?
Give it up, old Haas. Like you're having a personal problem here.
And I'm not being funny about fraud.
Return.
I was talking about the other guy. Where'd you go, other guy? What were you saying to me earlier?
I don't think the fact that you've assigned feelings to Jackson Pollock is a personal problem, but it's definitely an artistic interpretation problem.
I didn't do that, old Haas.
Do what you said you were going to go do. Re-listen to what your words were.
I never said I was going to do that. This person is so inappropriate.
Gentlemen,
I muted him already, Vinny. It's all right.
Okay, thank you.
I was just trying to get my thing cleared up, but never mind.
Snippy.
Well, I don't understand. There's no order, or this guy, he had like respected or something, or valued. I don't know.
How can an interpretation be?
I don't know, man.
Listen, I wasn't making any interpretation. I was making an emphatic statement about how language and conveyance of information and communication work. Whatever he thought I said is not what I was it either wasn't what I said or it wasn't what I was trying to communicate, and I cleared that up, and he's just holding on to it like I was trying to be postmodern, which is a misrepresentation for anybody that knows me knows very clearly that I'm very much opposed to all forms of postmodernism.
It almost sounds like Glober mentality when I hear that kind of stuff. Not from you, from the other people.
Well, I unmuted you, old Haas. Just chill out, bro. We're trying to actually have productive conversation.
Yeah, I think we're having just a failure to communicate, miscommunication somewhere along the line here. So I don't know why that.
Hey, Lemon, how you doing? I heard Lemon in here. Lemon popped up for a brief second, I guess.
Yeah, I don't see him right now.
I still call him Lemon. He hasn't been Lemon for like forever. I don't know.
I used to just because you guys did. I go, okay, well, that must be his name. I start calling him Lemon too. But
Dude,
I like Meadowlark because, like, the Harlem Globetrotters, I remember seeing them when I was a kid. They were always on TV, dude. Think about that name. Globetrotters. And more Mike and wow.
Dang, that Globetrotter, I hadn't thought of that.
Trippy.
Bro, it's so cold up here, man. It's just fucking.
It's snowing over here.
Really?
Oh my gosh.
I think it's cold everywhere. I think an ice age is coming. Just my intuition.
Actually, well, is it colder than it has been? Because from today, it's actually hotter than it has been. It's like, what, 40? No, it's almost 60 degrees. A couple days ago, it was 30, 20s.
Yeah. You guys really get weather over there. I have no right to speak about weather.
Cause it never rains in Southern California.
Unless you want to hear about some of the storms I've been in. No, those are worthy of talking about.
Seriously, you guys got to get on COD Mobile and represent the contingent on there.
We can get on Call of Duty, you say?
Huh? Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah.
You know how salty people must feel when they get killed and they see my name, Flat Earth Guns.
Awesome.
I got something else that might be funny. Okay, so we was talking about Lemon just a few seconds ago. I always wondered, did the bird enthusiast tag, did it mean that I was like always praising Lemon because I always like to listen to Lemon and I always tell Lemon that I like to listen to him? Or is it, the British version of bird, like that's my bird, talking about the females, because I do like the females too.
Yeah, everyone likes the females.
So does anybody want to tell me what the bird enthusiast tag means?
You know what? I don't know specifically, but that really has a kind of a crypto ring to it, though, doesn't it?
Dude was on here a long time ago.
That's just a guess.
Had a parrot as his profile picture, Congo or something like that. He made it. It was because he liked birds.
Wait a minute, who did?
I can't remember the dude's name right now, but he was on the server, on the first server in the beginning. And he had a parrot as his profile picture. He made that because he liked to watch birds.
Well, I had a bird as like my screensaver on my phone, not my screensaver, my background or whatever. But I'm just curious, who gave me the role and why did I get it?
maybe you're a bird enthusiast?
Yeah, maybe it's some long lost bird conversation you were having and lost in the archive.
They
Lost?
did call me Larry Bird in high school.
Uh-oh.
And Scary Larry.
Scary Larry Bird. Scary Bird Larry.
It's crazy how many. This is off topic because when he said his name Larry Bird, that's like typical for someone to equivocate between a name and anyway. And I just thought, it's crazy how many fallacies a person can commit just in one statement. That's indicative of how broken our cognitive skills are, and a globe Earth belief is kind of just the unit of measure. I would say. I don't even know if I could say that, but you guys get what I'm saying.
The tip of the iceberg? No. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I wasn't trying to. I was just thinking, do you mean like it's the tip of the iceberg? I don't know if you cut out or if I just overstepped.
No. I heard you. Also, my son was talking to me, but I was just saying that yeah, it's like it's how you measure exactly how delusional someone is.
Could you elaborate?
Yeah, like matter in a liquid state. In order even to call it that, would have to be in a volume, right? So it'd have to have something holding it there.
Right.
Matter in the gaseous state, it also requires a volume, because you wouldn't be able to read a pressure without, having there would have to be pressure in order for you to be able to do that. And then you go, is the outside surface of a ball considered a container? It's like, obviously not. So then why do you believe in the globe? Well, gravity. Okay, well, do you think that gravity has been scientifically validated? Of course. Okay, well, is there an experiment that was done? Cavendish. Okay, well, that's not an experiment only because there's no valid hypothesis to be tested. And then they'll go, well, things fall because of gravity. It's like, well, actually, you don't know you've never validated that. Like, we don't even know what gravity is specifically. Haven't determined the cause of gravity. So why would you assert it? And it's like, damn, I wanted to tie this into a short and concise point, and I kind of don't know where to go from here. I mean, you just take things like you can't have gas pressure without a container, and it's like, yeah, but you can if my space religion is real. And it's like, okay, well, the Earth is a level plane. Well, level just means equidistant from the center. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, what's the sun? It's made up of mostly hydrogen and helium. Okay, but it's in a vacuum. Yeah. You know. Anyway, whatever. I keep getting distracted by.
No, it's okay. Actually, your point was actually made because you said that is kind of the measure of their logic. I'm pretty sure you said something along those lines. And so those that line of reasoning, when you have these conversations, they're falling into illogical territory, you know? And so, yeah, that is a measure of read their reasoning skills, their logic. I think is the point sort of you're trying to make. Hope I'm not too.
Yeah, because we have direct experience with water, gas, and they believe that, yeah, while that's true, it works in exactly the opposite way in space. I'm like, I don't even know how you do that.
Because it's always seemed to be every single point that occurs with their going off to that other direction. God, what was the point I was going to make? Well, it's a concession. That's one thing, but it's a lapse in reasoning right there. Because I know. It's a special pleading. It's a special circumstance every time. Every time they do that, it's a special circumstance that they insert there. You know? That can't be verified. That's the whole thing. Okay, they're saying we have these observations, then they make a story, and then they go, insert insert this story. That can't be verified. It's like a little capsule way of just like injecting illogical thought into the conversation. That doesn't match reality. So I don't know what's causing them to skip out into non-reality, like a stone skipping across water, skipping out, then it's out of the bounds of reality itself. Where it can only, like the things can only occur in the mind. That's the only place that those things could possibly occur.
Yeah, you got to ask those people, is water real? When they say, I don't know, then what is your brain setting in, motherfucker?
So after a while, you just have to go, this person's just denying all reality, and so there's no fight there. What would I be fighting against? So yeah, I got to stop fighting against people that are out of their minds. They can't see reality. Not necessarily their fault. We were all kind of like controlled by that system. But people just refuse to look at new information. You can tell the closed-minded and the ones that are not. That's pretty easy to tell. But anyway, I'll shut up for a while. Man, it's freezing here.
How freezing? It's -9 here.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up now.
I was just curious. I wasn't trying to.
I know.
We had a -50 wind chill like last night because of the wind, but it only, I think it got like -21 or something like that.
Listen, cold for me is below 60 degrees. So
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It's below 60 degrees.
You have like skin made of cellophane or something?
58, see?
Gee.
Yep. Rainy. Wind's blowing.
Where's the big negative 21?
Oh, it was over last night. It's -9 right now, Fahrenheit.
Where's that area that was that cold?
Top of the world, the northernmost part of North Dakota.
Oh boy.
Thought so. I was going to ask you what are you in North Dakota? And you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Got a couple mooses running across your property sometimes?
You know what is really fascinating? You mentioned apparently there's only 1 in 100,000 born albino mooses, but there is an albino moose running around where I live, like within like a couple of miles down the road. But yeah, it's really amazing. I saw a picture of it. Some friends of ours snapped a picture of it, and man, that thing looks amazing. It's all white.
Bull or cow?
It's a cow. Yeah. Cow moose. Yeah.
Yeah, guess what? My girlfriend, my ex, actually, mother of my children, she grew up here in San Diego, and she said up around the Presidio, which is where the Spanish and after Cabrillo landed, where they made their first encampment up there, and where the friars and stuff. Anyway, so she said growing up here, there used to be an albino deer that was coming down from the Presidio, down from the hill, eventually across the freeway there. But she said it was there for years and years, and they would see it. Eventually got killed.
And I've seen an albino squirrel before too. It's pretty neat. But yeah, there's moose, there's wolves. Oh, there you go, old dude. That's what I'm talking about. Isn't that amazing? You just look at that, and it's like it looks like something out of a storybook or whatever. It's so cool.
Wow, that is outrageous. What?
It's so neat. Yeah, it's like, yeah, anyway. A lot of interesting creatures up here. But moose is the most dangerous creature where I live.
I bet it is.
It will mess you up.
Because they'll charge you, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they can mess your vehicle up. They are a force to be reckoned.
I will punch a moose in his face.
You try.
Try me, bitch.
I don't think
they're like 7 or 8 foot tall. Be punching up. I know you're tall, but still.
Damn, no, you can't. No, you're not 7. No way. Well, then again, horses are okay.
No,
really? I've never seen a moose.
7 foot at their like shoulders or whatever, and their antlers can be like 4.5 or 5 foot wide, something like that, from tip to tip.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want no beef with that.
Yeah, they could just lift you right up, flip you over, no problem. Just trample you down a few times.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Swing you around up against trees and so forth.
And antelope. There are antelope here. I've never saw antelope before in my life until I moved to North Dakota. Deer and antelope. So that's home on the range where the deer and the antelope play. Bro, there's deer and antelope out the wazoo out here. It's crazy. I don't know where wazoo is, but those deer and antelope, they left wazoo and they came here.
Yeah, that's a trip.
Yeah, Battlemod knows what's up about the moose.
So yeah, what do you walk around with, a bazooka?
No, you just got to be cautious. Now, if you start getting charged, you have to find something like a tree. You wouldn't want to be in an open field because
absolutely right. Yeah, because they can't climb trees. That's for sure.
No. You get you just get behind it. They're eventually if you. Huh?
No, I said I'd be scared shitless even with a tree.
Yeah, look at the size of that thing that XO put.
They're
Hey,
fast
DXO.
though, bro.
Look at the size of that moose. What the heck? That's
Yes.
giganticism. Looks like the whole car could fit underneath. Like the height of the moose is higher than the car, like underneath its body to the ground.
So you basically got to become like a squirrel minus the climbing, because like I swear squirrels know how to keep you out of keep them out of your line of sight while they're also climbing. I don't know why. I don't know why that level of.
Well, they
Dude,
had
the
to.
squirrel's a snitch of the woods too. They tell the entire woods, right here's a man, right here under me, he's right here.
Yep, all the birds.
my
go,
gosh.
Okay, we got it.
I'm telling you.
The squirrels.
Because it's not like they. Yeah, go on.
As like squirrels are like calling in air support.
It's not like they don't just run straight up the tree. You know what I mean? Like they do this like spiral fashion. And not even I can't even say spiral, because if you try to run the other way and see them, it's like they know exactly how to stay out of your line of sight. It's wild.
Mm-hmm.
I would just like to point out to the gentleman that said he would punch the moose. Like, these animals kill cars and sometimes the people in the front seat.
Jeez.
Yeah, if it flips on the hood, but a 180-pound deer can do that too. If it flips up and onto the hood through the windshield.
Mm-hmm.
Another animal you wouldn't want to try to punch, a deer. They get up on their hind legs and start flailing. Holy fuck.
Moose are heavy. You'll total your car hitting one of them. Always cracks me up. That boy right there could be 1,200 pounds, but look how skinny his fucking legs are. Like, how do they do it? Running around on them skinny ass legs with all that weight.
Speaking of moose, I wonder there had to have been Globe propaganda in Rocky and Bullwinkle, right? Because every old show that I watch, like Popeye, Woody the Woodpecker, there's always some crazy Globe. It's just the Globe something.
There was a lot going in, and Rocky and Bullwinkle had a lot of interesting stuff. I don't know. And then Rocky. What is Rocky besides an unusual flying squirrel?
A gay squirrel. Anyway, Boris and Natasha too.
Yeah.
Or was that from that's from another cartoon, isn't it?
No, Boris and Natasha.
No, it's the same one.
That's Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Yeah, Rocky is
as soon as you said
squirrel.
it.
He's a squirrel rocket.
Then you have the Royal Canadian Mountie guy.
In the human version of Rocky.
Right.
Yeah, Dudley Do-Right. Brendan Fraser. He's a good actor. But no, in the human version of Rocky and Bullwinkle, they portrayed Rocky as a female. And I never got that impression when I watched the cartoon as a kid. So I was like, am I just confused? I just never knew Rocky was a girl. But there's a lot of cartoons that are like that. Like, oh, I had no idea.
Gosh, it started way
Which
back
is
then.
kind of, but that's kind of cool, isn't it? It's like well, I mean, on one hand, cartoons used to be where they didn't include like a romantic perspective or like, it didn't matter what gender. Let's not even say didn't matter if you were man or woman, but now, all of that shit is just like. But it did have the propaganda, the Russian propaganda and all that.
I don't know who said Bullwinkle was a female, but female.
No, Rocky.
Oh, okay.
The squirrel. In the human version, they portrayed the human equivalent of Rocky as a female in the human Rocky and Bullwinkle movie, which is
kind of a funny movie. It's not that terrible, but
Sorry. You know what else? No, this is totally unrelated. Never mind. Any more for any more?
well, if we're going to talk about cartoons, we got to incorporate which cartoons portray the flat and stationary Earth and which ones are super overtly globe-tastic.
See,
you
see what I'm saying? Like
I was gonna point out the one cartoon where Bugs Bunny hits the baseball and it goes all the way around the world, and when it comes back, it's got stickers from all the different countries on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like he slams it over one horizon, and it comes back over the other horizon, and he catches it. And it's got France, London, all these stickers on it.
And they also dig down through the Earth and get to China and all those different little ideas that they.
But
plaster
the best part is when they get to China, they're all wearing those funny hats.
Yeah. What is that the best part?
Well, because they stereotype China. That's hilarious.
Well, stereotypes are almost demanded in cartoons.
Mm-hmm.
What were you going to say?
Oh my God, Mr. Popo is killing me. Oh gosh, I don't even know. But what was I gonna say? Flat Earth. Flat Earth can do much better, man. We're so lazy and shit. Because Flat Earth is actually because this is a level plane, there should be more artists coming out and expressing this, right? So I'm just thinking it shouldn't just be Hibbler Films with a documentary. I was just talking about, I wish I could do a documentary. What was it doesn't matter what I was talking about, but you were there. You know what I'm talking about, Sonny. Yesterday when I brought up something about something that I can't remember right now. But I'm saying that because imagine we had like a little collage of the cartoons from the past to present. One depicting how many times that the context clues would have you assume that the Earth were a plane, versus the cartoons that would have you. Well, I don't even. They would have you believe that it's a globe. Like just having, I'm so old, side A and side B, where you have part one as like all of the cartoons from now and before with all of the globe stuff, and then part two would be maybe even those same cartoons most of the time having some inconsistency, because they'll show you the globe, but then they'll say, like for instance, what's this Vinland saga? It's like a Viking kind of thing. So anyway, sorry, my words are going. Don't worry about it. So in this Vinland saga, what happens is the first thing you see when the show comes on in the opening credits and stuff, and the theme song, it's like it always shows you like the galaxy, the stars, and all of this, and then you kind of get a view of the globe, and then next thing you know, the camera's descending through the clouds into what the Earth actually looks like, and then everything else is, back to business as usual. You show the people doing what they do and all that. But so when you're watching the show, one of the episodes talks about how if you go to the west, far enough west, you'll run into like these huge sea monster creatures. And then the kid asks him, what's beyond that? well, that's the end of reality, they said. And so you have like some visuals that would, oh yeah, that's space and that's the globe and blah 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 blah. But within the story, they talk about going west and then there being a point at which nothing exists beyond that point. So that would be cool to have a little collage of shows. It'd be cool to just have a lot of things that we don't have. The super dope animation.
Hey, bro, I wanted to point something out. I was watching an old Superman cartoon the other day with my daughter, and like this one, the Superman cartoon, The Mad Scientist and the Magnetic Telescope, where the guy was trying to pull the moon down to Earth with the magnet. And then there's another one that's the electric earthquake. There's all kinds of shit in the old Superman cartoons. And these are from the 40s.
The 40s are good.
There's mad propaganda and all that crap.
Yep. I grew up with all that shit. All the way from
Gravity.
All the way back to Felix the Cat.
In any cartoon, when they show somebody walk off the side of a mountain, somewhere it implies gravity. Oops, there goes gravity. With Wile E. Coyote a lot. He whips a sign out that says, "I forgot about gravity."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity.
Yeah.
I like to watch those old cartoons I grew up with.
The Roadrunner, look at it, that when they show a long horizon, I guarantee you it's flat. And another cartoon that used flat Earth, the Flintstones. All flat.
I'll tell you what. Foghorn Leghorn don't play that shit. That was one of my favorite ones, Foghorn Leghorn.
Foghorn Leghorn.
I liked him.
You ain't a chicken hawk.
He's a good character.
You're a dog hunter. A dog hunter? No, I'm a chicken hawk. No. You're supposed to be hunting that dog over there.
Who was that guy? There's this like one guy that did almost all those voices. What's his name?
Hell, I don't.
The guy that did Bugs Bunny is, I think, who you're thinking of. And I just recently watched a documentary about that guy, and I've already forgotten. Voice. Mel Blanc, I think, is probably the most famous voice actor that did a tremendous amount of voices. 1,000 different voices in over 5,000 different cartoons. Mel Blanc.
Yeah, Mel Blanc, that's right.
He was, when you watch the interviews and stuff, he's tremendously talented. He was an expert at his voice, for sure. The Haney guy from Green Acres did a lot of cartoons too, and I liked him. Mr. Haney. I don't remember his real life name. I'll look it up real quick. Green Acres. He had that real hard draw. No, nobody is remembering who I'm talking. Pat Buttram was his name.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy now.
Yeah, so he was in the Robin Hood cartoon movie, and there's a bunch of other cartoons.
That's hilarious.
Pat Buttram. I just know him as Mr. Haney because, man, that show was great. I still like that show. Green Acres.
The Aristocrats, The Rescuers, Fox the Hound. He was in the Garfield and Friends show.
Yeah, they had some weird stuff too about the time we came home from school. The Dark Shadows. Remember those weird, creepy shows? That was some strange stuff, man.
The 90s were really, really twisted, perverted.
Oh no, I'm talking about like the late 60s and
Yeah, Dark Shadows is before my time. I hear you. But in the 90s, it was the Dark Waters cartoon came to mind when you said Dark Shadows. Something Explorers in the Dark Waters or something. I don't know.
We had like
Pirates of the Dark Waters.
I'm for sure there was a Creature from the Black Lagoon show. There was like there was another one where the submarine was underneath the sea everywhere, going to seeing all these weird things and different civilizations under the ocean, all kinds of strange stuff. I forgot what that's called. Oh, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea.
Yeah, that's some Jules Verne interpretation stuff, right?
Yeah.
Jules Verne. Now that guy, these different people that had their esoteric knowledge.
So, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. So, they're in a submarine, and submarines don't use any curvature anywhere.
What you mean in traversing?
Yeah, and traversing. Yeah, they don't calculate. Neither are their torpedoes. They're not calculating or adjusting for 8 inches per mile squared.
Refraction takes care of all that for the submarine, bro.
It must, underwater or not. Apparently, in any medium, refraction just takes care of it.
Well, and gravity, of course. You have to remember gravifraction, and everything is taken care of. It's all fine.
Gravifraction. You heard it here, folks. It's copyrighted now. To Gospel Bearer.
Somebody else probably said it before me.
I like to just hand them out. Here you go. Go ahead and use it freely. Spread it around as much as you want. Globe Earth propaganda in cartoons. Yeah, that's interesting, you know.
Oh, yeah, it's prolific. I had recently watched the Elijah Wood movie North. Rewatched it recently, and the intro to that movie is just heavy laden with symbolism. The globes, there's globes, and then there's snow globes, back and forth, back and forth. There's just really weird symbolism that they throw in these movies. It's hard to pretend that it's not on purpose.
It's called North?
Yeah, North. You never saw it?
I'll have to watch it. I don't remember. I don't recall.
It's kind of an unusual movie. There's a lot of foul language for the genre that you would expect. Like, it's kind of a movie set for people between like 9 and 12 years old. Kind of like the age range that you would expect that movie to be appropriate for. There's quite a lot of harsh language in that movie for what you'd expect, because of the age of Elijah Wood.
So, like, inappropriate to age scale or whatever.
It should be PG-13, but I don't think it is rated PG-13. But tomato, subjective. That's my subjective opinion. Back to that subject.
You have to add that in there now. So, I'm looking on Soap Today and see if I find it on here. With Elijah Wood, 1994. Is that?
And Bruce Willis is in it too. But yeah, 94 sounds right.
Yep, this is it. Good. Let me see. I'll save that. What?
Hey. Somebody said something.
Yeah.
Somebody's just uttering nonverbals. Try and get the ball
Just
rolling. Oh, it's you. Are you trying to get the ball rolling, Elijah?
But yes, hello. I'm gonna go on mute now.
I mean, seriously though, what if that phrase was intentional? What if, what if money makes the world go round and get the ball rolling and those sorts of things actually had an origin in intentional programming? It'd just be
I
kind of
would say it's
fascinating.
all a part of it. Yeah. It's always there in your subconscious. It's like subconsciously you're saying things that if you thought about it deep enough or were questioned hard enough, you would say, that's not what I mean. Which is often what they say when we say, this is what you believe if you believe in the globe. And they're like, that's not what I said.
Yeah.
But they just say things that don't. And that's how they do it. They make it a part of our vernacular, whatever is hip to say at the time. It'll incorporate a couple of things like that. Get the ball rolling. Hey, you should come visit me down under.
Yeah. Those prepositions, though, have multiple possible. Yeah, you could understand the word under in more than one way. It's just under that other. It's just under the cheeseburger on the menu, right? You're not going to flip the menu over. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So. Yeah, Australia though. How about Australia? Make penal colonies great again over there. I tell you what.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. The best thing out of there is that funeral home director trying to let people know what it is.
You might have to share that one with me in my DM or something. I don't know about that, but I don't think I do.
I'll send it to you. It's a very good watch for me. It's about 30 minutes. Doesn't take up too much time.
That should definitely be their slogan down there, though. Make penal colonies great again. I mean, why hide it? Just everybody loves some good honesty from time to time.
Yeah, they're usually honest. It's just when you press it on when you press them on it, they tell you when they tell you what they meant to say. That's the lie.
So has anybody on here studied much about the sextant?
We were just talking about that topic a little earlier. What's your curiosity?
So I kind of mentioned this, I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, but I've been looking and researching a little bit, and I'm actually coming to the premature conclusion. It's definitely premature. I'm actually coming to the premature conclusion that it's likely not historically used in navigation until recent times.
How do you define recent?
Yeah. You know, maybe 150 years.
Yeah, they use some. It's the evolved version of
the astrolabe.
The octant, which I think is what I thought. Is it an octant? I'm tripping. Sonny, that cross staff you were talking about.
See, we all get hung up, and not myself in this too. But we all get caught up in the mathematics of how a sextant works, but we forget that the most important part of a sextant is not the sextant, but the clock that they would have to carry to tell them exact Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah,
that
for
clock,
dead reckoning.
The clock part just goes along with what you're doing along your pathway, your dead reckoning, your line of travel. So that is just being more accurate with that bottom side of the triangle.
So what you have to do is you got to go then look at the day and the hour and the little booklet, and then look at the table. And so you have to know a very accurate hour of what day to then be able to look at the chart to
That
know where you
applies to the stars. Yeah.
Would you argue that this is fraudulent? What I put in the chat?
I'm not sure. I'm not able to see what you put in there just this moment.
Oh, okay. Like it's an image from 1583 portraying a man utilizing a form of a sextant.
Yeah, they may have used something, but
That's an old version of the sextant, yeah.
yeah, they may have used. I would say they because the astrolabe, I'm sure, had been used and there had been things, but when the Globies come to us telling us they're using, a sextant proves the Earth because every so many miles they noticed, every 60 miles they noticed 1 degree of declination or whatever the heck it is they say. That I'm just wondering if it's more fiction than that. Likely they maybe possibly that it was used here and there, but it seems to me that it'd be very difficult to keep that clock in the 15, 16, 1700s, 1800s likely, 1900s absolutely, but what about?
You're right about that. The clock technology wasn't very good until later on. You're absolutely correct.
Do you know how to do dead reckoning? That's why I posted the post I post about marine charts and portal land charts and navigation.
You mean just like where you estimate how far you've gone by the time?
Dead reckoning.
Yeah, but listen, JE, do you realize that the whole point with the sextant and those log books that you're looking through to find out is that star that you have on your zenith?
Yeah, because they didn't just need a
wait.
clock.
I wasn't done.
You need star charts.
The
too.
star that's at your zenith is in the same geographical location as it always has been, and they know this. So how is that star exactly in that same location over Earth every single year at that time and date? Exactly.
Yeah, that's how they have it.
So listen, because of that, when you're traveling in a horizontal fashion, you have the zenith. You can measure the distance and the angle to the star. Do it again, and you have 3 overlapping circles of equal altitude. They all intersect, and that is where you are. It works because the bottom surface is a flat plane. That's the point. It wouldn't work otherwise.
Of course it wouldn't. Yeah, no, absolutely. But my point being is how they are very swift to tell us how. They're very swift to tell us how. This curved adjacent nonsense. Now that garbage, and this and that. I'm just thinking the more that I try to dig into sextants, the Earth would absolutely have to be flat for it to work. Absolutely, because it could not be spinning through. Couldn't be spinning through Earth and spinning through a supposed universe. It would have to be flat, and but then, like I say, secondarily, I wonder how much could have they been used before, say, modern, I don't want to say modern, because obviously they had good wind-up clocks 150 years or so ago. But I just wonder, in the
1500s, 1400s.
I mean, how good of clocks could have been rocking back and forth in the ocean in the 1500s? I don't know. I'm asking the question.
Well, see, that's what you got to do your research on. Look up
horology is
clock technology up until that point, and then also, actually, the answer to your question is in something I posted earlier that Eli just asked me about. Hold on, I'll find it. The cross staff. The navigators carried the cross staff, or probably a whole sequence of them. And also probably the astrolabe. Hold on a second. Let me find this. So they carried earlier versions. That's all.
Were you trying to say chronology?
Chronology. Yeah, chronology. it's the study of clocks, right?
I thought it was orology.
Time and movement.
Chronometer. No, no, it's called on a ship. It's called a chronometer. I'm sorry.
Exactly. It's a chronometer, and the study of the arrangement of times and movements. So the clock only does one portion. You still need the stars. The clock just tells you how long you've been on this path. Dead reckoning is done by the stars.
So you get correct distances. That's all.
Yeah, that's all the clock is used for. It can't tell you
where you are. You've got to be able to look in the booklet that for the time.
No, you get a more accurate placement when you know you took your first reading at this time. Then you can tell the change of angle. Then you know your run line or your direction of heading. So the clock it works with the stars. That's why they had an astrolabe. You couldn't just use a clock to navigate anywhere. It just tells you how long you've been at it and how much the angle has changed, which gives you your run line. You don't go by longitude or latitude, curvature, longitude, latitude. They can all be safely ignored. You go by the star charts and the time of travel. Your run line is your path. If you use longitude and latitude, well, the lines converge. Because of this convergence, you'll never end up where you want to be.
Yeah, and the other thing I notice is that when we were in school and they taught us about these triangle trade routes where supposedly they went from England to Africa to the Caribbean or the Carolinas and then went back to England, I realized that some time ago that, of course, that's entirely a farce. If you look on the map, you see that England pretty much is halfway between North America and Africa on the AE map. So, of course, it is interesting that even from there they were trying to use the marine navigation to hide what the obvious truth is. So it's interesting that they have used various parts of navigation and marine trade to hide what we.
Yeah, can I point them out though? Those guys, when they first started using the sextant, they didn't use an AE map. The AE map is actually pretty current. It's for radio wave propagation. So what they used was Portal Land charts. That's why I posted these links. So a lot of people think, they use this. That map was never a navigational map. They used Portal Land charts. And it would be your Mercator map.
Right, of course.
Laid out with a tic-tac-toe checkerboard across it.
Navigation, but the AE map is from about like the 1300s.
Yeah, it's not an accurate representation of anything. If you followed all those converging lines, you'd just get lost.
Oh, there's obviously no map that is, all maps are wrong, just some maps are useful for various purposes.
Yeah, all maps have their intended purpose. And the intended purpose of the AE map was not navigation.
But if you look on the AE map, England is the halfway stopping point from Africa to North America. And it's harder to see that on the Mercator map because of all the distortions of the northern countries. But it's still pretty obvious when you know that we're not on a squishy water-covered ball. But it is funny what they will try to pass off. But have you all been noticing a uptick in globe trolls recently, or
you been here?
Hmm?
Saya, what the fuck?
What are you talking about?
Saya!
What? Huh? Oh, sorry.
The quadrant is another tool used. That's a predecessor of the sextant for measuring elevation angles. It's in the article I posted about brief history of navigational instruments. Quadrant has a plumb that hangs down. So you automatically have your perpendicular right there.
but you all have a good evening. Now I got to get to fixing dinner, and I appreciate the chat as always.
Right on. Nice talking with you as well. Likewise. Have a good day.
Hey. Ooh. Ooh, eh.
Who goes there?
He who has been silenced. XID.
Zidridge.
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 You have anything you want to actually put into the conversation, or are you just gonna?
I just try to start the conversation
with baby noises. That's very odd. It is different. I'll hand it to you there. But this is an adult conversation, so.
Well, now's your chance. Good talk.
what you want to talk about.
I don't know. Spark something up.
Zitridge. Looks like you're only VC verified. How long you been in the server and what originally brought you here?
I've been here for 1 day.
Weren't you here a few weeks ago too? I remember your voice.
No.
Lies.
I'm new to Discord.
I swear I talked to you like a month ago.
No, I'm new to Discord.
No, that's not true.
It is true.
Let's get to the bottom of this.
BattleMod, vet this person.
Bottom
Make
of
sure
what?
they just joined.
It's fine if you've been here for a while,
Probably has
man.
a
Just
new profile, yeah.
be honest
Hey,
with us.
you see account creation Tuesday, 22 February, 22
Ratio?
February to 2022.
So you've never been here, really? You've never been here before?
Tuesday.
A day ago.
I've never been here.
I've definitely talked. I've definitely talked to you before on another account.
Sound
like
No,
Ratio
you
Swan
have
to
not.
me.
He does look familiar, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, I recognize him.
He could be a voice doppelganger. Let's give him, for the minute,
Oh my God, you guys
benefit
are
of the
saying
doubt. What say you are?
Indonesian
Is
people all
it?
sound alike. You are Indonesian racist.
I mean, I don't care. He didn't do anything bad
Oh
last
my
time.
God,
I
my
talked to
God,
him,
my
but
buddy.
Do you think flat, or are you still on the heliocentric side?
On the fence.
That's not true.
What makes you on the fence?
Boy, you put a lot of effort into saying that.
No proof for either side.
Oh, really?
Now that's a familiar idiom.
You said, how would you know that if you only got here yesterday?
I got to the Discord yesterday, not today.
Yeah, my
Just
doubt.
after-
So you haven't seen our proof yet, correct?
No.
My doubts are starting to build. At Flat Earth Society by chance? Because we're not society.
Hold on, you don't have to go there.
I showed him the Black Swan last night.
Refraction, we didn't ask you.
Oh yeah, I remember you. It wasn't last night. It was It was today.
Yeah, last night, like late.
Yeah.
So he's seen some proof.
So
He doesn't like it so far, I don't think.
yeah, so what proof? Can you name one proof that you've seen that you don't approve of?
The Black Swan that he showed me.
And he only got here yesterday. And he knows about the Black Swan.
No, he showed me it yesterday.
Oh, he showed it to you yesterday. Oh, forgive me. Okay.
Yeah, so what more needs to be said on the Black Swan?
And it doesn't prove anything.
Well, it does, actually.
Or disprove.
Well, that is what it does. It disproves the globe model.
No, it doesn't.
Well, you're just in denial.
Hey, okay, so let's see. 9.4 miles. And the curvature is 8 miles per 8 inch per mile squared, which means it's supposed to be about 76 inches deep.
Okay, but here's the thing. Sort of
76 inch to FT. Because it's supposed 6 foot underwater. So that thing needs to be 6 foot underwater.
No,
It's supposed to be 66 feet of vertical drop.
No, it's supposed to be 6 feet.
But here's the thing.
You don't know what squared. Yeah, I don't think you know what squared means, sir.
But he's also missing the point of the observation, aside from that, which is the horizon, right? It's the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. But where is it?
Yeah.
And that's where that drop is coming from, right? If something is going to be obscured by 66 feet of curvature at 10 miles, right? It's the horizon that's doing that. That's blocking your view of that thing, right? But where is the horizon? It's behind the thing that's supposed to be blocked.
How is it behind? Actually, yesterday, you didn't get why you're saying it's behind. It's clearly not behind.
Just look at it.
What am I looking at?
Black Swan's been posted a few times.
Not behind.
Yeah, it is. Look at.
You're going to be intellectually dishonest with yourself. We won't get very far with you here.
What's it gonna bring to see? Okay, I don't get what you're trying to say here.
Well, I've said
everyone that's looked at that photo agrees that the horizon is behind the second oil rig.
But because you are you are 1 foot tall, it's supposed to be around 5 feet under. They're supposed to be 5 feet.
At 1.22 miles, the horizon would start curving downwards at 1 foot above the ground. You're obviously seeing beyond that 1.22 miles.
Yeah, and you're obviously seeing the horizon well beyond that 1.2 miles.
Maybe I'm colorblind, but I really don't see it.
Well, what do you mean? Do you know what the horizon is?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it's the apparent location where the water seems to meet the sky, right? So where's that?
The land or the earth? No.
Yeah, so where's the horizon line? Where is it? Do you see it before or after the oil rigs?
Let me look closer.
Sure thing.
It looks like it's behind the first one, and before the second one.
No, it's behind both of them.
I don't see it.
And even if it's behind the first one, it's still further than 1.22 miles. So either way, the horizon is too far away to be. For 1 foot above the Earth's surface, your horizon is going too far.
It's probably just Fata Morgana. Morgana, I don't know how to pronounce it in English. Fata Morgana.
No, that's not what it is. In fact, that meme that you're looking at, that evidence you're viewing, is a still photo of a video footage. And if you look at the video footage, there's islands beyond that second oil rig to the left, your right, anyways, you got to view the video as well, not just the meme.
You pronounce it Fata Morgana.
It's not what that is. That's just the horizon.
No, you're saying that this thing that I'm seeing is the horizon, but I think it's just Fata Morgana, which means it's the water, but it's a reflection of the water from the
That's not what looks at all.
It's still beyond 1.22 miles, whether you want to call it refraction, Fata Morgana, whatever you're saying, it's not where it should be.
The Fata Morgana, whatever. It's a reverse image. You wouldn't see it right. It'd be reversed.
A reflection would have a reverse image, exactly where I was going with that. Thanks, Battlemon.
You weren't. Let's say it wouldn't have mattered at this situation.
What?
It doesn't matter at this situation.
It's exactly what matters.
It matters that it makes your ball have a radius of 264,000 miles. That's what matters.
Yeah, I mean, that's just you hand waving it, man.
So you're arguing not about that you can see them, about where the how forgot its name in English. the point where you can see the water separate from the sky is, right? That's what you're referring to, right?
Yeah. And that has to be at 1.2 miles if it's a globe, right?
And we're not here to argue. We're here to present you the evidence we have and let you make up your own mind. You want to believe there's a rover on Mars. You want to believe you want to believe there's a rover on Mars. Go ahead. We won't stop you.
Yeah, but what I'm seeing is prove to me that's not just Fata Morgana. Fata Morgana.
No, prove to me that it is.
No, I already did that. It's not inverted, so it's not a Phantom Morgana.
Yep, it would have to be a reversed image. Sorry.
I already proved that to you.
This is the second
And we're
time.
not here to prove or convince anything. We're here to show you, and you make up your own mind.
Do you know how does a Fata Morgana work?
Oh my gosh, you don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
I just told you it's a looming inverted image. I think you mean just plain old mirage, but you're saying the wrong fucking thing.
I'm translating it from my language, so.
Okay, good. Translate this. Is everything you're looking at a mirage?
Not everything.
No matter how far?
If it's far enough, I could see mirages.
Okay, good. How far is that?
It would be. It depends where you are, but about it can be at any.
No, it can't be. You
Not
said
any, but it can be in a lot.
exactly where it's happening. Can you tell us where? And I need a citation.
It's not just like one specific place. It can happen in many places. It's not just like at 1.428 miles it's going to be, and then when it passes it, it's not.
Any distance? So at 1 inch, refraction can happen?
Any inches after and before a certain point.
Sound like another sex robot candidate.
I'd also like to point out to you that the Black Swan is one of several proofs that we see way too far, that there is no boats going over any curve.
Yeah, we could go on like this for a while showing you stuff like this, by the way. And you just hand wave all of it, probably.
Even if, like I said, even if it's inversed, it wouldn't matter in this situation because it's a line that you wouldn't be able to see.
Again, if you're going to be intellectually dishonest with yourself, it's going to be hard to get anywhere. If you're claiming something, there has to be some sort of a result of your claim. So if it's Fata Morgana, then explain to us why it's not curving away, why it's going too far. Just because it's a mirage doesn't explain why we're seeing what we're seeing.
It explains why you see the horizon so far away.
No.
It's because it's not curved. That's why.
I think we need to cut through the
So if it wasn't curved at all, now. If I was, for example, on a tall mountain.
I think we need to cut through the chase here for a
If I
second.
would be on a.
Hey, do you guys mind if I say something? I'm just trying to.
Speaking of rude,
hold on,
just cut in.
Relax. Just everybody.
Listen, man, don't call me rude and then come in and interrupt the conversation just because I unmuted you. You can ask.
I'm not trying to be mean.
You can ask if you can get in there and then wait for your turn.
Yeah, that's why I said, can I interrupt?
No,
not right now, no.
So
Okay.
Zidridge. So you think you're on a ball, right? A spinning ball.
Yes.
Okay, that's your claim. So what proof do you have that validates your claim of Earth being a ball?
Can I say it or no?
Okay. You don't like the pictures, so let's it's not proof, but it's very logical because all our calculations work perfectly with a globe Earth model, and some of them
Actually,
work
he
on
just
a
showed you
flat
an
Earth model
instance where
too,
they don't.
some of them don't.
Okay, so you don't have any proof, but you do have a model and you believe your calculations fit.
Bro, if he was right, the math
It's
would be.
unbelief. It's
Listen, bro, if he was right, the black swan wouldn't be true. We wouldn't be able to observe it. The math doesn't
No.
reflect the observation.
It's
The black
not.
swan is an example of that.
What I was trying to get to is, do you know of any direct measurement of Earth's curvature, Zidridge?
If someone has, like, without calculation, like, literally just measure that.
I'm going to stop you. Logical error. I asked for a measurement.
Measurement, like I'm measuring a circumference of a ball.
Direct measurement. I don't care. You can do it on the surface easy. It's a very simple geometric question.
Yeah, we have, but not literally.
Oh, not literally. Okay, good. So you heard it, folks. So no, they did. You do not have a measurement. Okay, good.
Yeah, we do. We do
have detection. No,
they just didn't do it. They didn't physically take a measurement and count and somehow calculate it. Yeah.
Literally, you said they literally didn't do it. You literally said that.
No, I said they didn't take they didn't take like a ruler or something.
I didn't say calculate. I'm talking about measuring, direct measurement. It requires physical activity. A physical.
So no, they didn't, but they calculated it.
Okay, good. So they didn't. You don't have a direct measurement. So that's just a belief in your mind that they measured it. So the second point is.
Okay, so if I measured half of my body and the other half, and then I calculated how tall am I, it's not really a measurement because I calculated it and not measured.
That was the end of question one. Yeah, you didn't know. So how, when, and where did they detect Earth's rotation or axial rotation?
How, when, or where?
How, when, and where did they detect, or did anybody detect what method was used to detect axial rotation?
Okay, so you can see.
Do you know or do you not?
Yes, I do.
Who did it? How they did it? And where and when? When did this occur?
They did it with a laser, if I'm correct.
Who's they? I need to know who it was and
I
how.
don't remember who did it.
Okay, so you don't know. Okay, so that's the end of question two. You don't know for curvature. You didn't know for axial rotation. How about the demonstration for gas pressure without a container?
Gravity can be at a container.
Do you have a verification of this?
Gravity, as we see understand it,
you validate your claim of gravity.
Do you have? Yeah, I can validate it. They did an experiment and detected gravitational waves.
What was the experiment? I need the experiment from 1915 from general relativity.
Oh no, it wasn't in 1915. It was 2015. It was 2015.
15 paper. I need the experiment with the hypothesis that has to include the manipulated independent variable, or else it's invalid. So once you bring that to us, then we can go on talking about your gravity as long as you want. But we need verification through experimentation that there was a valid independent control variable, or it doesn't pass the test. Got it?
Like what it is? I don't know.
Yeah. So, moving right along. So, no demonstration of gas pressure without a container. That's what I'm guessing. Didn't sound real good on that. So, all the three premises of the globe, it being curved, that means it's not a ball, hasn't been measured. Not a ball. Not spinning, no motion. Never been detected by anyone. Didn't know that either. And no demonstration of gas pressure without a container was provided. We've never seen that either. None of us could answer any of those questions. Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth. If you still think you're on a spinning ball, it's only in your mind. It's not in reality. We've checked for you, and you're welcome.
Okay. Let me say something.
Now, can I answer
Hold
your
on,
question
guys.
without
Hold on.
you
Don't
muting
start
me?
in with it. Hold on. I muted you because every time he tried to talk, you either had background noise or you just rambled over him. It's not polite. You'll either have a conversation where each person gets to be heard, or you just won't be here. Cool? Thank you.
Okay. So, the first, please stop not letting me speak. You're letting me speak and then cutting me. Okay, so he asked for.
I didn't ask for concern trolling, guy. I asked you to be polite enough to let other people speak.
Gas without a container, and I told him gravity, so he asked him proof of gravity. So the proof is in 2015 or 2014, they did an experiment. It took years of, to this experiment, and with a laser, and they've seen the light waves in.
Really? I need the one from
What?
1915.
They had to detect the light.
I need one from 1915.
No, what they did general relativity wasn't in 1915. General
I didn't
relativity was
understand
published in
shit he said.
1916.
I didn't understand shit he said. Can I get a citation of what you were just referring to?
Yeah,
a link or something?
Yeah, why aren't anyone? Why
You're kinda hard to
doesn't anyone
understand.
here letting me talk?
Okay, give us a link for what the test or whatever you said.
Well, you have a whole hell of a lot of concern. Can you give me a citation for the test you just... It's not... If nobody was letting you talk, bro, you'd have just been muted since the time you came in here. Quit being asinine, man. We're not here for childish people.
Yeah, I've been listening for a few minutes, and I've been hearing the guy talk all over everybody else in the middle of their sentence.
I
So,
like how
dude, you need to learn how to control yourself and not talk over people.
I like how you just you all are
Don't
just
do it.
trying to make you here. You see, you're going out.
You did
you're,
it.
You see,
Shut
you
up.
did it again. Stop doing.
No, shut up. You're going to your feelings and concerns about how somebody's doing this, and you didn't even address what's being said to you. Give people the respect that you feel you are due. That's all we're asking. And I'm gonna unmute you. If you go back to your concerns or your feelings, I'm gonna ban you.
Okay, LIGO, laser. There's something called LIGO. Okay.
LIGO.
LIGO. I don't know how to pronounce it. Like I said, English is not my first language. So there's something called LIGO, and it's something that imagine two lasers with a mirror in the.
We know about the LIGO
middle.
observation.
Yeah. Okay. And
So
you
think they can
agree
measure
that
the
they're
nanometers.
Don't overtalk.
and you agree that they detected
Don't try to
something
moderate.
that correlates
You're not a
perfectly
moderator.
with the calculations of what would happen if a gravitational wave from two black holes colliding would have. Yes?
You think they can really measure that to 2 nanometers? From this distance to there?
We're making, let's say, CPUs are
I know what
using
the LIGO
7
observation
nanometers.
is.
Yeah, so you've seen.
Can you demonstrate that 7 nanometers over a few billion light years? Can you show me that's a reality?
CPUs, we use 7 nanometers to make the CPUs like I don't really know a lot about electrical engineering.
And how does that make
Talking about the Navi shit. Come on, bro.
7 nanometers isn't as small as you'd think.
Okay, that's great though, but how does that relate to proving gravity?
It shows a great correlation, almost perfectly, not almost perfectly, perfectly correlates with the calculations of general relativity.
Correlation is not causation, and you can't determine
technically you
anything
can't
from
prove
looking
anything.
into the sky. You're still over talking people, but you'll get better, I'm sure. Looking up into the sky, you have no independent control variable that is not verifiable, so you can't verify any of it. So how could you verify?
Okay,
I'm not done.
I can't verify anything. I can't verify that you exist.
I wasn't done
We're
talking.
going to this talk.
I wasn't done talking. That's how you know I wasn't done, because I'm still speaking.
Use that mute you got, Sonny. Mute his ass next time.
No, I will. But it's okay. You don't have any independent control variable, and how can you try to prove something through something that you can't verify? You're gonna prove something that's unverified with something else that's unverifiable. That's illogical, and that's not how. That's
Yeah, I want to say something just real quick. You know, it's like he says we can't prove anything. Okay, so maybe the light switch in my room turns on the light in your refrigerator, right? How would we go about proving that? How would we prove
I didn't
that?
hear you.
Okay, listen carefully. Let's say that I have an outrageous claim, and I say that the light switch in my room turns on the light in your refrigerator.
Okay.
How would I prove that?
You could put a glass, or you can make a hole in the refrigerator and test it.
Right, but you would have to have a live stream camera, right? And it would have to be me.
No,
right,
you can see it yourself.
No, listen, bro. You would have to have me live streaming the switch on and off, and then you live streaming inside your refrigerator and the light going on and off. That would be the only way that you could prove it, right? So
Yeah, wait a second. I need to do something. 5 seconds, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat waiting for his return.
Yeah. So what is the switch that he's hitting to prove that, you know, this Einstein thing is true? What switch was hit? Who was manipulating switches? Because that's the only way you can prove it, right? Manipulating switches.
I was trying to get to that. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, you got to be able to, you have to be able to wiggle something here. You know, if you have nothing you can move or manipulate, then you're out.
Listen, another thing he said that isn't true is there's no truth in science. Well, there is true, but we just leave it at 98% because we know the only constant thing in the universe is change. So all things will change with time. So we never say it'll be this way forever.
Right.
Just like boiling water at sea level. Water boils at a certain temperature at sea level, but that's because of the atmospheric pressure. So we know that if the atmospheric pressure changes, so will the temp water boils at sea level. This is why there's no 100%. Not because it isn't a certain truth, but it's a certain truth at this time under these circumstances.
Yeah, and that's why no science should ever claim to be settled. No one should ever say that science is settled. This is settled science. So it's beyond reproach.
Yeah, the only settled and certain thing is all things will change. Change is the only constant.
Except water will never bend.
I'm not going to even touch that, bro. I don't see how that goes with the valid point.
Constant. It goes with constants, though. You know, like consistency, constancy.
Well, there might become a circumstance under which that can be true, but we won't know unless we're there at that time.
Yeah. We could say so far as we know, it's always been this way.
Anything's possible, and that's because all things change. Always.
Yeah, I want to apologize for interrupting, but I thought it was a valid point that you have to manipulate the variable, and I was trying to hammer it into his brain, and then he started saying that he can't know anything anyway.
Yeah, I can't stand that. We can know what rings true right here, right now, under these circumstances, at this time, in this medium. We can know. We also can know that that's not 100% because in another lifetime, it may change all the conditions in this medium.
You know, not to be violent or anything like that, but if someone were to say that to me, to my face, like, we can't know anything, I think if I got in their face and with my bad breath and my, scary demeanor, right? Because, I am a pretty scary looking dude. I would say, do I exist? Do you think you don't know if I exist? Are you questioning whether I exist? Because I'm right here, and I'm dangerous.
I bet
definitely exist.
That. I bet there's absolutely no questioning that when you confront Hank. That's my.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be violent. I'm just trying to prove a point. Like, are you questioning? Do I exist? Like, here's my bad breath. You still questioning it?
So we talked to this kid.
It could just be his delicate nasal passages.
He spent about a half an hour last night saying that you don't need to manipulate variables in science.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Ratio Swan. The return of Ratio. That dude's probably got 15 accounts right now. Come in tomorrow and try to be a little deeper with it. Oh my God, my friend, I just got here.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know.
Just one day ago.
But that is refraction.
Bagok.
Bagok.
I like how you try to replicate my accent and it doesn't work.
Oh, my friend, can you help me with my AT&T email?
Sorry about that.
I cannot get it down.
An accent.
I'm sure you are an expert in this field. Buddy, my guy.
The difference between calculation and measurement.
Listen, that's
study.
That's it. That's all.
Calculations and measurements are the same accurate. If we do measurement,
No, they're not.
accurate.
No. Yeah, you guys.
Measurement is direct.
For a while.
Calculations are quantifications. It's man.
Okay, so I have a question.
One is a physical measurement. The other is a unit of measure.
Okay, if I measure half of my body, let's say only my legs, and then I measure from my legs to my head, and then I calculate what from these two variables that I know, what is my height. Is it
Well,
not
guess what?
accurate?
All those stem from actual measurements, so they would all ring true. You can get ratios from fractions. We know this, yes, based on true numbers. But when you do it with assumed numbers, your quantification is nothing but bullshit.
No, if those assumed numbers make total sense.
No.
Accurate.
I can figure out my symmetry, but first I need a couple direct measurements.
Okay, so if I take a light, okay, and I let's say I'm in a vacuum, and I know that the two-way speed. Okay, let me speak. Let's say I'm in close to a vacuum, and I'm in and I have a laser, and I know that. Let me speak. And I know that two-way speed of light is the same as one-way speed of light, and I have a mirror. Okay, and I hit the laser with the mirror. Okay, and I calculate how much time it took it
You
to
hit the
go
laser with the
there and
mirror.
hit
Wouldn't
back.
that break the laser?
What? No. Why would it break the laser?
Well, you're hitting it with a mirror.
What? No. I hit the laser. No. Okay.
With the laser?
It's the same thing.
No. The point comes first.
I hit the table. The table hit me. Those two are the same.
They are not interchangeable.
They are. I'm throwing a rock at someone.
Basic
He is coming
foundation for an English
towards my
sentence.
rock.
What came first?
It doesn't matter.
It's called context. It does.
Physically, it doesn't matter.
Listen, there's
So-
two different
so
reference
you-
frames.
so you
In one
hit the-
reference frame, you're shining a laser at the mirror and it's coming back to you. In the other, you're holding the mirror in your hand, smacking the laser with it. Come on, guy.
Let's say, okay, laser is light. What?
Let's say, give me a citation. Give me a demonstration. We don't play your here. Believe me. Listen to me. Let me tell you this fairy
Two
tale.
dogs are going. Okay, I'm walking towards my table. Okay, if you are only seeing me and the table, not anything around it, not compared to the earth, me compared to the table. The table is moving towards me exactly as I'm moving towards the table.
Was there a point in there somewhere?
So, hitting the laser with the mirror or the mirror with a laser is the same thing.
Okay, here's the thing. So if you're saying, well, I can say it took the laser light this long to travel from the laser to the mirror and back to me. So I know it's this much distance.
And we know that the two ways.
Can I finish what the fuck I was saying, or do I have to ban you to do that? So if you want to apply that to the universe, how are you going to verify that it's actually bouncing off what you say it is, and it's not bouncing off something else in between us and it, like our ionosphere?
Because you can see that there is nothing between those two that it can bounce on.
No, we can't see that.
Yes, we can.
Billions of light years away. Are you fucking serious?
If it would have been billions
Laser
of light
can be diverted by gas.
If it would be billions of light years away, it would take billions of years for it to come back. We would have died until then.
There's another postulation you can't prove.
Light year just means
I don't get the point,
how much
What's
light
your point
it can
to the
move.
reasoning? What's the point to your
how
reasoning?
much?
What's your point? I'm lost.
So you were just wrong. So that's.
Are you just playing so dumb that you want to act?
We are not do
your touchdown dance, whatever. It's cool.
If we are going to hit a laser at something billions of light years away from us, it would mean that it would take billions of light years to come back to us. We are not going to do these calculations because an average human lives around like 80, not 75 in some countries, 70 in some countries, 80 in some countries, but around the same, not billions of years.
See, I still don't know what any of that applies to.
Okay, I need to go. Bye-bye.
I'll never know.
OMG.
Was that dude just rambling on, or am I really just really too fucking stoned?
Good to see the Globers putting their best foot forward.
That was
Like
the
I
dude we met
said-
in Ron's server battle mode. Do you not remember him from Ron's server?
Yeah.
It was like stabbing myself in the eyeball listening to him.
I just kept wondering, can we get it on the good foot? Shit. I have no idea what that Imagine This story was about at the end of the conversation. What does it apply to, man? That's their new strategy. They just come in here and play so dumb it's confusing.
If I'm in a vacuum with a mirror and a laser, it proves we're on a globe.
And then your mom's in my bed because I hit the mirror with the vacuum and the laser broke. I mean, is it not a different situation? Hitting the laser with a mirror with the laser, or hitting a laser with a mirror? What was that supposed to prove is what I don't know.
He was trying to say if I'm in the vacuum and I have a laser and shoot the mirror with the laser, but because of his accent and shit, if I hit the laser with the mirror.
I like Katsura. In a vacuum, no one can hear your mom scream. This is true. I just wonder how you know this.
Movie studio, no one could hear you scream.
Yeah, is that vacuum going to be the area above the swimming pool where they tape the ISS?
Or maybe it's the pedo ring that runs the movie studio.
Oh, that's at the back. That's all the way the back on the left.
You guys.
Donuts are on the right, though. If we put it in their terminology, it's really sickening. If you want pizza, you got to go all the way back and take a left. Chicken's on the right. I'm thinking, where's the millstones in the rope?
I have a perfect summary of that last gentleman's ramblings. Would you like to hear it?
Why not? Go ahead.
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
I know. Fucking you guys killing me with them soundboards. It just occurred to me in the middle of talking to him that I'm probably sounding just as dumb as him by trying to keep up with what the fuck he's saying.
I'm trying to find an old clip I saw maybe year and a half, maybe 2.5 years ago called Flat Earthers Don't Vacuum. And it had video footage of an astronaut inside a vacuum chamber. And they flipped the switch, and after like 30, maybe 45 seconds ish, he just falls head over heels backwards inside the chamber. And then I saw a later interview with the same guy that was in there, and he described how the saliva on his tongue started bubbling and shit before he passed out. And so and I'm just trying to find it and share it in the live stream. It was a pretty cool clip proving it would be a bad idea to try to put humans inside of a vacuum. Go ahead, sir.
What's up? Yeah, I just wanted to say, by the way, I brushed my teeth. How about the you know how you got the dragon breath when you first wake up?
Wow, down to 23 milliseconds. That's astounding. Really, really.
I'd talk if somebody else wants to talk too.
Bird calls.
Yeah, what you think about that Fata Morgana? It's one of the fancy words. Makes you sound smart.
Yes. Kept saying it too after we pointed out what it wasn't. Or what it's supposed to be. The strategy is you just go in there, and whenever you don't know something, say Fata Morgana.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
A couple of times today, I thought for sure I was listening to people actually having a glitch in the matrix or something. That was, I just don't know what to say. I'm at a loss of words.
Can you demonstrate what the matrix is, Sonny? If you're going to make that claim.
Wait a minute, what'd you say?
Demonstrate what is the matrix, since you claim there's a matrix.
What is the matrix?
That's a good question.
That's a really good question.
I think
what I'm referring to is the mind control program itself, and the people that are stuck in it like flies in a net.
Flies in the Vaseline.
I think the Matrix is that it's also a place that exists in people's minds based off of adventure stories and movies and such. There's a certain generation that when you say the Matrix code starts pouring downward in their minds.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
just like a movie.
Well, it does in my mind because, hell, that was a good movie, right?
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
Well, that doesn't mean I necessarily believe it, but I'm starting
I'm
starting to wonder, though, lately I'm starting to wonder.
It's one of those 90% true, 10% not, or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean?
I have all these ideas.
I feel like there's some truth in the answer that Morpheus gives Neo when he first asks him what the Matrix is. He says, for your mind. It is the world that's been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. And then Neo says, what truth? And Morpheus says that you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's a pretty impressive meat sack that they gave us, right? Heals itself. It's crazy.
Pretty awesome, you gotta admit.
But when you study law, you'll find a lot of truth in that statement, for sure. Right on.
Yeah.
Man-made
I was
law.
gonna say.
They got to base it on something, don't they? Something unnatural.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So those are all good answers, but nobody practically demonstrated to me what the Matrix is. I'm just saying.
Right. You can't measure it, demonstrate it, can't
I would
taste
say
it.
I'll give it a whirl of what I think it is, since we're saying think.
Oh boy! All right.
I think if the Matrix exists, the Matrix would be whatever it is that we're in, what container we're in. Because everybody knows that we're in a container of some kind or another. We just don't know what's above it, what's beyond it, what's below it. We don't know none of that, but we all kind of know that, it's all leading to some kind of an answer like that, right?
Sure.
That's what I think the Matrix is. It could be, the beings, the angels, or whatever you want to call it, or whatever you want to call them, that keep us in here from getting away. Who knows? I don't know.
No idea, dude.
But that's just my wild guess.
There's a reason that the word Matrix is so popular, and I do think that there's something behind it, the connotations that
simulation
they match up with reality, and that's why people get sucked in. But the most interesting thing about the word Matrix I've heard is the breakdown of the word M-A, which is mama, mother, and then tricks. Mom who plays tricks. She plays tricks on us in the Matrix. So, when I first heard that, I was like, "That's too on the nose to be real." But I don't know. The more I think about it, it's kind of cool. But speculation.
Never thought about it like that, but yeah.
Yeah, because
etymology will scare the crap out of you.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anybody say it like that until then. I was like, "Whoa." Right? Yeah, etymology. It's a world within itself. Absolutely.
Yeah, I seen a video on YouTube, and I was like, "What?" And then I went and I looked up all the answers to those. Like somebody was just going off of what words, and how words mean stuff and all that. With some silly video of I think it was some guy from either Kenya or somewhere. I don't know. He had this really, really strong accent, and he was talking about, that words are, the English language is cursing, is like curse. Mm-hmm. And that they mean things that you don't realize that they mean. And then he rattled off a whole bunch of them, and I was like, what? Wait a minute. And of course, I'm a judgmental person, so I'm going, oh, this guy's crazy, right? So I had to go look. Sure enough. I was like, wow, that's interesting. And then from there, that's where I got my experience with etymology. I didn't even know it. I didn't even really know what it was until then, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And it's funny, too, because like English, we're told is a more recent development. So if we're breaking down the etymology of English words, we may not be anywhere near the mark on what the initial intention was for each of these words.
True. We only have, whatever record that they seem to be pulling the information from. Yeah, that's true. And we know how that kind of information works, right? To the spoils. Spoils go to
the victor.
The victor, yeah.
It's funny, a guy named Victor married into my family for a while, and he was the biggest loser that all of us had ever met, and nobody wanted to say so until...
what do you mean loser? As in, he was just dorky?
His personality. He always he was a try-hard. He, didn't seem genuine, even when he was helping people, and he's just a, you know what I mean? Certain kind of guy.
Gotcha. I get what you mean.
Like, Quagmire without the sexual stuff. Okay. Which I guess is like 80% of his personality. But anyway, yeah, something like that.
I kind of get what you mean.
And he's a yes man, just everything. Absolutely yes. Oh, no problem. I couldn't agree more. So anyway. Yeah. So anyway, his name was Victor and he was a loser. That's what the moral of the story was.
Right. Gotcha.
Anyway.
So the moral of the story was his name was Victor, but he was a loser.
Exactly.
I'm a loser.
Victor means winner. And I think that cursed him, right? It's like this ironic fucking name. He's like, I'm the winner. Like, of what, dude? It's just a name. Do you win the name lottery?
Sometimes people think that hard enough, they actually become one. Who knows? Say it again.
Can you guys hear me okay right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Cool. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Matrix for a second. So, you ever heard, I got stopped for being black? That's technically a real thing, right? Because there's this thing called Terry versus Ohio where, when you see the cop, they can just automatically, make up some shit that they think you're doing a crime. And they can, do all this weird stuff to you, touch your nutsack and all sorts of weird things, looking for guns. And, I know that a lot of people are probably used to it by now, but that's the Matrix, right? And there's these unelected judges at the Supreme Court that, get to make up this law, right? That's the Matrix. It's, it's basically the Federal Reserve System. Whenever you hear the Matrix, someone's talking about the system, right? And the system is the Federal Reserve System. So if I couldn't make it any clearer, yeah, that's the thing. And I put it on my phone because every time I open my phone, I know what I'm diving into the system.
Gotcha. I get where you're coming from. I wasn't aware of that. I guess it's just
my
a term I hadn't heard.
You know how when you haven't touched your phone yet, and it's like something playing or something in the background, you haven't put in your password. Like I put my password in the Matrix thing, and it's the code falling down. You know what I mean? And yeah, it's just a reminder that the system is everywhere. The Federal Reserve System is everywhere, and I think a lot of it has to do with this. They have the right to regulate commerce, but then they spill over the commerce into like everyday people's lives, right? Because all crimes are commercial, and it's like really weird, right? Because like some of the stuff that's like commercial, like the weed thing, is it really a crime? How? Anyway, that's all.
Right.
Well, congratulations, Hank. You probably came the closest to bringing something in our physical reality as being the Matrix. I see what you did there. That's true.
I'm the only one sensing that everybody seems on edge today. Even myself, like I literally feel like I'm on edge too. Even
I
though
was
I don't know
a little bit earlier. I've calmed down.
why. I mean, I'm not accusing anybody. I'm just saying I've noticed that.
Oh, you can
I've
tell
been
me,
sensing
man.
a little bit.
Be like, yo, Glenn, earlier, what the fuck, bro? What?
I'm calm, cool, and collected. I don't know about you guys.
Dude, Dave, always. I think you're
Maybe we
the.
need to find out what you're doing right then.
Yeah, what you be smoking on, Dave? And it's dead air, Dave. And it's so funny when you do that. It motivates me. I'm like, all right. We gotta pick a topic. We gotta talk about something.
Last stuff I smoked was birthday cake, if you have to know. So
nice.
Yeah. He just wanted to have his cake and eat it too. That's all right.
That's a nice strain. I'm rocking some Rockstar right now.
That's very nice. No, Dave, that's a good one. Birthday cake, yeah. I had some Wedding Crasher not long ago, but now I have some Mendocino garlic breath, and it's pretty heavy, but I like it because it's cold out, so you know how you get achy?
Mm-hmm.
Colder.
Oh yeah, of course. It's called arthritis or barometric pressure.
No, I'm not 900 years old yet, so.
You don't have to be. Trust me. When you get in your late 40s, you're.
No, I get the creaks and the pops. Yep.
I've been getting them since I was a kid. It used to be like, like growing pains. That's what they tell me it was, and now I realize it wasn't. It was just me straining muscles and then them healing back again.
Dude, what isn't a growing pain? What a stupid term.
It's actually it doesn't exist, but you do get cramps in your legs when you're a kid from overworking your legs. You run too much and stretch out, whatever.
For sure,
dude. It's a natural thing, right? But I guess your mom calls it something else, right? She has a nickname for it.
Yep. And then you got your figurative.
Kind of like the Globers say that truth is, curvature that they can't find, that kind of thing.
Oh, poor Globers. They're just lost. Done.
That's morbid. Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to find it on their own.
Or not.
They got all those
at this point.
They got all those rock cousins to comfort them.
And there's plenty of them. There's plenty of them.
All their family, their rock family, pet rock family.
I'm related to this keyboard I'm using right now.
You like keyboards? What kind of keyboard is it?
I have, yeah.
World as life, really, that we're very complicated rocks.
We're very complicated rocks. That's a good point. She has a good point there.
I mean,
some of us are like complicated rocks.
If someone has a kidney stone, they have a complicated rock in them. I feel, but other than that,
I don't know. Some people have hard heads. You might say that they had rock heads.
And that kind of complicated, Rock.
So
You really do feel. You feel me?
No, I didn't understand it. Sorry.
You know what I did this morning to make myself feel better? I watched some Karen videos.
Karen video. Okay, so.
And I was like so shocked by some of them. I was like, what was wrong with these ladies? They must be like on crack or something. I was like,
So Dane Cook, the comedian, came up, like, invented the Karen thing.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. It's I hadn't heard it before, and then just like when you listen to him say it, you're like, oh shit. And it was a while ago, like 2002, 2003, 2004, maybe. It was a while ago. And then it just kind of caught fire for whatever reason. And now everybody calls people Karens. There's always a fucking Karen. That's he puts it so funny, like there's a Karen at the office, right? And this, that, and the other. Oh, there's always a Karen.
Oh my God, dude. Holy crap. It started pouring all of a sudden.
I don't know who invented Darren, but Darren is obviously the male Karen, and I like to mix it up with like McDarren.
I thought it was Kevin.
Right, so I'm not only calling them, but their parents also like a Karen.
Holy crap, dude, those drops are huge.
Yeah, like your dad's a Karen at restaurants and like high school basketball games and shit.
Yeah, it does seem to be like sports places where there's sports is usually where there's crazy people. Huh? Maybe it's because they serve too much alcohol and it's overpriced. That makes them mad. Sometimes I think that makes it.
Well, but if
sometimes I think that makes the drunks worse.
The more they drink, the less mad they are about the price. You know.
Yeah, but maybe they make it so expensive on purpose just to make you mad, so you'll end up fighting in there, and so you know what I mean.
I don't know that.
I know I don't know that. I'm just saying.
I remember paying way too much for beer at a lot of places in Texas.
Anytime I went to a football game or any kind of sports game, I would always just get drunk in the parking lot and then go inside and then sip a beer or soda.
Ain't that the truth, man? I've always said people who go out and drink like they're going out and doing it wrong. Like there should be like a keg and some shots and a field with pickup trucks, because when you go out and drink in Texas, it's like you said, it ain't worth it, bro. Because you're just going to pick it up anyway. It's not like you're taking it with you.
Yeah, man. I went to a bar once and paid over $20 for a fucking. It was a big beer, but it was one beer, and it wasn't like it was. It was less than a pint.
Yeah, that's really? $1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They mark it up.
I don't know if you buy a keg. Yeah.
Well, you know why? Those hipsters will buy anything, man. Especially if it's expensive, they'll be like, you know what? I can't wait to buy that. I can't wait to be in public buying shit like that.
It must taste really good.
It must be great. And like you watch them make the drink, and they put like 2 sips of something, this here and there, some ice, and like a piece of mint on top, and they're like, "Here, this is $45." Fucking ridiculous.
You just described Starbucks business plan, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is this? Starbucks for bars or what?
Yeah.
I was a bartender for a while when I was younger, so I can relate to that.
Well, they are drinking that special Chuggabucks, the little extra expensive space coffee. So,
space coffee. Yep.
And we tried to make a deal with Starbucks, but we couldn't because they saw my interviews and
they have issues. I'm not doing super today.
And let's just say they'd never want to see me again.
They don't want to hire a plumber to install our machine and reroute their plumbing.
We told them we had space coffee, and they said, okay, but show us how it's made. And so I was eager to show them the chugga, and they didn't like the process.
We don't have coffee machine anymore. We destroyed that technology for the coffee machine.
But the chugga is science.
We might have a new listener.
Where's that from?
We might have new listeners, so let's ask Don Pettit himself. Right. How do y'all make coffee on the ISS, Don? Are you there?
that we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit.
It is shit, Austin.
That's a bunch of crap.
It's a bit nutty.
You know, and how is it that that NASA let him get away with saying that, and then they put it out as a PR thing? What the fuck?
I think it's bullshit. I think you flat earthers made it up.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Literally, dude, it's such a joke. I'm like, no way
I had to go and double check.
They're serious about that, right? Are they no capping that, or what's going on? It's ridiculous.
They got is there a real interview? Is there an actual interview?
No, I'm just calling bullshit because I think it's not human shit. I mean, that would be detrimental to one's health. I think it's bullshit.
Bullshit or gerbil shit?
Yeah.
Gerbil, huh?
Maybe goat shit. Goat shit's a little.
Are you guys telling me they got Ezekiel coffee in space? Y'all know about Ezekiel bread. I done told y'all not to eat.
Yeah, I'm eating it.
Those rats. They have those test.
Everything's named after a titan or something.
It's rats in science, so it's probably rat shit.
One at a time with the feces talk. Ready, go.
Oh. There you go. That's all.
Just kidding. Don't talk about feces, please. We can categorize that in medical. Talking about medical.
That's probably worse than religion, huh? Or
whatever.
I'm kidding.
Don't drink the Chugga Chugga Ezekiel coffee.
What about the Chupa Chupa popsicle or those stupid? What are they called? Lollipops or whatever.
Chupacabra.
Suckers. We used to call them
Chupacabras and lollipops are completely different things. Very different things.
They are. So are umbrellas and unicorns, but
to keep you on your
saying.
You say Chupa Chugga? Chupa Chugga.
I don't know.
Chupa Chugga Ezekiel coffee.
Chupacabra. That crypto animal. The crypto.
It's Spanish, right? It's some Spanish thing.
Get that nutty, chocolatey flavor. Sorry.
Was it more like
chocolatey?
It's more like a texture. The flavor's terrible.
My daughter ruined chocolate for me forever. You know that?
How did that happen?
She showed me this video about how chocolate's made, which didn't bother me. But then they explained what chocolate really is and what it isn't, and I was very disappointed. I realized that all the chocolate that I've been eating hasn't really been chocolate at all. Yeah. It's just been, this greasy stuff that they put cocoa in. And I'm like, wait a minute, I've been getting duped on that end too. I'm like, damn it, I'm tired of this duping thing. I'm tired of being duped.
But wait, they're at least using real cocoa, right?
Yeah.
Well then,
but if it doesn't say actual chocolate on it, like it'll say milk chocolate, or it'll say chocolatey, or it'll say, there's all these words that they use for, they put just cocoa, and they can put as low as 2% cocoa in it.
Here's how crazy it is. They can put on a snack bar chocolate flavored and pass it off as a chocolate bar, and it will not have any chocolate.
Made with cocoa, or made with cocoa. I like that on there. Yeah, that's another one of those catchy ones. It's called marketing.
Chugga chugga.
I call it lying right out through your teeth.
You have no idea.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you did that to me in person, I'd punch you in the nose, or at least I'd give you a hard time about it. People do it all the time.
Meanwhile, here on the Flat Earth server, we've been joined by a globe earther, and y'all are ignoring him.
Let's talk to the globe earther. Let's apologize to the globe earther.
I'm sorry, globe earther. What do you got?
Hello, Kessler. Are you there? Why do you live on a globe?
Oh, Kessler?
Round one.
Yeah, hey, Kessler. Welcome back, bud. How are you? It says he's idle, and that might actually be the truth.
Probably is.
He probably fell asleep. We bored him to death. Sorry. Our bad.
He's a good item for conversation for a couple hours, though, for sure.
You mean like the American Idol?
What?
Yeah, something like that.
He's idol like the American Idol? Is that what you mean?
Oh, yes. Yes, he is
like that.
To be idolized. Yep, and then Pazza, of course. It's got to get pretty uncomfortable out there on top of that fence.
Right? He can't prove anything. Is that his deal? Am I misquoting him?
I think so. I think that's what's up. Pazza, we're tearing you apart out here, man. You might want to defend yourself.
Intimidated.
Hello?
Hey.
Enemy spotted. How's it going?
Good, man. You got time to talk, or are you busy with stuff?
I'm flitting in there. I'm working at home, but yeah, I can chat.
Okay, well, I didn't want to interrupt that. I was just shouting you out.
No, I'm busy.
Poking you in the ribs a little bit. Are you ticklish, by the way?
I think so. Yeah, my Fitbit. Yeah,
you think so?
Yeah,
How don't you know that?
It's been a long time since anybody's tried to tickle me, but unless I'm fit.
Are you married? Do you have children?
I've got both. Yeah.
Okay.
Both going on. But, yeah.
You don't tickle your children anymore? They're like 30.
Yeah.
Their own.
I get arrested. They're old enough now to get me arrested for tickling them.
That's hilarious.
No, I've got two sons in their 20s, so it's not going to happen like that.
Cool.
They're
let it fight anyway.
If I go run up to start tickling them and go, they'd probably
be so funny, dude.
They put me in a home.
Well, people say that if someone's ticklish, the more ticklish they are, the more like loving and physically loving mom or people were when the baby was young.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the more physical love and contact you got, the more because it makes sense as you're developing your nervous system. There's shit out there going, "Hey, come over here and develop." Hey, come, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Again, I don't know if that's true, but it would be a good and a nice thing to be true, wouldn't it?
That is correlation without causation. Yes. Yes, I agree.
I'm trying to get a phone to work at the minute.
A phone, huh? Burner phone? Yeah.
No. I work in manufacturing phones, and I've got a load of shit at home I'm trying to get to go.
Did they were like, hey dude, take this home and fix it?
It's not now. I developed them. I developed the capacitive touch screens.
Oh, okay. Touch screens.
So if you're using a Samsung phone or not Apple, but if you use Samsung or some of the other cheapy ones, there's a very good chance when you touch your finger on the glass, there's a bit of me in there doing something.
That's cool. Cool.
Yeah. Because
a lot of people doing something, touching your manifestation of
exactly
something. Yeah.
A lot of people don't give a moment's thought as to how it actually works. How when you touch it, you swipe or you tap, people just think the touch detects a physical pressure, but there's nothing further from the truth, because the glass on the front of your phone is called in the industry it's called Gorilla Glass, yeah, and it's one of the toughest for its thickness. It's as tough as any glass out there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So your finger tapping on the top isn't actually having any causing any physical displacement. So the whole thing works it gives you synchronized electric shocks and then checks out which part of the screen you ground with your finger.
Oh, that's nuts.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's a bit of Gorilla Glass on the top, yeah. Then there's a couple of like transparent substrates. Don't ask me if they're made of like plastics, yeah. And there's 2 layers of tiny microfine electrical wires in parallel. One layer of them goes across the phone, and then one layer a little bit further down goes at 90 degrees along the phone. And the chip I work on basically bangs a tiny electric charge sequentially down one set of lines, and then it looks on the grid to see where your finger is, because that's what you'll have a tiny regionalized grounding, and that's how it works out where your finger is.
Okay, cool.
It's doing that
I have
whole
a question
process. Oh yeah, go on.
So do you think that technology connects with space satellites?
No, not really.
Okay.
No.
Well, that was easy. You couldn't have had an opposing opinion just for fun. I'm just kidding.
Just for clarity, did he just say that our phones are shocking us?
Yeah, tiny amount. Static electricity.
Tiny amount, okay.
It's in the magnitude of static electricity, so I wouldn't worry about it. It's way below the electrical currents in your nervous system. Hence, you can't even feel it.
Yeah, I've been telling you guys about that for a while.
I like the motion of the earth. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, bro. the radiation from your phone does kind of build up and collect and run through and all the stuff in your body. So you should really ground yourself. I mean, people might think you're crazy for hugging a tree, right? But just, if you're wearing shoes, how else are you going to get grounded, right? But I mean, if you think about it, just take your shoes off, touch something metal. When you're thinking about it throughout the day, just walk by a metal pole and just, no electricity run through it, not a light bulb, but just, something connected to the ground.
But the bit that I do, the electricity it generates doesn't generate any radiation as such, because it's so negligible. But the GSM kit in there that talks to the communications out there, that's the bit that you've got to worry about. That's the bit that's cooking your balls as you walk along with it in your pocket.
Yeah, I keep my cell phone separate. I got a magnet on the back of it, so I just put it somewhere, and I know that I'm I got the headphones in, but at least it's not the damn cell phone.
Sure. You can get inserts for your wallet, and you can get phone cases that have got some stuff put in it. But generally speaking, it's an excuse for someone to charge you an absolute earth for fuck all on Amazon, basically. If you go online and look on YouTube, you could use tin foil and cardboard, I think, to shield out stuff. Any of you guys got chip and pin? Because if you've got chip and pin, the contactless payment stuff, you really do need to have 2 foil panels in either side of your outside of your wallet.
Hey, pause that.
Stop people dabbing and stealing. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Hey, I'm going to go pretty soon, so I wanted to just say, I thought I heard you say you have 2 boys in their 20s?
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not babies anymore.
Did you start late, or did you start early?
I'm 53, so it didn't start too early.
I got this before. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a good innings in. I got a good amount of fun before I started a family.
Mm-hmm. So our kids, we started our kids at the same time. We were just slightly different ages. I was a little bit older.
Yeah. One of them's Christian. The other one is undecided yet. I was just letting them get on, and I showed them everything and anything on the internet, including your guys' stuff. Let me wear a mind up. I'm not going to tell them anything. No one's said anything about. One of them's madly into world politics, and he's very, very savvy of the way that the world's run and how people are shitting on each other. So, and the other one's not so bothered.
Yeah.
But, I think the most important thing is I don't impose any of my personal opinions on them. Tell them what I think, and just let them rack on with things, whether it's faith or what they believe. It's up to them. They ask me questions, I have to give them answers, but I'm not going to tell them. I'm going to insist. I've always kind of raised them to say that if you ask me a question, you shouldn't just stop at my answer. You should go and ask other people if you want to. You should actively go and ask your mother, or go and ask other friends what they think too. I think the world is one of the big problems of the world is people take what their parents say. It's verbatim, and you need as many opinions as you can, really.
Well,
critical thinking, all part of critical thinking, isn't it? If you use critical thinking, you'll come to the conclusion that you should never use one source and never should use one opinion, even if you respect on any level that person's opinion. That person as an individual doesn't mean to say they're right.
Yeah, exactly.
Just means to say they're candid with you. That is under any circumstances not the same thing. So yeah, they're doing all right. They're growing up now, getting on with the shit they got to go.
Yeah, it's really kind of weird. Mine are 2 very unique, individually speaking.
Right.
And they're both their own. They're both their own self. Except one has quite a bit more appeal to authority, I'm noticing, and kind of goes along with the crowd. But I think that's just part of we are the way we are for a reason, right? So that's just part of its personality, the way he's functioning. The other one is very individualistic and very much more like me, revolutionary in his thinking, and has a problem with authority because he can sense the bullshit. And so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, sure.
Be a visionary, And I had to kind of like bring it to him lightly, but like, listen, try not to get into so much conflict about these things, because the reason you're seeing it, there's a reason why you're seeing the things you're seeing in these people. So take it easy, just do the best you can. You know, you're not going to make any rash decisions at 23 or 24, you know, just continue doing what you're doing. That's what's working is working. Just keep doing that. Do the best you can. Try to, you know, if you want to do better, just, you're going to have to make moves to make things better gradually, you know. So I don't know. Like they're both really mechanically inclined. Well, one's more mechanically inclined, actually. Like as a teenager, put a freaking Acura engine in his what did he put that in his Honda? Yeah, put an Acura engine in his Honda.
Did you have to jig around with all the subframe and everything, or did it go in quite?
Yeah, he just took the whole drivetrain out and put an Acura drivetrain in it, basically.
Wow.
So that's a trip. And he bought his own house on his own at 23 recently, or last year. So
Those are pretty common things to do. People can get those, you know, little engines for pretty cheap and do the little racers. They're relatively cheap to do if you take all things into consideration. And it's a lot of fun learning experience. So yeah, it's really cool that your kid
yeah, I
can
know
do
that. I know that Napalm. Yeah, Acura actually is Honda. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's
why. I've never had the time or the space, because I live in here to build things. I haven't got a workshop, but my brother is mad on. My brother builds literally lathes. He builds motorbikes, and he's got all the lathes and all the equipment, and he actually builds the components. You know.
Cool. That reminds me of that guy from New Zealand, the fastest Indian dude.